Good morning. How is everybody? I'm gonna put some lip gloss on. Look at that. Seeing my face at 1080p. It's crazy. How are you guys? I was gifted a membership yesterday on Gray Hughes's Investigates. Good morning, everybody. I just got an email. That was nice. Somebody gave me a membership. That's pretty cool. I like Gray Hughes. I mean, he is a little caustic, can't lie, but one intelligent man. So good morning, everybody. This is Patty. This is Patty. I am Patty. And this is Patty's Playhouse. And we're going to watch, hopefully, a verdict watch today. Hopefully. What do you all think? Today the day? Day 3. Day 3 of what? Day 3 of what? What are we going to get today? Made it on time, Thumper. Me too. I was sitting out in my truck talking to my business partner, Scott. We were rolling through the listings. And if you don't know, I'm a real estate broker and we run a company called The Brokerage, Scott and I. And so a couple times a week, we actually talk on the phone and get a rundown of where we are and what we need to do. And so I was doing that and we were just talking away. And it was like, it's 8:32. I need to go in. So I came in. Go fish. I'm ready for a verdict. Can't even say. Yeah, it was nice. Just passing Leon County Jail. Donna's there. That's what I say every time I go to I go up Capitol Circle Northeast, passing the federal prison. I'm like, oh, Ghislaine Maxwell's there. Wonder what she's doing now. Ghislaine Maxwell is in the federal prison here in Tallahassee, which is an odd place for a federal prison, but it was here before most of the town. So that's why it is like it is. Because typically you don't see a federal prison right in the center of everything. And it's not a huge federal prison, but it is federal. Does my husband work in real estate too? He does, or he did. So my husband is retirement age. So he is basically retired. He was a property appraiser. He was a real estate broker, but he never sold a house. So back in the day, before there were appraiser licenses, you had to be a real estate broker to appraise. And so he had his broker's license, I think from like 1980 something on. And his number is 501 in appraisal. That's how old he is as an appraiser, 501. But he's done. He's not going to renew this year, which I'm very grateful for. Appraising is very hard. It's hard mentally. People abuse you when your house doesn't appraise. They just call you up and scream. It's a horrible job. I'm an appraiser as well. I don't do it that often. I do it more privately than I do for lenders, and it's a hard job. We're not supposed to know what the value is on a home, like unless it's a contract. Contracts are different, but if it's a refinance, we're not allowed to ask how much do you need for this house. We're not allowed to be persuaded. But my God, if they don't get what they think their house is worth, it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. No one deserves it, to be honest. You're just an appraiser. Like, it's not my fault you haven't fixed your house up in 35 years or your house is literally falling apart, but that's how it is. That's appraising. It's a hard gig. So hopefully he's done in real estate altogether. If I have my way, he will be. Go work for Amazon or something. Would I write you a note to get out of work? Yeah. What do you need? I'll write it. Love the new graphics. I don't know what's there, Gretchen. What did I do? What is new? The round. Oh, I didn't do that. That's a StreamYard thing. I didn't do it at all. I just noticed that. I didn't do that. StreamYard updated. Are we getting a verdict today or is it going to be hung? I think if we don't get it today, it's hung. That's my uneducated opinion. Thank you, Susan. Very nice of you to say. Fingers crossed for a guilty verdict. But I do believe, that is nice, that gray, but I didn't do that. Yeah, they completely changed everything on the back side of. I don't mind the gray though. Nice. Real estate narcissism. My house is worth more than you will ever know. Oh my God. You have no idea. I mean, it's there's some I could talk about while we're waiting, but I went into one house and this lady painted her dining room wall with a pink glitter paint. Now, I wasn't walking in as an appraiser. I was walking in as a realtor. So when you're an appraiser and a real estate agent, it's the hat you wear when you walk in. So that's how we're able to do both. It's what I'm walking in to list your house, but it's pink glitter wallpaper. Now, as an appraiser, that's hard to assess value-wise. You have to have paired sales analysis. So you need another house that has ridiculous paint to really deduct or add, make those adjustments. But as a real estate agent, I can tell you a pink glitter wall is really hard to sell. So we didn't take the listing. But people do things to their home because they live in it. Makes sense. It reminds me of, what was her name? Is it Helda in Trading Spaces? Whatever her name is, with hay on the wall. That's kind of crap people do, and it's just makes it really hard to sell. And when you do DIY things, Hetty or Helga was her name. When you do those kind of DIY things, it costs so much to fix it that it's worth just paying somebody in advance. It really is. I watched a gal. I know what she was trying to do on YouTube, on Facebook. She was a real estate coach that I knew. And it was like the paneled, those paneled squares, like going up behind your bedroom. So it's blocks of wood. And then they paint the inside so it looks paneled. No. She doesn't understand what square means. It's not square. I mean, you could see and I could see it in the photo. It's not square. I mean, taking that down and redoing it would be, hopefully she stays, very expensive just because the damage to the wall. So people don't realize. They're like, oh, it's beautiful. Not beautiful. You were better off just painting your wall or like stenciling or faking it or just putting like peel and stick wallpaper up. But when you put that many holes in your wall and it's just not even remotely square, it's a problem. So that's real estate. Patty, I'm killing it. Him whining about real estate. I'm not really whining about it, but I think people need to know. I do like this graphic. This is pretty nice. But I don't want to take credit for it because that's a StreamYard thing, not a Patty thing. Good morning. Cute top. Well, thank you. It is from not Kohl's. Where'd I get it? Old Navy. Old Navy. Good morning, everyone. Rosemary and Jersey Girl and Beth Brown. Good morning and welcome. Just me, Joe. Nice. Everyone, God, who wouldn't want to come on YouTube with all these compliments? Gorgeous. Thank you so much. You people are so nice to me. I do appreciate it. Morning from South Africa. Good to see you today. Good day, GUD. If you guys didn't know, somebody who was very important to my life passed away. Quincy Jones. I was like, oh, I've been playing. I can't do it here, right? Because of YouTube, but I've been playing Quincy Jones music all day today. Like since I woke up at 5:30, the time change. But it's hard to believe he was 91 years old. So hard to believe. I just didn't think he was born in 1933. My mom was born in 1934. And I was like, my mom and him are the same age. My mom had no soul. Like she wasn't a soul music lover. She liked jazz, but just to think that you were that old. Good morning. I don't know what I want more, the verdict or the election. Bless it. I know. I haven't had any text messages today. Have you guys had text messages yet about the election today? None. This is funny. That is funny, Turquoise. Good morning, Kayla. You didn't tell me. Is it Callan 16? What will your next case be? So I was looking on Court TV. They don't really have anything coming up. I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to have to go find a case to hit. They don't have anything lined up. The Penny case is falling apart, by the way, but it is no cameras. The Bradigan case is until next year. I'm sure they'll find a case, but there's really, when you look up Court TV and the lineup, there's nothing. Hey, Maria, good afternoon. Oh, thank you very much. You guys are very nice to me. Thank you. Thank you, Linda. What do I think of Donna Adelson's right until it's not? Why shouldn't she have to vote? In Florida, they did an amendment to allow convicts to vote, but I think they have to do their time. There was a thing about, do they have to pay the fines too, or just do their time? So if you're a felon that was released, you did your time, and then you can go back and get the right to vote. But I mean, she's innocent until proven guilty. I don't have to like it, but she has every right to vote. She is a registered Democrat. She's not, I mean, she might have said something on a for 2016 when they were recording her, but that doesn't mean she's going to vote. I mean, we don't know what she's going to vote for. But how bad does it have to be? Do you have to pick apart? What's that got to do with the case? You know what I'm saying? Like, that has nothing to do with the case. Zero. Just a waste. Florida law says she has the right to vote until she doesn't, and that's the day she's convicted. They still have Charlie as a registered voter because I went and looked it up. Did some research. Seems quick deliberations usually guilty, longer ones not guilty. That's my recollection too. Good morning, Gravel Gertie. My cat loves Patty. She comes running when she hears her voice. She's one of the Animal Kingdom subscribers. And my cat runs away. She hears my voice. She likes my husband. Hiya, Michelle. How long did the Karen Reed jury deliberate? "22 hours, 23 hours over 5 days." That wasn't long either. I mean, that wasn't long days for them. 23 hours over 5 days for Karen Reed. Gravel Gertie, don't puke. by mentor lawyer. I'm still a member and subscriber of him because he has good content. I can get past his criticism of me. I can. I had a decent video about Charlie Adelson will not be granted a new trial. I don't subscribe, but it came up on my home feed. I think that's funny. Because he always, he said it wasn't a big deal to have the conflict. Wasn't a big deal. So I found a document yesterday. Let me share it with you. And I was in the docket for, let me find it. For it's called a conflict letter, which I thought was fabulous. They have that in Georgia. I think I put it in that notebook thing. Here it is. I can't show it to you. Hold on. Because again, it has those creepy addresses everywhere. Let me redact this real quick. Well, let me just show it real. I'm going to redact it while I'm sitting here. But basically it says, how do I do this? It says, this is to advise pursuant to, maybe I could just crop it. Let me crop it. That way you don't see the addresses. That's what I'll do. So this is the conflict letter I found in the Georgia docket for Melody Farris. It says this is to advise pursuant to the Uniform Superior Court rules. The undersigned is the attorney of record in the cases named below on your calendar. The undersigned hereby certifies that I'm the sole counsel and in the interest of my clients cannot be adequately protected by anyone else. Pursuant to the guidelines set forth, I will appear in the order listed below unless otherwise directed. So in this letter, Michael Ray, who's the one with hair, her defense attorney with hair, he lists all of the cases he's working on at that time. And I was like, well, isn't that smart? I thought it was smart. That way he knows if they have any conflicts. I was like, that's smart. And it lists who the judges for each case. I liked it. Good morning, Paula, and Georgia Peach, and Lori. Good morning, Lori. Good morning, Lori. It sounds like good morning, Glory. I am sad over Quincy Jones, but I didn't realize he was 91. I mean, you woke up to a political text, Shelley. I could save our country by voting. I'm so powerful. Well, you are powerful. I mean, not a lot of countries get to vote. So I did get some sleep. I had a horrible dream when I woke up, like horrible. So when I got up, I wrote it down in case anything happens to me. My family knows what happened. Horrible dream. All this talk about missing people and Jennifer Casey yesterday. Like, it's just, what happened to your threatening phone stalker that was threatening you on Friday? Did he call you back? He called 4 times and then he stopped because every time he called, I responded in a text saying, you threatened me with a hitman. So if you don't know what happened, so yesterday, like Friday afternoon, this guy called a couple times and I didn't answer, but he left a voicemail. So I went to listen to it and he believed that he knows he was being called about Medicare insurance, but when he tried to call the number back, he got me. And so he left a voicemail saying that it was how did this work? I'm calling a Medicare insurance person and I'm getting this real estate office trying to sell me a home. And then he was threatening. And then he's like, I'm either going to do something or I'm going to have a hit placed on you. Guys at the end of his wrote, his name is Jeffrey Walsh. He lives in Destin if anyone gets a call from him. So I was like, dude, you just can't call someone and threaten them with a hitman. People don't expect you to respond. Hello from Tallahassee, Aggie. You pronounce it Caitlin. Thank you, Caitlin. Thanks for telling me. Good morning, Sandra Johnson. My main name's Johnson. I'm glad you're, thank you. I am still standing. And from what I know, there's no hit placed on me. And my son said, my middle child, Alex, he doesn't require a Pig Latin name yet. We're supposed to have dinner tonight. He might tell me then. But he's like, Mom, you need to with Facebook, because Facebook's where most of my problems occur because of that group. He's like, you need to protect yourself and not use your name. I'm like, I sell real estate in the group. Like, you can't undo that. It is what it is. I mean, you just have to be prepared. But it was very nice of him to try and say something. But I sell real estate. My number's public. It's on all the signs. It is. You woke up to snow in Colorado. Damn. Do you guys have fluffy snow or like compact snow, like super wet snow? I would think it would be light and fluffy. Crystal Rogers, you thought it was happening in November. It's supposed to happen in February 2025, and it's supposed to be in Bowling Green. So they were relocating the trial altogether. And that judge wanted a place where a courthouse where the jury would have a separate entrance. So it's supposed to be Bowling Green, which works for me. I have family in Bowling Green and I can go to Bowling Green. So I intend to go to that trial as often as possible. My guess it'll be a couple of weeks, but I won't be able to go all the time. I won't be able to go stay for the month, but I do want to go. You like my borders for highlighting chat messages? That is a ChatGPT thing. Not chat, StreamYard. I did not do this. They updated the platform. Thank you, Brianna. Thank you for liking it. I think so too. Somebody said, Jibs and Jabs, and welcome, that there was a phone tap between Donna and Charlie regarding this Trump thing, and that they thought they'd vote for Trump because it would please their grandmother, which would have been, what's her face's mother, Donna Sue's. Who knows? Jibs and Jabs says, I find hilarious that she suddenly became a Trumper. Seems to me truly fake. Has taken too many tennis balls today. Maybe. Truly fake. That's funny. I don't know. All I know is just statutorily she has the right to vote till she doesn't. And there are people, PACs, PACs, political campaigns, that political action campaign will go to jails. And if they're not convicted, get them to vote. They bring ballots, which is better than the U.S. government did for the military overseas. So Beach Bum, you're still waiting. Where are you waiting? Outside or inside? Michelle Troconis, the jury took about 14 hours for a guilty verdict. Farris is around 11 and a half hours so far. So there's still hope for this jury. That's a good basis. Michelle Troconis, and hasn't she freaking aged? My God, there was a hearing recently that they brought her in and she looked haggard. Like, if you look up haggard in the dictionary, that is Michelle Troconis. Lorraine says she watched the chat yesterday. The part the prosecutor pointed out Gary's phone walked to the burn pile around 6 a.m. on the 4th really told a story. Guilty. Oh, it's your YouTube name. Good morning, Cindy. You got through another day of not throwing your husband into a burn pile. Bless him. Isn't he lucky? He's so lucky, Paula. Can you even imagine? Patty going home. Hey, Chris. I just wanted to let you know I got rid of that burn pile. Thank you, Anya. Looks good on me. Thank you. Zappa's phone went off playing Latina music. No judge yet. His other case is going to start. Okay. You should pop into that one, Beach. Tell us what it's about. You should go to that one and see what's going on in there. I thought he said civil, but it could be wrong. Jay says, I agree with Charlie, probably won't get a new trial. I don't think so. I think the state, and I mean the state, not the state attorney's office, but the attorney general's office responded very well to Ufferman. And I'm not, I don't know what they look at and what they don't. That is way beyond my anything I've seen. This is an area of law that I think is rarely seen. I know they're using Ferguson case to get the that was his example in the docket. That was Ufferman's example on Charlie Adelson was the Ferguson case, but that's back in when was that? Ferguson. I mean, it doesn't matter when it is, they'll pull it out if it's 1863. It will. That was funny, Patty. I mean, they will. They'll just Ferguson v. State was 1992. Is it that one? Oh, yeah, it is. Ferguson's claim that his Hialeah trial counsel was ineffective. We can talk about that while we're waiting, but I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, Judge Everett suffered a reversal, not a reversal, but it went back to the court system, and it was because of a self-defense defense. The guy, his name was Lincoln, and he shot his roommate, a beautiful girl. She was like 33 years old, and he was in. I mean, it looks maniacal. And I was in the courtroom for a hearing that day, and Lincoln was to be retried. And so they were gathering him up and figuring out when the court date was going to be. It was going to be the following week. It was the last hearing I went to in person for Donna. And then I went back and looked it up because when we're in that room, I just want to know what people did. So I always write down their name, and his last name was Lincoln, and it had been a reversal on Everett. They sent it back to let him have that self-defense, and he was still found guilty. Look at Patty up and at the crack. When do you ever sleep? So I got a question about that to my email. And they were asking how I do it. Like, what do I do? Let me get the email. It's a very nice email. Let me tell you the email. I have to open my... Because it made me think, like, what do I do? How do I do all this? Because I don't know. If I had to sit and think about it, I wouldn't do it. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, she says, how do you do it all? The energy, school, research, running a brokerage. Unbelievable. And I do think that if I had to sit down, I do keep a calendar, but if I had to sit down and constantly think about what I was doing, I wouldn't do it. There's no way I would do it. I don't really think about it. I'm refreshing this. Just in case I messed up. But my day. I get up early now for this trial, but typically I used to get up before this 3 weeks ago around 7:30. But now I've been getting up at 6:30 to be here at 8:15 to get emails done to be able to be on at 8:45 for the trial. But before that, I would get up at 7:30. I would go to mass at 9, so I would be in the office at 9:30. I'd do my business work, my real estate work, and then I would do my school work. And then I would go to an event, like a networking event or something, or I would continue to do schoolwork. We have the parade next week, the Veterans Day parade. So I'm on the board of that. I won't do that again. It's just too much. But I had already committed, so I have to finish it. But and then in the spring I'll be done school, so I'll have all this time. I don't know what I'll do. Maybe learn to knit. But I just do it. I don't think about what I need to do. I don't fill my day with a lot of fluff. I don't run errands that I don't need to. I'm very efficient with my time. And maybe that helps, is the efficiency of it. Like, I know how many minutes my hair takes. I know how many minutes my makeup takes. Like, I'm all very regimented that way. So I think that helps me to know, well, if I drive here, it's 7 minutes. If I do my makeup, it's this. You know what I mean? I only wash my hair maybe maybe every 4 to 5 days. So that doesn't take time. It's just the curl. The makeup is pretty consistent. The clothes are ready, but when I wake up, like I already have my clothes set out the night before. So I'm very efficient with my time. I wish I could be like, let's see, what was his name? Well, Gary Keller with Keller Williams, wearing the black shirt and the black pants every day and be that efficient, to be so consistent. So it's almost like a uniform. That would be nice. But then I would get bored with it, so I wouldn't do it. But my day is pretty regimented, so I think that helps. I mean, sometimes with this semester, gosh, this school semester has really kicked my ass. That has been the biggest, just because the schoolwork isn't bad. It's just the amount. And so I've been leaving here around 10, 11 o'clock at night. I'm on the plane home, ready for news from the jury. That's Vegas time. She was in the military as well, so she's very disciplined. I think that's me. But I am, I'm not disciplined like physically. I'm not disciplined like eating, okay? But I am disciplined with my schedule. And I do believe in swallowing the frog. Like, I will do the worst thing first just to get it over with. This chat's moving quickly. I have to go back. I think Melody put the gun in Gary's phone in a bag and chucked it in the trash can outside Walmart where she shopped for cleaning supplies. I mean, it could have been anywhere. Would I go to the Shannon Gardner trial? I don't know. Depends on the time of year that it actually starts. I mean, I know it's October 2025, which I think is ridiculous. I just don't know what takes so long. I think these attorneys need to be more efficient with their time. Mountains got a good amount. Whiteout conditions, Vail passed last night. Wow. They start deliberating again at 10:12. You're getting quizzical looks from the attorneys. That's funny. I'm scrolling back up because I missed some conversation while I was giving you my schedule. Debbie says, I was curious about his phone. So at 6 a.m. the day after he was put on the burn pile, his phone was there. Where was it left? They didn't find it. Phone was gone. Michael Ray, defense attorney, he's the one with the white hair, walked in to see what was happening. They are deliberating. Thank you, Beach Bum. Good morning, Dawn. Brianna says Charlie and Donna knew they had the same attorney. It's no shock. It's no shock, and there's a waiver. Charlie signed that waiver, and Marisol Descalzo was Donna and Harvey's attorney at the time, and he signed a waiver. So it's taking too long for the verdict. There's a few holding out. I believe she's guilty 100%. Debbie, Patty played the part. I did last night. I kept it up too, where the prosecutor put a red dot on the spot, then stated Scott was not there. Gary didn't use his CPAP. Thanks to Beach Bum for representing all of us. Wish I could be there. Patty, what do you think jury is confused about, or they meant they might be hung up over? I think that part of the confusion was the definition of murder, malice murder, and felony murder. Like, why two? It's almost like what they call, what is it? Like if you commit a murder, but if you commit a murder of someone over a certain age, then there's like extra punishment for that. Or if you commit a murder and you commit a murder of like it's a race crime, then there's extra levels of punishment. It's almost like that. So you have the felony murder, and then on top of it is the malice. I just don't think it's explained well. There's one of, I don't, Beach Bum, I'm not sure what this says. In my opinion, one of the hang up, and several of us in here agree. In between the two murder counts. Okay. I think that's what it is too. And then you try to explain it to someone and they're like, no, that's not what it means. And you're like, but that's what it means. And they're like, but that's not what it means. So I think that's it. I'll play that again, Lorraine. Megan, the prosecuting attorney with the red dot explaining where the phone was. Good morning, Mary Lynn. The jury goes right into the jury room, says Beach Bum. They don't see them unless there's a question. Hey, how do we use those special emojis for members during this live chat? I don't know, Doris. You quit Facebook? I only am on there for real estate. Like, I rarely put my family stuff on there. I might post some funny shizzle, but it's really for real estate. I'm rarely on there. Good morning. Has Hurricane Patty pulled up things on the fly? Hurricane Patty, I think, is headed to Spain, which I don't think needs it. I think Spain's in trouble with flooding right now. Where is she? It's tropical storm. It's headed to the Azores, drifting east towards Spain. She's not even a fully functional hurricane yet. It is very wet snow there. That's surprising. I thought it would be drier. You're getting quizzical looks from the attorney. Tell him we said hi. We're the watch party. Remember the judge was like, there's a watch party? I can't even believe it. It's V-Day, verdict day. Hope you all, hey, Michelle, I hope we all have a good day. I really do. I did. It's why I don't go to big games. Why I don't go to games anymore, to be honest. Video of the Florida-Georgia game with the police and the fans' interaction was brutal. I hope there's more to that story because it looked horrid. The jury is deliberating, Roseanne, per Beach Bum. Michelle Traconis isn't dyeing her hair in prison. Her hair was curly, frizzy, and gray. Dude, that's why I get a perm. My hair is so frizzy gray. It's horrible. Horrible. There are Lori Smith, no, there are other attorneys' trials. John Luke, defense attorney, just popped in saying it's nice to see other stuff going on in here. Hey, Toxic Orchid. Thank you and welcome. Welcome to the chat, too. I like your avatar. It's pretty cool. Good morning, Barb. Hey, chat. We should get some decision today, even if it's a non-decision. People don't like waiting, do they? I always tell clients not knowing is where your anxiety comes from. Not knowing. I don't know what the contempt resolution was. Let me check. No resolution so far. Attorneys are working toward a resolution. She's scheduled to return to court November 13th. So no resolution, Dawn. You got hacked. He was good. I take a lot of courses to prevent this. It's been awful. You got hacked on your computer, got hacked where just because? Because I'm going to share something. I thought about it. I wasn't going to do it, but I'm going to do it when you said that. So a friend of mine is on a dating app. No problem. I was on a dating app before I married my husband. So people, that's how they meet each other now, these dating apps. And she sent me a text and said, Patty, I'm talking to someone. I was like, great. She told me about him, sent me a picture. I'm like, that's lovely. I said, which I do to every person she talks to on a dating app, everybody. I said, could you send me his information? I'm going to look and see if he's real. And she's like, oh, yeah, we've had these fabulous conversations. We're texting, blah, blah, blah. He's called once, blah, blah, blah. She said he was so nice that he sent me his job right away. I said, he did? She said, yeah, he wanted me to know he was safe, that he wasn't like a Jack the Ripper. That was her quote. And that he's safe. And I was like, I don't believe anybody. So send me the information. So he did, and he's not fake. He's fake. He's so fake. And I had to tell her. But I want you to see this website so you can see what I'm talking about. How to pick out a fake website. So he says he's an engineer. That's what he says. He has a headphone as an icon. First clue. This building is not his building. It's a stock photo. This is written by AI and plopped in there. There's no paragraphs. It's just a run-on sentence. There is no Caban or Cabin or however you say it, Inc. in Sunbiz. He's supposed to be in Miami Beach. Doesn't exist. Not even a derivative of it, like Cabin Consulting, nothing. Again, all to the left, all done poorly. 200% profit doesn't exist. But only 15 years experience. Get in touch. This is a stock photo for a hospital that took it. These phone numbers are not real because when you call it, you just get a beep and that's it. It gets better. Values also a stock photo for Amazon. Look where this is lined up compared to the photo. No one does that. This is over to the left, and then this is in the center. See it? It's not consistent. Our team. This woman has a badge on, and she's clearly at some sort of lectern, the microphone, a remote, and a coffee thing, and then this is a concrete block building, and she's supposedly a COO. Name, name, name. Like all of these are not in line. The photo sizes, this is an oval, this circle, this isn't the same size as this. You can see it. Like that's just not the same size. And then down here, also not the same size. It's not lined up across. There is this person does not exist in Miami Beach, not under that name. She's like, but, and I said, Deborah, he doesn't have it done in Brad Street. He doesn't have a LinkedIn. He doesn't have anything. He has nothing. He has nothing. Everything is a stock photo. Just doesn't exist. Now, I don't know what he wants. I don't know what he's trying to accomplish. But for 24 technical support, there's no phone number to call. So I think when you're curious about things, contact the Cabin Consulting Inc. expert today. That's it. Nothing. Doesn't exist. So I just be careful when you're clicking on websites thinking somebody is something and they're not. Because this right here says it all. And those are the kind of things when you get what's called a phishing email or a phishing link or a phishing anything, you will find the latest information about our company here. You will find ... So it's my little tip for the day when people say they're hacked. Be very careful the links that you click on. Hey, how are you? Good. So, Jeannie, going back to the phones for Gary. Oh, the phone pinging at 6 a.m. coincides with Melody's statement that his body shouldn't be burned that much. Oh, she went back out there. How long till it starts? I'm in Australia. It started at 9 o'clock. They went back. John Luke said, I've got to go and pick up pieces of my law firm after 5 weeks of trial, 3 weeks prior to prep. He also said this is somber. What is Lori? Debbie wants to know what everyone thinks of Lori. I mean, you got to let the crazy represent themselves. I don't think they should allow it, but because she's not sane. So. Beach Bum says that she thinks John Luke, the defense attorney without hair, believes it's just general. The waiting is somber. He said it's sheer exhaustion of it. It's grueling. I bet it is. If you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. And I do love what I do. I'm lucky. All murderers are delusional. Doesn't justify their heinous act. That's true, Rosemary. The reason why Charlie probably won't get a new trial because he testified at his own trial. And it's usually harder to get a new trial if you use the right to speak out and defend yourself. John Luke has left the building again. Hopefully, he will be back soon. Melanie went to Lake Lanier on the 4th around noon. I think she took the gun and threw it in the huge lake. She could have. No one ever said she went in the water, though. That's another one. They are all delusional. What about Stephen Stearns talking to his father saying he might get out of prison? Absolutely delusional. True Crime Wifey says, Veterans Day Parade is my favorite in Tallahassee. The community really comes together. We need more marching bands. We have a lot. We should have a meeting tonight. I have to go at 6. I hope it's the final meeting. You're just relaying info. Don't have to agree. No, we don't. But thank you for doing it. Lanier is pretty large. I'm looking through. I'm sorry. 3 major rivers. Three major rivers, Flint, the Chattahoochee, and the Apalachicola, all feed into Lake Lanier. Decades of water wars. Yep, they have. Nobody knows. It's gone. I mean, I don't know why you would take the phone, leave his wallet. It's like these men that kill women. It's like Crystal Rogers. They kill her, but leave her purse in the car. They always leave the purse behind. Shanann Watts, too, left the purse in the house with the phone. That girl was not leaving her phone behind. Of all the people and all the murders in all the world, Shanann Watts was not leaving her phone behind. She was on her phone all the time. She was making videos of herself constantly. So Melody allegedly kills Gary, leaves his wallet, or takes his wallet because she takes a credit card out of it, puts the wallet someplace, takes the phone, loses the phone. We don't know where the phone is, and a travel CPAP, but leaves his car. It's just piss poor planning on her part. Spacey Dove. Yes, it could be banned, but they're not going to ban it. They're not going to ban it. That ship sailed. Enhancements. Thank you. That's the word. Thank you. Is it possible juries didn't pick up on the lies during our interrogation? Yeah, of course. Jury going over 5 different charges, almost like 5 little trials. I still don't understand how Charlie Adelson's testimony of anything Donna could have said in testimony doesn't nullify Charlie's complaint of Rashbaum's conflict for not having Donna as a witness. Because you make sense. That's why you can't understand it. Ufferman, although according to all of his peers, very talented, is still throwing something against the wall, hoping it'll stick. I mean, that's all he has. All he has is that conflict. You on Facebook for Marketplace. So does Scott, my business partner. So does Erica, who just came in down there to sell stuff and get stuff. She brought in CVS bags. What are you doing? Taking pictures? Hold on 1 second. I'm going to give her something. Hold on. I have some white to put down there, or do you want the wood? I have hold on 1 second. You might have to tape it down with moving tape, but so you don't have a shadow when you do it. There's different colors. Like something behind it. Photography. I can't do anything because I'm on YouTube. But I'll just do it right there. There you go. Thanks. But you're going to have to scoot down when you take the picture. You're going to have to be low to the ground. Here I am giving photographic advice. You want to lift everything up. Yeah, I'm putting it in. Over the weekend, another YouTube channel who thinks Scott is guilty put out a lengthy video over the weekend. I hope no juror broke the rules and watched it. Yeah, someone sent it to me and I watched 30 seconds. And as soon as he started saying that the forensics wasn't full, I'm like, first of all, unless you're a forensic technician and law enforcement, you're just supposing again. And Megan, the prosecutor, explained it in closing arguments that they didn't find any blood, so there was nothing to test in the barn. But it's just, I honestly think people want to just have something to say. I do. And I'll go back to this Richard Allen BS for the Delphi. I mean, there is, ooh, man, someone on, it's called the Defense Diaries on Twitter. I mean, it is enraging. It's enraging what they say about families, it's just enraging. I don't know how these families tolerate it. I really don't. I just don't know how they tolerate it. Norma says, you left out schoolwork, serving on boards, helping with projects, parade, radio show. Yeah, I did. Thank you, Norma. But like I said, if I sat and thought about my entire schedule for the day, every day, I wouldn't. It would be overwhelming even for me. And then it's so funny when someone like my spouse, Chris, will say, you have time. Really don't. No, Patty, you have time. If you would just help me with this one thing. I'm like, I'm so sorry, but I don't. Good morning, Linda. How are you? Oh, on your computer. My husband had that happen once. He called me. So it just so happened we had a Dell computer at the time, and we put in for help. We felt he must have been something that there was some sort of cookie in the background that knew this, but he put in called Dell or needed something from the help desk for Dell. A few minutes later, he got a call, and the guy saying he was from Dell, and that he needed his information. And Chris gave him some information, but not everything. And then the guy, he did one of those blackmail thing, like we're locking your computer down and pay us $5,000. So Chris called me and he goes, Patty, they've locked my computer. They want $5,000. And I was like, oh, cool. So I drove home. It's 5 minutes away. So I drove home and the guy was on the phone still with Chris. He's still on the phone with him, which is the dumbest criminal move you can do. But anyway, still on the phone with him. So I take the phone and I said, and he's like, I want $5,000 and I will release your phone. I was like, no, what's going to happen is I'm going to unplug this computer. I'm going to take out the hard drive. I'm going to smash it into 17 million pieces. And I'm going to plug in a new computer, but I'm not paying you. And he was like, yes, you are paying. I said, no. And it disconnected and we didn't pay him. But I always have a backup computer ready to go. So. I have people I text all the time that I hardly know. I mean, if people looked at my phone, even just with people from YouTube, I don't know you. We've never met, but we text. He got it. We thought we got him out. The next day I caught him on it again. I quickly shut down the computer. He got in your computer. I don't know. I just don't see another trial to cover. It's holidays and Christmas. I don't know what court TV is going to do. Just play the Menendez murders, I guess. Is Melody Walker related to Eileen Wuornos? Oh, that was one sick, twisted witch. Like, I can't watch her videos. That Monica here in town that helped with Luis Rivera and is a PI and knows Tim Jansen. She was on STS quite a bit. She worked with Eileen Wuornos. No, can't do it. If a dude has to tell you he's safe, run. I know. Thank you, Doris. You called McAfee about your renewal. The number I called was the hacker. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. So easy to do, too. It costs to keep a website going. That's what I was going to tell you. This website, because you can go into and inspect the HTML. The security license or certification was only like October 13th, 2024. So Debbie says, years ago, I met a man on a dating site. He was an engineer at Fleet in Fort Erie. They built planes, dated him for a few years, and he moved in with you, but no more. Bless your heart. Report the website to the state attorney general. I am going to, and plus he's calling himself an engineer and he's not. So that's a licensure issue too. So it'll have to go to DBPR first. Patty, you pop up in another Jibs and Jabs. I'm on the market. Really? There's another one? Jibs, is there another one? Oh, is that the one with Wendy? So funny. I thought it was funny. Oh, that's one. Yeah, let me play it for you. I think it's funny. Hopefully, Jibs won't give me a copyright. Give me a copyright problem. Here's Jibs and Jab. Can't hear it. Thank you. I'll start it again. Just a second. Somebody came up and said, I'm going to take it off and put it back on. The sound is kind of distorted, but I'll do it again. So someone asked about that website I was doing. Debbie, I think, said, so someone paid for a website. I do delete my calendar entries. I do. Where is it? About that website. Hold on one second. So I think it was Debbie Martin said someone pays for a website that they don't use. Do you know how much I pay for my website on GoDaddy? I have 2 websites I maintain. I do it myself. Do you know how much I pay? $300 a year. That's it. And if you're going to make thousands off of somebody, maybe more, and you're doing it to multiple people, I mean, we're assuming for a second that, let me take this down for a second. We're assuming for a second that this website is just contacting one person. We're assuming that this website is actually a guy. We don't know. We're assuming that this website is just one little, which usually, if you use a copyright, you have a copyright. They're not using copyright. It doesn't say from GoDaddy. It doesn't say anything. It does give a little clue here on Facebook. You know, that there was some layouts. I forget where I found it. But the certificate, the security certificate is only October 13th. Here it is, security, right here. October 15th. That's it. So he just built this. He just built the website. That's it. So when I called her and I was like, give me your website. And I called her and I'm like, what day did you meet this guy online? She's like, what did she say? I think she said it was like October 27th, Sunday. I'm like, well, dear, his website's only been up for 2 weeks. And she's like, get out. I'm like, get out. Get out. And even as smart as she is, even as smart as whatever, it still took her time to wrap her mind around that people go to such an extreme to scam you. And they do. They're probably in like Uzbekistan or somewhere. No offense to any Uzbekistanis, but true. There are people who sit at computer all day, and all they do is build these type of websites. So much so, they teach a class in how to figure it out. You know what I mean? Shocking. So much so, there's an entire agency with the federal government to crack these and find out what's wrong. Yes, people will spend minuscule amounts of money because in the big picture, $300 is not much. And they have all their little like forced labor, we'll call it, to maintain them and continue to scam or take it down and rebuild it as something else. And absolutely. These are just icons that you find on Canva. It's just so poorly placed and worded and the whole thing. It's just not real. So yes, people will spend all the money they can to scam you. If they make 10 grand off of you and they've spent $300 to build a website, who wins? Sorry. $300 is nothing. Please be careful when you click on anyone's website or click any links in an email, because this is the shit that happens. So, okay, let me do this again. I'm going to go back to
Hi, I'm One Dress Wendy, and the Whale Harbor House is on the market for $1.1 million. I want to discuss my new line of multifunctional decor. Let's begin in the living room. This large open space with a fantastic view of the pool can be used for small family gatherings to entertaining large groups. This house has hosted many fiestas. In case you didn't know, fiesta means party in Spanish. Do you speak Spanish? Because I'm the only person that can speak fluent Spanish from my family. I just wanted to throw in that rando fact. Anyhow, during the last fiesta, held here in honor of my brother Charlie, this living room was able to accommodate ATF, FBI, Miami Police, SWAT team, and Tallahassee Police without incident. Well, maybe a minor incident when a SWAT team member got tangled up in the barbed wire, but that's not important. What's important is the display of my art and the library of my precious books. This is my precious library. Since childhood, I've been an avid reader and lover of books. Above the bookcase is a display of my artistic side. I used the photograph of the book I authored, This Is Our Story, in case I didn't mention it. Yes, I'm a published author. My book was forced on many a student, but that's not important. What's important is that I made money. So as I was saying, I used the photograph on the cover of my book and a photograph of my mother Donna's banana bread in a clever way. I began the process of duplicating the pictures, then added many different bright colors, similarly to the Andy Warhol pop art. The only difference is my mother said that my art is a masterpiece and his is crap. Anyway, let's move on to other features of my decor line. This lovely tri-purpose deco basketball arcade game can be used to entertain the kiddos when grandma is away for an extended vacation in a gated community. Plus, it can be used to obstruct the view of any pesky law enforcement or FBI agent attempting to peek through windows. In addition, it can serve as a barricade to block entry through windows and doors. Here is another view of the deco basketball arcade game. As you can observe, the platform is on wheels, making it easy to slide it forward. The heavy-duty positive locking brakes on the wheels means there is actual mechanical engagement on the wheel tread to ensure it holds. Of course, it won't keep law enforcement out forever, but it will sure delay their ability for a quick, forcible entry. Once the deco basketball arcade game is placed into position, lock the wheels by stepping on the brake arm, and you are done. Let's move on to the sunroom with a spectacular view of the pool. As you can see, the sunroom has wall-to-wall puzzle mat foam flooring. This type of flooring is essential to secure your footing in case you need to sprint out the back door. The rando seat placed at an angle has a dual purpose: to relax while reading my book, or when you need to get away, it can serve as a small obstacle to help impede the free flow of a foot pursuit. The master bedroom has a great view of the pool. Warning, please do not open any of the drawers. My brother Charlie keeps many reusable adult toys to mitigate the barrage of complaints due to his performance, or should I say lack of performance. Many of you will be critical of the photograph of the second bedroom located on the third floor, especially this woman who will criticize the placement of the bed and sofa, but you see, she is not a visionary. If she was a visionary, she would see the dual function of a sofa. In her mind, a sofa is used for sitting and lounging. But I am an outside-the-box thinker. When a sofa is placed correctly, it can be used as a form of barrier or barricade. Plus, the addition of the floor lamp in the corner can be used to wedge all the furniture together and prevent intruders from taking you into custody. The backyard should be kept free and clear of furniture that can impede a quick exit. Lastly, keep your boat fueled and ready to go. For more information on my evasion of apprehension home decor line, you can find me at One Dress Wendy. Thank you for your time.
Where is that? Somebody sent me the preliminary hearing from Melody, and now I
What
can't
is
find
this?
it. Somebody's. I'm trying to find an email. Sorry. Where did I put it? I have to find it. Talk amongst yourself while I look for this. They literally just sent it and I can't find it. What's a local news station up there? Hold on. It was WSB. Hold on. Couldn't have deleted it. Nope, maybe not WSB. Who sent it to me? Let's see. I know someone sent it to me and I can't find it. Whoever sent it to me, if you guys could resend to me, it's Melody Walker Farris's preliminary hearing, 2019. I don't see it, and I know it was sent. I thought I responded back. Don't you hate when you can't find an email? Don't understand me some days. It's not even a big email. No idea where it went. Is this it? Hold on. No, that's not it. It's the entire preliminary hearing. If anyone sent it to me, if you could resend it. WSB. WSB. That's what I have, but I can't find it. I thought I responded back saying, hey, I'm going to play it. Now I can't. No luck. Bling, here is hoping you have a speedy recovery and heal well. Man, that size of those comments is pretty large. I guess that's good. Look incent. It did look incent. I only used one for this though. I don't think the other. Let me see if they would have sent to my. Hold on. No, they didn't send to my business email. Mm-mm. Your website development, I know. Carolyn, what the is the jury doing in there? Get me in there. I'll move it along. I like Wendy's long nose. Patty, Wendy is calling you out for criticizing her for her bad home decorating. Patty, when did you get that blouse? I'd look good in it as you do. I got it over the summer. Hey, Bling. Shoulder surgeries tomorrow. I'll be praying for you. I know. It was really nice to be included in that with my head. I don't know what. I'm still looking for that hearing. Mm-mm. Pretty sure it was WSB, but I can't find it. These are all too old. Mm-mm. I don't delete my trash. So I don't know. Hate that. Hate when I can't find something. It had to have been in like, what was it, 2019? Mm-mm. It was WSB, June 19th, 2019. They had the hearing. There's a TikTok for it. I'm still looking, going back in YouTube world. They have a channel. Hold on. You tried to find the probable cause, right? There is nothing. Oh, she sent it to my Facebook. I'm not insane. Hold on 1 second. Thank you. Let me get it. Thank you. I'm not insane. I couldn't find it in my email. Feel so much better about my life right now. Doobie. Ta-da. Bless your heart. Thank you. Oh, that's the video I had. Fun. I just thought it was longer than that. This is the one I found after mentioning it today. Thank you. Hold on. Let me bring the Facebook thing over. Let me know if you can't hear it. Hold on. It's 2 minutes and 25. Let me see if you have a problem.
Madam Reporter, you ready?
Yes, sir.
You'll call your case, please?
Yes, Judge. Judge, this is the state of Georgia versus Melody Walker Farris. Magistrate warrant number 19 MW 1937 and clerk number 19 PI 0937 DC. Your Honor, we are here for a preliminary hearing. The affidavit for arrest alleges 3 counts. Count 1 being a violation of OCGA section 16-5-1, murder with malice between July 3rd, 2018 and July 5th, 2018 at 2155 Purcell Lane, Alpharetta, in the county of Cherokee, Georgia, for that Melody Farris did knowingly and intentionally with malice aforethought caused the death of Gary Farris when she shot Gary Farris multiple times with a .380 caliber firearm. Count 2 alleges a violation of OCGA section 16-5-21A2, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon between July 3rd, 2018 and July 5th, 2018 at 2155 Purcell Lane in Cherokee County, Georgia. It alleges that Melody Farris did make an assault upon the person of Gary Farris with an object, a .380 caliber firearm, which when used offensively against another person is likely to result in serious bodily injury. To wit, Melody Farris did shoot Gary Farris multiple times with a .380 caliber firearm. And count 3 alleges a violation of OCGA section 16-10-31, concealing the death of another. It alleges that between July 3rd, 2018 and July 5th, 2018 at 2155 Purcell Lane, Alpharetta, and Cherokee County, Georgia, that Melody Farris knowingly and intentionally concealed the death of Gary Farris when she burned his body in a fire to hinder the discovery of whether or not Gary Farris was unlawfully killed. Judge, may I approach with the warrant, please? Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Ray, I assume since you're sitting closer to me that you're going to be taking lead in this?
Yes,
Very good. Opening statements from you.
one way.
Very good. Back to you.
Judge, state away vote.
You ready to call your first witness?
I am, Judge. The state has one witness for today's hearing, and that is Detective Daniel Hayes.
Okay, very good. Mr. Ray, how many witnesses for your side?
We likely won't have any witnesses from our side, Judge.
Very good. Back to you.
Thank you, Judge.
You'll swear him?
Yes, Judge. Sir, if you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat, and if you could, speak up and tell us your name, sir.
Detective Daniel Hayes
And Detective Hayes, where do you currently work?
for the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office
How long have you worked for the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office?
since January of 2007.
Are you assigned to any particular unit or division?
I am CID.
Okay, and what does CID stand for?
It's the Criminal Investigation Division
How long have you worked with Criminal Investigations Division?
since April of 2012.
And are you a certified law enforcement officer?
I am.
And currently, what are your job duties with CID?
I work crimes against persons.
And when you say you mean you work crimes against persons, what do you do or how do you work those cases?
I focus on murders, aggravated assaults, armed robberies, rapes, things along those lines.
And were you working in your present capacity with the Criminal Investigations Division back in July of 2018?
I was.
And could you tell the court, how did you get involved in this case?
Another detective and I were actually in a vehicle listening to the radio. I believe we were traveling back from lunch and heard the radio call come out that some remains, a body had been found in a fire.
And did you respond to any location?
I did.
And where did you respond to?
2155 Purcell Lane.
And is that located in Cherokee County?
It is.
And do you recall the date that you responded there?
It's July the 5th of 2018.
Could you describe that property for the court?
When I arrived, I noticed it was a large and expansive property, appeared to be probably 10 acres at the time. Long driveway splits. To the left, it leads to the main house. In the center of the split is kind of a pasture and a pond. To the right is a barn.
And is this somewhat of like a working farm, did it appear?
Yeah, like a hobby farm.
And the barn, well, let me ask you this. How many residences were located on this property?
2.
Okay, where are those residences located?
There's the main house that was located to the left. On top of the barn is a live-in apartment on the right.
And why did you respond to that home on July 5th?
There was a 911 call that stated that someone was missing and they had found what they believed to be remains in the fire.
And based upon the initial dispatch, was there any belief or report that this may have been an accidental situation?
Yes.
And was there any person whose remains were suspected to be in the fire?
Yes.
Who was that?
Gary Farris.
And could you describe Gary Farris physically?
He was described to me as being very large, 6'4" to 6'5", approximately 300 to 350 pounds.
And how old was Mr. Farris?
58 years old.
And do you know how he was employed through your investigation?
Yes, he was a commercial real estate attorney.
And what was Mr. Gary Farris's connection to this property at 2155 Purcell Lane?
He was the owner of the property and he lived on the property.
Was anybody else living on the property in July of 2018 with Mr. Gary Farris?
Yes.
Who lived there?
His wife, Melody Farris, and his son, Scott Farris.
And where did Scott Farris, his son, live on that property?
Scott lived in the apartment above the barn.
And could you describe that barn for the court?
The lower level was horse stalls. It had a storage area where they kept saddles and other equipment, feed. There's cleaning areas. and then on top, the top level of the barn was the apartment.
How far is that barn located from the main home?
I would estimate 150 to 200 yards.
Do you know how long Mr. Gary Farris had been married to Melody Farris?
Approximately 38 years.
And did you have the opportunity through your investigation to meet with Melody Farris?
I did.
Do you see her present in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you describe where she's seated by an article of clothing?
Yeah, she's sitting at the defense table in an orange shirt.
Judge, if the record would reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
So noted.
Thank you, Judge. Could you describe for the court the main residence or the main home on this property?
It was a large home, 3 levels with a full finished basement.
And who lived in the main home?
That would be Gary and Melody Farris.
Was the defendant and Gary Farris, were they the only 2 people to live in that main house?
Correct. That is correct.
And could you describe for us how the defendant and the victim, Gary Farris, lived in that home on Purcell Lane?
Gary occupied the basement. In the basement, he had a bedroom. There was a bar area and a living area. So that was his main floor. And then Melody lived on the main floor of the home where the master bedroom, the kitchen, and everything else was.
Through your investigation, do you know then if whether they shared a bedroom or not, Mr. and Mrs. Farris?
They did not share a bedroom to sleep.
And do you know how long Mr. Gary Farris and the defendant lived this way, where he's living in the basement and she lives in the main portion or the main 2 floors of the home?
A good portion of their marriage is my understanding, but for the entirety of the time they lived in this residence.
And so I'm clear, where is Mr. Gary Farris's bedroom in July of 2018?
In the basement.
Does the defendant and Mr. Gary Farris, do they have, you mentioned Scott, do they have any other biological children?
They did.
How many other children?
3.
And who were they or who are they? And do you know where they were living in July of 2018?
Chris Farris living in Atlanta. Emily Farris Payne living in Thompson Station, Tennessee, and Amanda Farris, who lives in Flowery Branch, Georgia.
Do you recall about what time you responded to this location in Cherokee County on July 5th?
It was just afternoon.
And do you recall what the weather conditions were?
Very hot, dry, and sunny.
And when you had arrived, were there already first responders or law enforcement on scene?
There were
Other than first responders or law enforcement, who was at that home when you arrived?
Melody Farris, Scott Farris, Amanda Farris, her fiance, Chad Bruce.
And are you aware whether there were any children who were present on the property on July 5th?
I was later made aware of 2 young children that were there, yes.
And when you say 2 young children, do you have an idea about how old those children were at the time?
They were under 16.
And what was the relationship, do you know, of those children to Gary Farris?
One was a biological grandchild, the other being the daughter of Chad Bruce, similar to a grandchild.
And where were suspected remains located on the property?
They were found in a burn pile behind the house.
Could you describe that burn pile and the area surrounding it for the court?
The burn pile was very large, appeared to have been well established. I estimate 15 to 18 feet in circumference. The center of the burn pile to be 3 to 5 feet high.
How do you know that that burn pile appeared to be well established?
Just by looking at it, when I got on scene, you could tell several fires had been burned there. Later throughout the investigation, while we were digging through the pile looking for evidence, you could see the different layers from where over time different fires had been burned in different stages of ash.
And you had said that this burn pile was behind the home. About how far was the burn pile from the home?
I'd estimate 50 to 75
Leaders
yards.
found this woman you
Is
see
it-
right here.
Is the burn pile visible from the main home?
It is.
And what are the closest exits or entrances to the main home from the burn pile?
Off the side of the basement, there is a sliding door that leads from the main living area of the basement, and there's also some French style doors that lead from Mr. Farris's office.
And was that office located in the basement as well?
It was.
And when law enforcement responded to this residence on July 5th of last year, what was the temperature of the burn pile?
I believe it was 230 degrees Fahrenheit.
And how is it that you know it was 230 degrees Fahrenheit at the time law enforcement responded?
Well, because of the nature of the incident and fire being involved, fire investigators responded, and they have equipment that measures temperature.
Was it hot to the touch?
Very hot, still smoking.
And where were the remains discovered on this burn pile?
I describe it as the front third of the burn pile, nearest the house.
Were these remains, were they recovered?
They were.
Could you describe for the court generally how these remains were recovered?
We requested the assistance through the GDI of a forensic anthropologist to come out and assist our crime scene unit from the sheriff's office, where they photographed, mapped, documented, eventually collected. After what was visible and large enough to pick up by hand was collected, the remaining ashes of the fire were sifted to find any small fragments of evidence, sifted down far enough until nothing was being found for several hours.
And you had mentioned that the GDI was requested. Who was the forensic anthropologist who was involved?
Dr. Alice Gooding.
And you had previously described Mr. Farris's weight and height. Do you know approximately how much of human remains were recovered from this burn pile?
It was about 30 pounds.
And what happened with those remains?
They were taken to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab to be analyzed.
And were those remains eventually identified?
They were.
How were they identified?
A forensic odontologist was called in to do a dental comparison.
And based upon this comparison by the forensic odontologist, whose remains were recovered from that burn pile on July 5th of 2018 at 2155 Purcell Lane?
Gary Farris.
When first responders initially responded to this residence, was there a general belief that this in fact may have been accidental?
Yes.
Could you tell the court about that?
It was a very hot, dry day. We knew that the victim was burning fire. It's not uncommon for this time of the year, or that time of the year, for people to suffer from heat strokes. So the general consensus before we got to the scene and laid eyes on it was it could have been accidental, where he had a medical condition or a medical episode and fell into the fire.
After seeing the conditions of those remains on the burn pile, was there still a belief by law enforcement at the time that this death may have been accidental?
No.
Why not?
The condition of the remains and how badly burned they were, and the position that they were located in the fire.
Was there any evidence that was collected on July 5th of 2018 connected to those remains that led you to suspect that a crime had occurred?
Yes.
What evidence?
I believe it was on July the 3rd, a bullet was found lodged in a rib bone that was recovered out of the fire.
And you had just said the date, July 3rd.
I believe it was July 3rd when the initial, July 5th.
Okay, when you responded that day?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's no problem. And you had said it was lodged in what part of the body?
In a rib bone.
And so was that something that law enforcement learned while you all were out there on scene processing
Yes.
this crime scene? Okay. Was there a firearm that was located anywhere near, on, or in that burn pile?
No.
Is the fact that there wasn't a firearm located anywhere in or near that burn pile, is that significant to you?
It is.
How so?
If it were believed that Gary was suicidal and this possibly could have been a suicide, then I would expect a firearm to be found near him. Even if the firearm had been consumed by the fire, the metal parts of it would have been located.
And so just to make sure I'm clear, was there a firearm or pieces of a firearm found in or around the burn pile?
No.
The bullet that you had described in the remains, was that collected?
It was.
And was that submitted to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
It was.
Was the main residence on that property, was it searched by the police?
It was.
About when was it searched?
We started that afternoon of July the 5th, and it lasted several days.
Was the finished basement in which Mr. Farris lived, was that searched as well?
It was,
Was anything found in that basement?
yes.
What was found in the basement where Mr. Farris lived?
The main piece of evidence we found in that basement was a spent projectile bullet in the floor.
Where was that found, that bullet?
It was near a chair and a rug in the living area on the floor.
Was that bullet collected as evidence?
It was,
And was it submitted to the GBI for examination?
it was.
Has there been any report issued by the GBI regarding any forensic biological evidence
Yes.
on that bullet?
There has.
And what was the GBI's findings in that report?
Observable by the human eye, you could see flesh and blood on that bullet. It was analyzed biologically and for DNA, and that DNA matched the DNA of Gary Farris.
What's the suspected caliber of the firearm that was used to shoot Mr. Farris?
We have recently learned the suspected caliber's a 38.
Okay, and how do you know that it's a suspected 38 caliber?
The bullet that I just spoke of after it was tested by biology was tested by firearms.
And now you said that you had recently learned this. How recent?
Within the last week and a half now.
And your warrant says that it was a .380 caliber firearm that was used to kill the victim. Can you explain when you learned that it was actually this .38 caliber?
The caliber was initially suspected to be a .380 based off of the first bullet recovered from the rib bone, which was tested within a few weeks of the case starting. And because it had been involved in the fire and had impacted a bone, it appears that it was deformed so badly that they believed it to be a .380. Once we were able to get the other bullet that was more intact tested, but based off the weight and the diameter, they determined it to be a .38 instead of .380. Both are still subject to peer review.
And was any biological evidence found in the basement in connection with this case?
Yes.
What was found?
Drops of blood.
And where were drops of blood found in the basement?
On the basement floor near the stairs.
And when you say drops of blood, how much are we talking?
Very little that was visible to the human eye. Just a few drops here or there staying on the carpet.
Where were these drops of blood in relation to the bullet that was recovered and examined that was found in the basement?
Just a few feet away in the same room.
Was this suspected blood evidence, was it collected?
It was.
And what, if anything, was done with that evidence?
We swabbed the blood and sent it to the GBI crime lab to be tested for DNA.
And has there been any reports issued regarding those drops of blood?
There have.
And what are the conclusions or findings of those reports?
It matched the DNA of Gary Farris.
Were the first and second floors of that main residence where the defendant lived, were they searched as well?
They were.
And what, if anything, was found in a portion of the home where the defendant lived?
We located more drops of blood at the top of the stairs that lead down to the basement, as well as on the stairs. We also located some blood that was in the hamper on some clothing we believe belonged to the defendant. 2 pairs of shoes, one that was recently laundered, one that had visible blood on it that belonged to the defendant. Some washcloths and towels were also taken that with some dark stains we thought might be blood.
Okay, let's kind of take these one at a time. You had first testified that there was some blood evidence at the top of the stairs leading into the basement.
Correct.
Could you describe for the board where the stairs lead from the basement up to the main part of the home? What rooms would you be in?
You come into kind of a foyer area where you end up, you can see the kitchen, the dining, the formal dining area, a study on the other side.
And was the GBI involved in any way in the collection of any of the blood evidence?
Yes.
And was the GBI involved in the collection of blood evidence at the top of the stairs?
Yes.
Could you tell us how was the GBI involved?
The GBI got involved because we needed assistance in using chemicals to try to identify more blood that was possibly cleaned up.
And when you say using chemicals to identify blood, what are you referring to specifically?
The exact chemical we used, the brand name is Blue Star. It's similar to luminol, which is the more common name.
And was Blue Star used to determine or to observe any blood evidence or suspected blood evidence?
Yes.
And what did Blue Star reveal when it was used in this case?
Blue Star, once you spray it on an area where you suspect blood to have been, you use you turn the lights out and use an alternate light source, and it illuminates, it glows a blue color, and we observed several more areas of blood.
And were those suspected blood evidence using Blue Star, was that documented?
It was.
How was it documented?
You can photograph it.
And so let me ask you this too. When you spoke with witnesses in this case, were those generally audio recorded?
Yes.
And were they made part of your case file or put into evidence?
Yes.
And how about photographs such as these? If there's photographs that have been taken as a part of this case, have those photographs been made part of your case file and put into evidence at the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
You had mentioned that there was some clothing that was suspected to belong to the defendant, Mrs. Farris. How do you know that they belonged or you suspected them to belong to her?
They were located in her closet, and based off of the size of everyone that lived on scene, they were obviously didn't belong to Scott or Gary.
And why was that clothing collected?
I found a T-shirt in the hamper that had what appeared to be some ash on it and blood. Also, a pair of shoes I found on the bottom of them. You could tell someone had stepped on a drop of blood.
And when you say you could tell that somebody had stepped on a drop of blood, how was that you could tell that?
When I turned it over, you could tell that the blood had been squished out, basically, like you'd step on a piece of gum.
And were these items collected?
They were.
And was the suspected blood on these articles of clothing, was that submitted to the GBI for examination?
It was.
And do you know what the results are of these things that were suspected blood on the defendant's shirt and shoes?
I do.
And what are those results, sir?
The DNA matched Melody Farris.
And when we're talking about the blood on the clothing, could you tell us or describe the amount of blood that was visible to you on the clothing?
It was just a small spot, almost like a single drop or two had impacted the shirt, and then the cotton had absorbed it.
And you had mentioned that there were some towels or washcloths that were collected as well.
Correct.
Where were those collected from?
From the laundry room area,
And why were they collected?
they had there was a large amount of towels, and they had what other investigators described to me as dark stains on them. So they were collected just to be later tested for to see if it was blood on those.
Okay, and were they in fact tested by
They
the
were.
GBI? And what were the results or conclusions of the GBI as it pertains to the towels and the washcloths?
They were negative for blood.
Let me ask you this, the kitchen area where the blood was, or their suspected blood from using Blue Star, who utilized that kitchen area in the home?
Both Gary and Melody Farris.
Okay, was there a full kitchen in the finished basement?
No.
And was the barn and the apartment above that barn that Scott Farris lived in, was that searched as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was found inside the barn?
Nothing of significance to the case.
Okay, and
In Scott's apartment,
okay,
as far as Scott's apartment goes.
how about the barn itself?
The lower level of the barn, we found ammunition in .380 and .38 special caliber. We also found a .32 revolver, a .32 caliber.
And were those items collected or taken into evidence?
They were.
And where was the .32 caliber pistol and the .38 and .380 ammo in the barn?
There's a entrance to the barn that leads into a storage area that has tack and saddles and just different random things. There, it was found in there on the shelf.
Searching the property, were there any kind of farm implements or tools on this property?
Yes.
And what farm implements were found?
We found there was a Kubota tractor and a Kubota RTV.
And do you recall where the Kubota tractor was found when you all arrived on July 5th, 2018?
It was behind a lean-to type structure pole barn. And it was later described to us that the tractor is usually always parked in that pole barn, but it's found behind it.
So who had provided you with that information?
Multiple people on scene, Scott Farris mainly.
So was it unusual that the tractor was in the location where it was found by the police on July 5th?
Yes.
And how about the RTV? Where was that?
I believe it was near the house when we arrived on scene.
And when we're using the word or the acronym RTV, what are we referring to?
The best I can describe it as a side-by-side utility vehicle that has a utility bed on the back of it.
How many people can ride in that RTV?
Two comfortably, 2 adults.
And were those farm implements, were they processed or searched for evidence?
Yes,
Now I should ask you, the Kubota tractor, did it have any attachments on it?
it did.
What attachments did you observe?
It had a bucket on the front.
And when you say bucket, what do you mean by that?
A bucket like you would see on the front of a bulldozer that you would use to push, move, or scoop things.
And what, if anything, was found on the Kubota tractor?
We found what appeared to be, and we suspected to be blood.
And was anything found on the RTV?
Yes, I believe we found what appeared to be blood on it as well.
Okay. And was this suspected blood evidence on the Kubota tractor and the RTV, was that collected?
Yes,
And has that been submitted to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for testing and examination?
it has.
Do you know what the status of those tests are as it pertains to the Kubota and RTV?
They just confirmed it was human blood. Has been sent for further DNA testing.
And that, is that in progress then,
It is.
the DNA type? Where, in relation to the burn pile, was the Kubota tractor found?
The pole barn type structure that I was describing is over near the main barn on the property, which is 200 to 250 yards away from where the burn pile is.
And you had described previously that the residents, when you pulled up, that there was a common drive and then it splits.
Correct.
Is there a direct route to get from the burn pile to the barn without taking that road that you could see?
You would have to go behind the pond, through the pasture, over some fences, and
Okay, so
not really. No. If you're on foot, you could, but not in a.
was there any evidence found at the burn pile showing that the Kubota tractor was at or near that burn pile at any point?
Yes.
What evidence was found?
Tire tracks, and it appeared the ground around the burn pile for several, if not 50, 60 feet in circumference had been scraped by some sort of instrument.
And so were you or anybody in law enforcement able to observe the actual tires on the Kubota tractor, as well as the tracks that had been seen by the burn pile?
Yes.
And were the tractor tire tread, was that consistent with the track that you had seen at the burn pile?
Yes.
And when you say the ground had been scraped, could you describe what you mean by that, the ground had been scraped?
This area was wooded, where the burn pile was behind the house. So I would have expected to have seen a lot of underbrush and sticks and debris. You could tell that it had been scraped or raked, for lack of better terms, over by something larger than just a hand rake.
Were there any guns found on this property?
Yes.
What types or kinds of guns were found on this property when you all were searching it July 5th and thereafter?
Other than the 32 auto pistol revolver that I mentioned earlier, it was all hunting rifles or shotguns.
Where were those items located?
There was a shotgun located in the basement that was described as belonging to Gary Farris. And then in Scott Farris's apartment were some hunting type rifles.
Was there any firearm capable of shooting a 38 caliber cartridge? Was it found on the property at all?
Nothing we found.
Through the investigation of this case, did you learn that there had been a 38 caliber handgun or firearm on the property?
I learned that there was a firearm there that was described as being a possible 38 caliber.
Okay, who did you learn this from?
Scott Farris.
Could you tell the court what Scott Farris told you as it pertains to a 38 caliber, suspected 38 caliber gun being on the property?
Scott had met with a cable repairman a couple of weeks to a month before July the 5th. The cable guy had to go into the basement to work on the TV or the cable box, and they were looking for the remote. Scott opened a drawer on a piece of furniture down there. In it, he observed what he described and what would commonly be described as a 38 snub-nose revolver.
And when did Scott Farris tell you this during the investigation?
It was the day of July the 5th.
And where was this drawer or chest of drawers located in the basement?
It was in the living room area where the TV was located.
And where in connection then to the bullet and the suspected or the confirmed blood evidence of Gary Farris was it in the basement?
All within a few feet.
Was a pistol or firearm found anywhere on the property that matched that description?
No.
Has a firearm been found yet?
No.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Sure.
Judge, I have provided, prior to the hearing, shown these to Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray, you want to be heard?
Judge, I've already reviewed those commissioners this morning.
Very good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Hayes, I'm showing you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Can you take a look at those exhibits and tell me if you recognize those exhibits?
I do.
How is it that you recognize State's Exhibits 1 through 8?
They're photographs that were taken at the scene.
And about what date were those photographs taken from the scene?
Well, they're labeled as June the 5th on here, but I believe it would be July the 5th.
Okay. And so are these photographs of this property, State's Exhibits 1 through 8, are they fair and accurate depictions of the scenes that they represent?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence State's Exhibits 1 through 8.
Back to you, Mr. Ray.
Okay.
Very good. Very good.
Okay. Judge, the state requests permission to publish.
Sure.
And Judge, the state has asked permission or requests permission to publish by way of the television.
Have you heard?
That's fine, Judge.
Very good. Go ahead.
Judge, would you like the originals?
I'll wait until after your presentation.
Detective, can you see the television screen?
I can.
I'm going to show you first what I've marked and tendered what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 1.
Area.
What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 1?
That's a picture of the main house as you approach it in the driveway.
And on this photograph, where would the front door be located?
You can see the open garage doors. Just to the right of that is the front porch where the front door is.
And now I'm showing you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 2. What's in this photograph that we're looking at?
That's a view from the side of the house.
Can you tell us where the basement is located looking at this photograph?
I can. It's that lower level there. You can see past the hot tub. That's the sliding doors I was describing. And then to the right of that are some French style doors that open and go into the office area.
Okay, so those French style doors on the right hand of the photograph go into which room?
But that's the office area.
And then the sliding doors that you had described, what room do they go into the basement?
That's the living area where the TV and everything's okay.
And then looking at State's Exhibit 2, where is it that Mrs. Farris would reside or live in?
The main level where you see the deck coming out.
I'm now showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And what are we looking at here, sir?
That's the burn pile.
And is this the burn pile at what point during the investigation?
That is right after we had arrived and roped off with crime scene tape the area.
Is this prior to any processing of this bit?
That's correct. We would have just walked up to get a closer view.
And what's in State's Exhibit 4?
Another view of the burn pile from a different perspective.
And let me go back to what is State's Exhibit 2. Do you see the crime scene tape in this?
I do.
Where in relationship to this portion of the home is that burn pile?
Looking at it from this viewpoint, you would walk to the right and enter that crime scene tape. It's about 50 to 75 yards away.
Thank you. And now I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's file, what you're looking at here, sir.
This is after the forensic anthropologists in our crime scene units have begun mapping and the scene.
And what are we looking at? Do you see these red flags?
I do.
What are those?
Those red flags indicate pieces of remains that are visible and identifiable, basically by human eye.
And is this is this where the remains of Mr. Farris were found in on that fire?
Yes.
I'm now showing you State's Exhibit 6. What are we looking at in this photograph?
We're looking at the living room area, and there's a bullet on the floor.
Okay, and if you could describe where that bullet is on the floor in this photograph for us.
If you look at the ottoman, there's a blanket hanging off the ottoman. Follow it down, and the corner of it almost points right to the bullet. You can see a shiny object right on the edge of the carpet.
And is this the finished basement that we've been talking about?
It is.
That Mr. Farris lived?
It is.
And now I'm showing you State's 7. What are we looking at here?
The marker 11 there is marking the bullet in the floor.
And is this the second bullet that had been examined and weighed by the GBI that you were discussing?
Yes.
And now I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 8. What are we looking at here?
That's a picture of the rib bone with the bullet lodged in it that was recovered from the fire.
And is that kind of the copper or maroon object that we see next to the bone?
That's correct.
Judge, would you like me to approach with these photographs for the court?
Please.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Detective, are you familiar with what's referred to as a CPAP machine?
I am.
What does CPAP stand for?
Continuous positive airway pressure.
And through the investigation of this case, have you learned whether Gary Farris used a CPAP machine?
I did.
Who did you learn this from?
Basically, every family member that was interviewed told us at one point or another that Gary required a CPAP to sleep.
And does that include the defendant?
It does.
And why did Mr. Farris require a CPAP machine? Do you know?
He suffered from sleep apnea.
Was the CPAP machine found in this home at 2155 Purcell Lane?
It was.
Where was it found?
On July 5th, in the subsequent couple of days, it was located on a table beside his bed in the basement.
Okay, like a nightstand kind of?
Yeah,
table?
nightstand.
And was that machine ever collected as evidence?
It was.
When was it collected in relationship to July 5th when you all began the search and response in this case?
I don't recall an exact date, but we had released the scene and over the next several days talking about things that we might have we might need to go back and do. We determined that that would be a good item to collect, so we wrote another search warrant and went back.
And where was the CPAP machine collected from when you went back?
It had been put away and placed into the closet.
In a closet in the basement?
Correct.
And why was it that the CPAP machine was collected by law enforcement?
Why was it?
Yes, sir.
We learned from other people who had knowledge of CPAP machines that the technology nowadays allows them to record data.
And what kind of data they recorded?
Not only when the device is put into use, how long it's used, what days it's used, but it's my understanding it can also tell the doctor, breathing conditions and stuff like that.
And was there data recovered from the CPAP machine that was collected from this home?
It was.
And do you know, in regards to a time frame or time span, how much data the CPAP machine had retained?
Several weeks to a month is what I recall seeing the results for.
And based upon the recorded data from Gary Farris's CPAP machine, how often did he utilize this machine when he slept at night?
Every time.
Every night?
Every night.
Based upon a review of the recorded data in this case, when was the last night that those records show that Mr. Gary Farris utilized that to go to sleep that night?
July the 2nd into July the 3rd of 2018.
Was there any evidence that Gary Farris ever put on the CPAP machine on the night of July 3rd going into July 4th?
No.
Were the victim's remains examined by the GBI medical examiner's office?
They were.
And was there a report issued regarding the cause of death?
There was.
And what is the cause of death in this case according to the GBI report?
They ruled it as a gunshot wound to the torso.
And what is the manner of death as articulated by the GBI in that report?
Homicide.
Based upon your investigation and interviews conducted, who was the last person to see the victim, Gary Farris, alive?
Melody Farris.
And who did you learn this from, that it was Melody Farris who had last seen Gary Farris alive?
From Melody Farris.
Do you recall about when she told you she had last seen Mr. Farris?
It was the evening of July the 3rd, between 8 and 8:30 p.m.
And what did she tell you about where she had seen Mr. Farris at that time?
It's on the main level of the home near the study and kitchen area where they were having a brief conversation.
Okay, and what did she tell you about the brief conversation?
Gary was inquiring about what was going to be had for dinner that night. She had told him that there were plenty of leftovers and that she did not intend to make anything new. And at one point, she reminded Gary not to leave the fire unattended.
And is where she describes this conversation between 8 and 8:30 on July 3rd, is that in the general area or next to the area where the suspected blood evidence using Blue Star?
Yes, within feet.
Other than the defendant, Mrs. Farris, are there any other witnesses who spoke with law enforcement who saw Mr. Farris on the afternoon or evening of July 3rd?
Yes.
Who?
Chris Farris.
Where is it that Chris Farris tells law enforcement that he sees his father, Gary Farris, on July 3rd?
He states that he has a conversation with Gary in the driveway of the residence at approximately 6 p.m.
And why was it that Chris Farris was at the property around 6 p.m. on July 3rd?
Chris was in the area because he was dropping one of his daughters off at a friend's house that lived nearby so they could visit and have a sleepover. So he stopped by to speak with Gary.
And did Chris make any statements to law enforcement about his father, Gary Farris, and the fire or the burn pile?
Yeah, he stated that his dad was in the process of gathering sticks and things to throw on the fire, or on the burn pile.
So based upon witness statements in this case, including Melody Farris and Chris Farris, who started the fire at the burn pile on July 3rd?
It's believed to be Gary Farris.
And do we have an exact time of when the fire was started on July 3rd?
We do not.
Who was on the property when Gary Farris is last seen by Melody Farris, the defendant, between 8 and 8:30 on July 3rd?
Just Melody and Gary.
And how do you know that?
Based off of Melody's statements that no one else was on the property with him.
And you had mentioned that there was a discussion in the kitchen about the fire. Do you remember specifically what the defendant had said or discussed with Gary Farris about the fire or attending to it?
Just told him to not leave it unattended, that he had to stay up and watch it.
After this conversation, between 8 and 8:30 on July 3rd, what happened between the defendant and Mr. Farris, do you recall? Or Mrs. Farris?
Gary Farris went back into the basement, from my understanding. Ms. Farris describes that fireworks were going off in the area because of the proximity to the 4th of July. So not only were her animals inside the house, which included a few small dogs, animals outside, such as horses, were having a hard time with the explosions in there.
And so when you say they were having a hard time with the fireworks or explosions in the air, how were they having a hard time?
Melody told me that horses were getting out of the fence and she was having to go corral them and put them back.
And did she do anything in regards to corralling these animals or trying to get these animals?
Yeah, she was able to get them and put them back into the fence.
At any point, does Scott Farris arrive back at 2155 Purcell Lane on July 3rd?
He does?
Do you know where Scott Farris was located that evening? We've talked about Chris being on the property around 6 o'clock, and that by 8 o'clock, there are only Gary Farris and the defendant on the property. Where was Scott Farris during this time frame of July 3rd?
Scott was at the lake with some of his friends, Lake Lanier, I believe.
And was there a time when he came home on the night of July 3rd?
There was.
And when you said that he was with friends through the investigation of this case, did you speak with folks who corroborated Scott Farris's whereabouts on the afternoon and evening of July 3rd?
Yes.
Let me ask you about Chris Farris. Do you know when he left the property the night of July 3rd?
I don't know an exact time, but I believe from everyone's statements, including Melody's and Chris's, that he was there just for a brief period.
Is there any evidence through the investigation of this case that Chris Farris returned to the property between the night of July 3rd and the afternoon of July 4th?
No.
And similarly, as I'd asked with Scott Farris, is there any investigation into corroborating his whereabouts during this time frame?
Yes.
What was undertaken to corroborate his whereabouts?
Cell phone records.
When was it that Scott Farris came home on July 3rd?
It was around 11 p.m.
And why did he come home at that time?
Melody had called him earlier in the night, telling him that horses were getting out and she needed help with animals. And he had told her that he would be leaving the lake soon to come home.
And who told you this?
Both Scott and Melody.
They both described to you her calling her son to come back to the property.
Yes.
And what was the reason as to why?
The reason was to help with the animals that were not responding to the fireworks very well, getting out.
What, if anything, did Scott Farris tell you or someone in law enforcement about when he got home the night of the 3rd?
When Scott got home, he went to his apartment over the barn. He states that he could see the fire burning across the pond. He calls his mom. He calls Melody.
Do you know about what time he called the defendant?
Just after 11, not long after he got home. I don't recall the exact time.
When he got back to the property, did he tell you if in fact the animals were out?
He said that they were not at the time.
Okay, so did he even help his mom put the animals up according to
No,
their statements?
No, they never physically saw each other that evening.
And this call at 11 o'clock at night, has that been corroborated by some sort of other evidence other than just the witness's statements?
Yes.
What evidence has corroborated this call?
Cell phone records.
During the investigation of this case, then, did you speak with the defendant?
I did.
How many times did you speak with her?
Approximately 3 times, I believe.
And are they recorded interviews?
They are.
And how are they recorded?
In this case, I utilized a handheld digital voice recorder.
During your conversation with the defendant, was there any discussion with her about how she felt about Gary Farris burning or starting fires?
Starting fires. Yes, she did not like him burning fires.
Why did she tell you she didn't like him starting or burning fires?
At a previous residence, he caught the woods on fire. At the current residence they had lived in, he caught the basement on fire, they believe, with a cigarette, either thrown into the trash and dropped.
And how long before that was that fire where he had caught this current house on fire? Do you recall?
I believe it was about 2 years.
Through your interview with her, did she appear concerned then about the fact that there was a fire on July 3rd?
She stated she was.
Did she tell you about what she did after that 11 o'clock phone call with her son, Scott Farris, on the night of July 3rd?
She went to bed.
And what did Mr. Scott Farris tell you about what he did after that phone call?
He went to bed as well.
Based on their statements, had either of them physically seen Gary Farris the night of July 3rd?
They have not.
Did either of them report going to the burn pile or seeing the fire around or after that, around the time of that call or afterwards?
No.
When you spoke with the defendant in this case, was there a conversation about finances and who controlled finances in the relationship between Gary Farris and the defendant?
Yes.
Could you tell the court about that conversation, or who was it that was in charge of finances?
Melody stated that Gary was in charge of the finances, and even said that she didn't even have a debit card in her name. It all had his name on it, and she would have to ask to use it.
And was law enforcement, through the investigation of this case, able to look through her purse or wallet or belongings?
Yes.
And was there ever a debit or credit card that was in Melody Farris's name?
Not that I recall.
Was there any arguments around the time of July 3rd regarding how Gary Farris was spending money
Yes.
between him and the defendant?
Correct.
Could you tell the court, well, let me strike that. Did Ms. Farris tell you about these arguments?
Yes.
What did she tell you about them?
Ms. Farris stated that she was upset because the children would get money and Gary would give money to them freely. And the most recent incident was that Gary was planning to pay for and fund a vacation for Chris and his family, and Gary was intending on going with him.
And did the defendant describe how she felt about that situation?
She was upset about it to the point where she refused to go on the vacation with them, even though she was invited.
And through the investigation of this case and speaking with the defendant, do you know if she had access to the basement?
She did.
And how do you know that she had access to the basement where her husband lived?
She describes us having to go down and clean up after him.
And this description that she describes going down there and cleaning up after him, could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Also contained in the basement is a theater, and she would describe having to go in there and finding food left behind on plates and things along that line.
What did the defendant tell you about what she did on July 4th, 2018, that morning?
That morning, she met with Scott. He had come over to the residence early, I believe it was about 6 a.m. And they had discussed this the night before in that brief phone call that he was going to come over, get a debit card from her, go to the ATM, come back for the purpose of getting some cash. Scott had intended to leave for the day and go golfing with friends and spend some time with them at the lake as well. Melody said after Scott came back and brought her the debit card, she rested for a while and eventually made it outside where she did some chores, such as using a leaf blower to blow off the sidewalks and walkways around the property.
Were you able to corroborate that Scott Farris had gone and played golf on July 4th?
Yes,
And do you know about how long Scott Farris had gone from the property July 4th?
most of the day.
Do you know about when he would have returned?
I don't recall, it was later that evening. I don't recall an exact time.
And did the defendant ever leave the property on July 4th?
She did.
Where did she go?
She was invited by Amanda Farris, her daughter, to go with them. And when I say them, it would have been her and Chad Bruce, her fiance, and his child to Lake Lanier Islands.
Was the trip to Lake Lanier Island involving the defendant, was that pre-planned?
I don't believe so.
When did she tell you that she had left the property on July 4th?
It was around noon.
And did she describe at all the state of the fire or the burn pile when she left the home on July 4th for Lake Lanier Island?
She says it was still smoldering and smoking very badly.
But she left anyway?
She did.
Had she heard or seen Mr. Gary Farris when she left to go to Lake Lanier Islands?
She had not.
Did she tell you anything about him being alive or whether she suspected he was alive on the morning of July 4th?
She stated while she was utilizing the leaf blower to blow off the patio area right outside of the basement, she heard what she believed to have been the exhaust fan in the bathroom and smelled what she believed to be cigarette smoke.
Do you know through your investigation whether Gary Farris smoked cigarettes?
He was a heavy smoker.
Did she make any mention about any of the doors of the basement being open or closed?
I believe she said she observed those doors that come off of his office ajar, and she pulled them shut.
Did she ever describe to you any sort of conversation that she had with Mr. Farris the morning of July 4th where she was trying to ensure that he was tending to this fire that was smoking very badly?
No.
Do you know about the time on July 4th when the defendant returned back from the area of Lake Lanier Islands to the house?
It would have been around 6 p.m.
And was anybody with the defendant?
Yes.
Who was with her?
She had brought Chad Bruce's daughter back with her from the lake to spend the night.
And were there any other grandchildren at the home on the evening of July 4th?
Yes, at some point, Chris brought his younger daughter over to spend the night as well.
Did Chris stay on the property or leave the property?
He did not stay.
And did these two children in fact spend the night?
They did.
And do you know about where in the home they would have spent the night?
On the third level, the uppermost level of the home, there was a room that appeared to have been decorated and designed for grandchildren, multiple beds in it. It was a very large room.
Do you know, based upon the interviews and investigation of this case, whether the granddaughter spending the night, whether that was pre-planned overnight.
I believe it was.
Through the defendant's statements, does she say anything about where her husband Gary Farris is on the evening of July 4th?
No.
What does she tell you about when she went to bed on the night of July 4th?
She stated she went to bed at about 8:30, as she usually does. The two granddaughters were still awake. She had instructed them to remain in the house and not to go outside, and that if she would hear them if they did.
Was there ever a search for Gary Farris by the family?
Yes,
When was that search?
July the 5th.
Had anybody made any statements, had the defendant made any statements that she had looked for Mr. Farris at all on the day of July 4th?
No.
Or did she make any statements about looking for her husband on July 4th with the grandchildren when they were visiting?
No.
Who was it that was in the family who was involved in the search for Mr. Farris on July 5th?
It would have been Melanie Farris, the two grandchildren, Amanda Farris and Scott Farris initially.
Do you know about when Amanda Farris got on the property?
I don't recall an exact time. I believe it was around 11.
And why did she come to the property that morning?
She came to pick up Chad Bruce's daughter.
So is this the first time that anybody describes going to look for Mr. Farris?
That's correct.
And what did the defendant tell you about the morning of July 5th?
That they had gotten up and Amanda came to the residence and that the grandchildren were wanting to ride the RTV with Big Daddy, and Big Daddy is what the grandchildren referred to Gary Farris as. And they wanted to ride the RTV and everything, and Amanda had shown up and the children had expressed that to her, and Melody told Amanda that they hadn't seen Gary, didn't know where he was.
Do you know who called 911 in this case?
Scott Farris.
So was that search on July 5th and the morning before, or the morning of the day that law enforcement responds?
Correct.
When you spoke with the defendant, was she ever asked whether she was having an extramarital affair at the time?
Yes,
And what was her response to that question?
she denied it.
And did she provide you any information about ever having an extramarital affair?
She had briefly mentioned an affair 10 years prior.
Through the investigation of this case, did you in fact learn that the defendant was having an affair at the time of July 2018?
Yes.
And how did you learn this fact?
We initially discovered a name on a debit card that was located in her purse.
And whose name was on that debit card?
Roy Henry Barton, who goes by Rusty.
And where did Rusty Barton live at the time?
Tullahoma, Tennessee,
And have you spoken with Mr. Barton during this investigation?
multiple times.
And what had he told you about the nature and extent of the relationship that he had with the defendant?
He stated that in, I believe it was March of 2014, he and the defendant became involved emotionally when his father was married to her cousin. His father became in bad health. They were already married. Let me rephrase that. They were already married. But his father became in bad health, so he would spend a lot of time there at the house taking care of his dad. And the defendant was coming up taking care of her cousin named Martha. And they met and spent a lot of time together and began an emotional affair.
And at any point through your investigation, did you learn whether that emotional affair became anything more than just an emotional affair?
It did.
And who'd you learn that from?
Rusty Barton.
And what did he tell you?
Rusty told me that they quickly developed a physical affair and that they would meet at a hotel in Dalton. In the beginning, it would be on a once every couple of week basis, and it progressed into sometimes multiple times a week basis. They would meet at a hotel in Dalton, spend the day together, and then both drive back home.
And do you know about how long they were doing this meeting, kind of halfway in Dalton?
For several years.
Have you accounted for Mr. Barton's whereabouts on the night of July 3rd and into the early morning hours of July 4th?
I have.
And how was it that you were able to account for his whereabouts?
Mr. Barton provided us with credit card records, and we were able to confirm that he was up there using his credit card, also by cell phone records.
And where does it appear that Mr. Barton is during this time frame of July 3rd and into the early morning of July 4th?
In the area of Tullahoma, Tennessee, and surrounding towns.
Now, were there any cell phones that were collected from the defendant in this case?
Yes.
How many cell phones?
One.
And how many, well, are you familiar with the term burner phone?
I am.
What's a burner phone?
A burner phone is typically referring to a phone that maybe like a prepaid phone that you would want to have to use to covertly communicate, such as drug dealers use them. In my experience, people who have affairs use them.
When you met with Mr. Barton through these interviews, was he able to provide you with any other information regarding how many phones the defendant actually had?
Yes.
What information was he able to provide to you?
He told us she had multiple phones and provided us with the phone number to both.
Now, is the phone numbers, was that the first time speaking with Mr. Barton that you had learned that there were other phone numbers that were connected with the defendant?
Yes.
Was that something that she ever talked to you about?
No.
And what, if anything, was done regarding those phone numbers?
We obtained cell phone records.
And were those records reviewed in connection with this case?
They were.
And what, if anything, was discovered during a review of those phone records belonging to the defendant's burner phone?
It revealed that she contacted Rusty Barton multiple times a day, every day.
Was there any information that was significant to you regarding the time frame of July 3rd to July 4th in those records for her burner phone?
Yes.
What stood out to you or what was significant to you?
A late night, early morning phone call.
And when was that late night, early morning phone call?
It was on the morning of July 4th at, I believe, 2:20 a.m.
And who was this July 4th, 2:20 a.m. call? Who did it connect with?
Rusty Barton.
And according to the records, approximately how long was that phone call?
35 minutes.
And was Mr. Barton ever asked about this 2:20 a.m. phone call on July 4th?
He was.
And do you recall approximately when during the investigation of this case he was asked about this phone call?
I believe it was the second interview in August of 2018. Second or third interview around the beginning of August.
Okay, so you've been interviewed him multiple times.
I have, yes.
In the prior interviews, did he make mention or tell you about him having this phone call at 2:20 a.m. on July 4th of 2018?
He did not.
Was this something that he told you about only after you had obtained the records?
Correct.
What was it that he told you about this phone call on July 4th at 2:20 a.m.?
He described the most of the conversation was just a general conversation. At the end of the conversation, he stated that Melody had made the statement to him, he is on the burn pipe. Rusty said in response, he said, "What?" She again said, "He is on the burn pipe." And Rusty stated back to her, "I don't want to know anymore," and the phone call ended.
When was the defendant arrested in this case?
July 18th of 2019.
Okay, it's July 5th.
June, I'm getting my dates mixed
Yeah,
up.
that's fine. Last
June
month.
18th,
Okay.
2018.
And where was she arrested at?
Tullahoma, Tennessee.
And was she with anyone at the time of her arrest in Tennessee?
She was with Rusty Barton.
Okay, the same Rusty Barton who she had this phone call with.
Correct.
And do you know how long she had been in Tennessee prior to her arrest last month?
Approximately a couple weeks.
Do you know whether or not the defendant and Mr. Barton are still having a romantic relationship?
They are.
And was Mr. Barton interviewed after the defendant's arrest?
He was.
And when was he interviewed? Do you recall?
June the 25th, a week after she was arrested,
Where was he interviewed at?
at his attorney's office in Tullahoma, Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he tell you in this interview on June 25th?
He stated that he wanted to speak again of the statement he made pertaining to the phone call at 2 a.m.
Okay.
On July 4th, 2018.
And what did he say now that he wanted to talk about that phone call again?
He wanted to clarify that he was mistaken on the date that those statements were made to him. He is now claiming that those statements were made on or about July the 9th.
And so is it fair to say that he's now changed the date that those statements are made to him
Correct.
to a time after the remains had already been recovered from the
Correct.
fire?
Correct.
The phone records that you obtained, how many months of phone contact between the defendant, Melody Farris, and Mr. Barton were analyzed in the investigation of this case prior to July 5th of 2018?
I believe it was just over 6 months worth.
And of those 6 months of records, how many recorded contacts were there between Mr. Barton's number and the defendant's number?
Just over 3,200.
And of those approximate 3,200 recorded contacts between the defendant's phone and Mr. Barton's phone, how many of those were phone calls after midnight?
One.
When was that one phone call after midnight through 6 months or more of recorded phone contact between these two numbers?
On July 4th, 2018 at 2:20 a.m.
One moment, Judge.
We don't need it.
Judge, I don't have any other questions at this time of Detective Hayes.
Mr. Ray, we've been here for a little bit of time. You want to break before you begin?
That's fine.
Want to do that?
Fine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break by that clock, and we'll get started at 10:25 again. We'll get started at 10:25. We'll get started at 10:25.
Sorry. Hayes. Hayes.
First look. Then reflect. First look. Then reflect. First look. Then reflect. First
There are comments Yeah, are you okay? Yeah, are you okay? Yeah, are you okay? Yeah, are you okay? Why is it doing that? Yeah, are you okay? Why is it doing that? Yeah, are you okay? Why is it doing that? It was just playing it on a loop. I stopped it and reshared it. I know. As you could tell, I didn't know why it was doing it, but it was doing it. Here's the judge.
All right, we have a note that says that they are hung and do not feel like they will be able to come to unanimous verdict. So my plan is just to bring them in and tell them that they're the best qualified jury that there is to hear this case and to send them back out and tell them to continue deliberating.
That's what we talked about?
Yeah. All right. And I've written up a little bit, but nothing significant. All right, bring them back in.
Well, there's 3 weeks of my life I'll never get back. Lori, you should change my screen. What to? It says hung jury. So he's going to redirect them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, y'all sent me a note saying that you don't believe that you'll be able to come to a unanimous decision. I know that y'all are working hard. I know this was a long and complicated case. And here's what I have to say to y'all. When we talk about jury service, the phrase that comes up is the best and brightest. Y'all are the best and brightest of our community. Y'all have been selected to try this case. No one is more qualified than the 12 of you to make a decision in this case. In the instructions I gave you last week, you were instructed to reach a unanimous decision, and you should continue to deliberate and attempt to reach that conclusion. There is no set time for deliberations to cease. I'm going to instruct you to return back to the jury room and continue to deliberate until such time as you can reach a verdict. I have other court matters, as I told you, that I've been handling all morning. I'm going to be here all day. Just for y'all to know, if something were to happen or you were to have a question or something along that nature, I have about an hour that I'm going to do another hearing on till about 12:30. Then we're going to break for lunch. I have a 2 o'clock appointment with the county manager and the consultants on the new building project. So I will be unavailable between 2 and 3. And then if my attorneys on the other civil matter aren't done, we will pick that case back up and still be in here. So I will check in on y'all at the end of the day. All right, y'all can go back, resume your deliberations. If y'all want to break for lunch, just let the bailiffs know when y'all want to break and about what time you'll be back. All right?
I like it. I'm glad he sent him back. I'm not stunned. Only because our Wesley Loves Oktoberfest said that he felt like 2 jurors were nodding with the defense.
Any issues we need to take up? No. All right, y'all can be at ease until we call you back.
Your Honor, may I remove this one chair?
Sure.
They have enough, that next one's tied down
Yeah.
here.
If you can help move that, that'd be great. Mr. Fogus, thank you.
I didn't say. I just said in 3 weeks I won't get back. I didn't say it was a waste.
There we go. All right. So the rest of y'all can be at ease. Mr. Frost and Mr. Ballinger, y'all talked, and what do we need to do in y'all's case?
And just like that, Melody looks pleased. Well, it's not a not guilty verdict, so she shouldn't be too pleased. Well, he was telling them they're staying in. Yes, hey, Roberta Glass, they're staying in all day. And that he can't really talk to them. I love it because it forces them to stay in the jury box all day. So I like that one. That one was the best one he's done. Oh, well, another year of freedom. Better than a not guilty. You got to take your... I still think they should have done a rebuttal. You don't not do a rebuttal. You end with what you know. You don't end with what the defense knows. That was the dumbest ass move I've seen. That was the dumb move. Wrap it up. Conclude it. But have a rebuttal. Be like, no rebuttal. At least they agreed she lied to law enforcement. Agreed, Lori Smith Tater, and it makes me sick. If you saw in person like I did, you would feel the meanness. No verdict. So far, hung jury. Well, they're not coming back with it, so that's good news. No, I don't think the judge caused it. I think the prosecution caused it. And I think she should, or he should have had a rebuttal. You have to tie it up. You only have so many opportunities to speak in front of a jury. You need to have the last person. Honest to God, is everything about sales? It's sales 101. You have to be the last person. You have to be. And they chose not to be. They were like, we're done. That was the move. Have to wrap it up. You have to rebut what the defense is saying. Why would you let the defense just let their words hang in the air instead of rebutting it? Sorry. Well, whether he read it with passion or not, he told him he wouldn't be back until the end of the day, so they're not going to be released. So there is that. You have to end with your, as soon as she said, I said she should have had a rebuttal, or he should have had, Fogus should have had a rebuttal. Lori says this is why it's too big for such a verdict. Well, it's a murder verdict, so it's 12. Apollonia says hung jury all along. And she walks around the courthouse and the grounds free as a whistle. I would love to know who those two jurors are. According to Wesley, he thinks one is an older woman and then one is a redhead guy. Rusty would not be there. Well, I'm not going into law because if I had to spend another year in school, I might lose my head. So I appreciate the compliment. But everything's a negotiation. And you're negotiating right in front of the jury. And you allowed the defense to have the last word for no reason. If all you did was stand there and go, where's the phone? Where was she? Where was Scott? I'm telling you, that Sarah Boone rebuttal was the most amazing closing argument I've ever seen. You don't have to believe the story that they're giving you. The only one at home, it took her forever to say motive means opportunity. It took her forever. The only one home was her. They didn't concentrate on the tractor enough. When we're listening to the preliminary hearing, although I had to go move our trailer, there was blood on the trailer on the scoop. Why were you not discussing that more often? Blood in the home was tested. How can you say it wasn't tested? It was tested. Sunny 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It absolutely was tested. No, it's 12 for a jury, for a murder. Always 12 for murder. I mean, Sarah Booth, not murder one. She still doesn't get the insurance money. That's accurate. Nobody does. There is lots of questions. There absolutely should have been more emphasis on it. And all you have to do, the tractor is stable on the ground, is push him on the scoop. That's all you got to do. You just push him back on the scoop. He was likely still probably not fully dead. I just want to tell you. And then that's it. It's not that hard. And even if he was dead, rigor mortis wouldn't have set in for at least an hour. What do you mean why blood wasn't tested? You're not saying where it wasn't tested. The blood was tested. The profit sharing in the law firm is about $1 million. She couldn't have driven it into the basement, but she could have gotten it close to that porch. It's not like she's wheeling him in a wheelbarrow out to the burn pile. She has farm equipment. I don't understand why people think she couldn't have done it if she has farm equipment. It's not like she's pushing him and rolling him in a tarp to the burn pile, although it's down slope. She could have wrapped him in a tarp and rolled him down to the burn pile. That easily could have happened. Or pushed him along with the tractor. Also could have happened. Nobody can prove anything unless you're watching it actually happen. Unless you're actually watching a shooting, nobody can prove it. I mean, it's just everything is circumstantial. How did she get him out of the basement? He was probably alive. How do you get that? What? What am I saying? And what are people hearing? I am not being succinct. You pull the farm equipment up to the basement. It's not a basement. It's a walkout basement. There's doors wider than my arms, wider than 6 feet. There's a huge patio with a huge overhang porch. You move the furniture and you wheel the shit up there. That's how you do it. You drive it. You're saying she loosed her leaf blower, but clearly there were still tracks there. It said so in the preliminary hearing that we just listened to. Nobody said when she shot him it was a kill shot. No one. As a woman alone on my land, I do a lot of pulling with the tarp. It's easy. So I asked ChatGPT this yesterday. How does one person move an injured party that's 6'4" with 300 pounds? That's all I said on a farm. And it said you need a tractor with the scoop and you push them in. You have leverage because the tractor is stable. The tractor is not moving. You push them in and you lift the scoop up, push him back in some more, and drive his merry ass down to the burn pile. It's 58 feet from the house. Less than a lot size of an average home here in Florida. I don't understand why people keep saying like she drove the equipment she didn't drive the equipment into the basement. He wasn't dead in the basement. There was blood going out the front door. If you watch the forensic technician, all those little flags lead to the, as he called them, American doors, which is just stupid. They're just patio damn doors, Focus. That's all they are. Don't make it more complicated. Thank you. And it's a scoop on a tractor. Oh my God, Norma. The trail cam does not face the burn pile. Doesn't. It never did. It faces the back of the lot. The trail cam is just smoke. It has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it. The trail cam is nothing. It's a trail cam watching a trail. It's not watching the house because trail cams are for trails. In this case, that's why I had it, because there's vacant land behind the house and then there's another house. The judge being a jerk is not evidence of that. So and they did prove he was mobile. It wasn't a kill shot. It was a bucket tractor. Thank you. It's a ground level with huge doors, far greater than 36 inches. So it's at least 7-8 feet. He opens the door, he leaves, trying to get away from her, either trying to run to the neighbor's house or trying to get to the barn where if he thought Scott was there, one of the two. He collapses. She picks, so even if he's 5 feet and it's a 58-foot width from the corner of the house to there, so now it's 53 feet. It's not that hard. Oh my God. Sealy, at some point, people are just being contrary to be contrary. There's a bullet in the house. There is blood in the house. There is blood on the carpet, the area rug that just didn't spry up there. It wasn't a thumbnail. People just like being contrary. I'm just ignoring it from now on. Front end loader on a Kubota, easy peasy. That's what I'm saying. The ash, they should have matched the ash on the shirt to the burn pile, and they should have measured the scrapes and shown the scrapes. Like, adrenaline does wonders too. Nobody, I can swear. Thank you, YB. Nobody's saying they drove the tractor into the basement. If you're saying you watched the entire trial, then you know that basement did not have a tractor driving into it. I don't know. Okay, hold on. Beach bum. Jurors nodded when judge said they told him they were hung. Faces were set, and one look of we are not going to agree. Not sure how to explain better. Out of 4 I watched, I can now see 3, and you got cut off, Beach. That's what I'm saying. Prosecutors should add a rebuttal. That's just poor practice. That's just stupid. At some point, you have to follow the evidence. I'm going back to that Richard Allen bullshit. There are people that are absolutely, Richard Allen's, poor Richard, Richard's in jail. The person who put Richard Allen at the bridge was Richard Allen. He called and said, I was there. No one else. Richard Allen put Richard Allen at the bridge. They are hung on how she moves them. And anyone that knows tractors knows what they could do. Even with an RTV, the state failed to get that across. Absolutely. And the incriminating phone calls. I know the jury looked extremely diverse. I had a gut feeling they would not come to an agreement. I pray the judge puts his foot down. I mean, he did. He's like, I'm out for the day. See you at the end of the day. It makes a difference when you have machinery to do heavy lifting. I like the state's closing, but they should have done a rebuttal. You don't let the last person speaking be the defense. You just don't. You know, she didn't leave the vehicle at the burn pile. She had to go back. There is blood on the saddle and blood on the ground. A great song by Texfitter. The attempted cleanup was terrible all around because she was alone and pushed for time and shitting herself. And she had a blower to clean up the yard. It's a farm. Oh my gosh. I'm not anybody who says that it's someone else other than her that has no business, that says they were never on the property. I'm not even entertaining your post anymore. I'm just not. So you can say it within the chat, but I'm not highlighting it and I'm not reading it because you didn't watch the trial, and that's fine. You don't have to, but you can watch clips. Clips will show you. I mean, Melody does have the money for a second trial. She's going to need to. Right? My husband watches, but he doesn't respond. He doesn't entertain in the chat. But he should. No rebuttal was nuts. That, mark my words on that. I am Dutchy Thumper. Pennsylvania judge. I mean, just, she had farm equipment. It reminds me, Debbie, that reminds me of the girl that hung the Sigfredo and Magbanua trial for Dan Markel. She was like, I'm pregnant. I'm just not putting a mom in prison. Well, what the fuck are you sitting there for? Why would you waste the court's time when you knew you weren't going to do it and they ask you, so you lied, but they won't prosecute a juror. Speaking, Joe, you got it. They should have had a dairy worker or someone, a horse, a cow, anybody. Oh, good. I'm glad they checked it because they absolutely did test the blood. Lori Shaver shot her husband and buried him in the backyard by herself, all without farm equipment. Well, there was that. The prosecutor didn't end the trial. The defense did. They didn't do a closing argument rebuttal. Absolutely was Lady Scarlet in the library with a wrench. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I can make myself bigger. Oh, you're saying she doesn't have anything to sell except her rings, and that ain't going to get you anything. Thank you, Lori. It was a heavy incline. She could have just put him in a tarp, tied him up with a rope, and yes, Seely, today I want little puppets that agree with me. Yeah, because you didn't read it. I don't know who you are, and that's fine. But you could not have watched the trial and say he didn't get shot in the house. Yeah. Where else did he get shot? I know. People keep saying, one person said, I think she was on the balcony and saw him. That's a 58-foot shot. She was on the balcony and saw him at the burn pile, so she shot him. Like some of these suppositions and theories just don't make sense at all. You can't be on a balcony and shoot 58 foot in the woods and say he got shot at the burn pile and she just pushed him in. It just didn't happen. He got shot in the house. The closing was awful. I think so too. They didn't wrap it up. I mean, I think they had it within the trial. I just don't think they wrapped it up. They didn't wrap up their case. I mean, they just didn't, which is why we are. They should be embarrassed. They really should. What's the price of prosecuting an attorney I don't know. I don't know how much they make. I don't know. Really? She still ain't getting it. Still Rusty on July 4th. He's in the burn pile. So the one thing I can do is show you all how wooded this property was in 2018. I think people are thinking it was a clear shot, that even if you had a trail cam, you would have seen more than you did. You wouldn't have. Now, this is in the fall or winter time. The trail cam's back here. The burn pile's over here. The trail cam was facing this way. The trail cam wasn't facing this way. Plus, it's all treed. You saw in the, let me bring it up on Realtor. Hold on. Trail cam is back here somewhere. Back here. Burn pile's over here in this little hair. Trail cam was back here. How would you I'm not being trite. I don't mean to sound like I'm mean or something. But if a trail cam, and they only have one, is back here, how are you going to see someone bearing a gun? You can't. It's too wooded. This is July. I think so too, Debbie. That's a great point. True. They briefly went over the search of the water and the gun, but moved it. Innocent folk don't talk in code. The prosecution didn't offer a rebuttal to the defense's closing argument. They stopped. Judge said, "Do you want to rebut?" And she said no, and that was that. This is an extremely wooded back here. This is it turned, right? Right here. Right here, just turn it. The trail cam faced the back of the lot back here. You can't see. No, Joe, I didn't know that one. I don't know, Debbie, but I just know there was blood. I think Murder by Maestro thought he had a theory on that. Maybe he sees it. Maybe he sees your question. She's the only one home longer than anyone. Anyone else had alibis. Remember, Addison wanted to spend the night. She said no, it would interfere with her plans. Who done it? Wendy does not believe the prosecution beyond a reasonable doubt. She's still out on bond. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Chandler Halderson. Well, that's fun. How did the casing with Gary's DNA end up in the basement if Gary wasn't shot in the basement? I don't know how. That's going to be my delight, that she won't have enough money for attorneys. If she loaded the gun fully with ammo from Scott, what happened to the other unfired bullets? We know she emptied the gun in the house. Did she dispose of other bullets or put them back? Probably put them back. So that I'm not sitting and watching and waiting. I've made lasagna. I've gone to the grocery. I've vacuumed my house. I've watched a whole bunch of towels. The questioning of Rusty was weak and unintimidating. I know they should have treated him like a hostile witness. Beach says, in her opinion, there are at least 3 possible undecideds. I guess is the way to say it. Thank you, Beach. I don't know who this is, Janet. She think the killer clown was set free on Saturday. Wasn't she in Tallahassee? I don't know what you're saying. It could be the same judge. It depends on the chief judge. From what I know, I only know Florida. The chief judge decides this. What they should do is sue their mother for wrongful death because she can't plead the fifth. I think it was at night. I'm not sure, but I think so. It wraps it up, bossy. I don't know what you do for a living, but I'm in sales. And I want to be the last one to speak. The last one. If I know that I'm going to a listing appointment and there's 3 other agents, I want them to go first. I want to be the last one. Sometimes I ask, can I be the last one? Because the last one is the freshest one. You have the opportunity to ask for the business and get the listing agreement signed. If I'm the last one, I don't want to be the first one, especially nowadays, because everyone's a shopper. They're going to, no, thank you so much. We have 3 others. And I'm like, damn. God, I hate that. I hate being the first one. I always want to be the last one. You're running out of phone. Your phone's dying. I know that's your question, Debbie, about the blood upstairs. A Murder by Maestro had a great theory on that, but I haven't seen him respond. Yes, it was a fact he weighed at least 300 pounds. And he was 6'4". Yep, she went to Walmart, spent $450 on a credit card that didn't have her name on it that her husband wouldn't give her. The bullets didn't match Scott's bullets. I think that's because they came from Martha Jane. Killer supply store, Walmart. It's either Walmart or Ace, and her parents owned an Ace, so she didn't go there. Jackie King, possible retrial scenario. Prosecution gets tighter. Defense is public defender. If Melody is happy, she shouldn't be. Bye, Harley. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate it very, very much. Your brother sued my mother's estate in 2001 for a death in 68. Did they win? And a civil suit is much lower. Well, I mean, Karen Reed, the victim's family suing her. Now it was put off. It was delayed because of her impending trial that's coming up. Crystal Rogers, who of course has been missing since 2014, after Brooks Houck was arrested, she filed a lawsuit too for civil. Now that'll be delayed as well, but I think her using the debit card to purchase minutes on her burner phone for the first time ever, along with her having using the new credit card, is powerful. Could be old blood. Not that much. And slide boards. You mean to tell me that they didn't have a piece of wood lying around that farm that she couldn't have put in that burn pile and burned up with him to slide him around? So Berner's saying shot in the basement and then moved up there. So the testimony was, so you think it was out that front door, not the basement door? She planted the bullets at Scott's apartment when she went there to shower and clean it well. No verdict, hung jury, we're waiting. You work at Ace, you have 11 stores. Nice. Melody worked at Ace. Her parents owned one. Could they have not believed Rusty because he recanted? Is that it? They don't believe Rusty's recantation? You know what I mean? Was that it when Rusty said he recants? Is that what they're hung on? I just thought about that. In the preliminary, they said he was at least 300 to 350. This was judge was voted in. I was concerned about the jury makeup in that jurisdiction. Oh. Interesting. Well, all very interesting. If we're going to go by reasonable doubt, is it reasonable that a blood trails from anything else? Is it reasonable he moved from there to the pile without bleeding? No. I wish they could. No, she could marry Rusty, but they're going to try her again. I've never understood that comment, and I've heard other judges make it because they're the ones that hear all the evidence. Jackie says, expert testified she could not tell the direction of the blood upstairs was shot and out through the basement door. Blood upstairs was coming in and out because she tried to clean it up, so it was diluted. It could have been a lot of internal bleeding. That's true. It was not a kill shot. The drag was on the tractor. You think Rusty will marry her knowing, oh my God, yes, because I think he's that kind of guy. He's the same kind of guy that dates Wendy Adelson or any other one. Judge's word salad champion. Oh, that's nice, Bossy. And she had horses that it could have dragged Gary. True story. The horses were out. I just never thought of that. There's always some truth in those lies. Hey, Mr. C, how are you? I'm going to leave this up here and let everyone see that. They said a dog bit Gary on the ankle, hence blood. We have no idea, Debbie. Rusty thinks he's Rhett Butler. That's funny. Thanks, Raven. I think a troll. Oh, well, that's fine. I like this, Melanie. I never thought about that. Thank you. That's why I love this chat. That's why I love this chat. Oh, so Joe, I saw a while back before I had to fumble with our trailer that I didn't post the pizza recipes, and I apologize for that. I have been really busy with schoolwork, so I haven't posted too much. And Erica already left for the day, so I'll try to get to it later. Please make myself bigger. Thank you, Avis. I was showing the trail cam that you couldn't just see clearly, like it was an open field. The donkey could have drug him anywhere. Tough little animals. You have no video on your screen now? I don't know why. I'm right here. Thank you, Debbie. You have fresh popcorn in your Ace Hardware? Well, that's unfair. Mm. I had it on picture-in-picture because I was showing the house. One county over, husband killed first wife, not convicted lady with a 10-year-old girl, married him. They're missing everyone, thinks he fed them to the pigs. Well, that's friendly. I'm sure they're out to lunch. Yeah, it's 12:30. It may, but it won't stop the state from arresting him. Why all the amount of cleaning supplies? Detectives said it smelled and she was burning a candle. Crazy people. Yes, I can't support it. That's why I put up, there's a note on Patreon. Not sure you saw my chat prior. I didn't. I joined a paid to support since I have to change my Apple D. Then you stop payments. Yeah, I just don't have time. I just don't have time to do anything special on Patreon for Patreon members. I'm sorry. That's why I stopped them. Joe. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. They locked the courtroom at 12:15 or so. Thank you, Beach. I'm going to go talk to my Ace Hardware. I'm there like twice a week and ask them why they don't have popcorn. You have to drive 26 miles to your closest Ace. Judge told him to let the bailiff know when they wanted lunch. Oh, bless it, Lisbeth. They came out and said that they're hung. No other information that they're hung. Judge told him to go back and he'd check in with them at the end of the day. Yep, stop him from testifying, but it won't stop him from being arrested. And he doesn't have the money for fancy dancy lawyers. Thank you, Melissa. It's very kind of you. Thanks, Dawn. Have a good time cleaning. I like cleaning. Not as much as Melody. I don't think she was as good as they said. I think she was superficial. Because when you look on that rug near where the bullet was found, there was like dog food there. Like, when was the last time she actually vacuumed? You need to collect your neighbor's leaves. That's nice. For your compost. I want her bail revoked pending trial. I didn't want her to be on bail to begin with. Ooh, your own hardware store. There's a couple Aces here that are super cute. Like they have a lot of fun stuff that walking around makes it fun. I've been to one in it's in Largo, Florida. It's huge. It's huge, huge, huge. It's like size of a Walmart. It's so big. Jebby says if you're stuck in picture, just switch off YouTube, then back on. Thank you. Can you apply for that contract? On what? I bet the jury can't even agree with for lunch. True Value is shut down. I had friends that owned a True Value. Oh, the contract for the popcorn. $200,000 contract. That's a hell of a lot of popcorn. Oh, wow. We have an awesome Ace with a Christmas floor. I'm looking at long crimes. So, Beach, I think your phone may be dying, but I was wondering, where does Melody go in this situation? Like, where does she go? Hmm. She goes to the nearest. God. Well, she's famous now. Poor Alan. Poor Alan. He has to keep her. You didn't see her after she left the courtroom. She may be in defense room or left the campus. Thanks, Beach. There is something going on there. I wish you had the down low on that. Somebody. Patty, you would be totally amazed how Melody walks around. She races out of the courtroom. Her attorneys are not ever with her. She is staying at a guy named Alan's house. She flies out of there. Turns out Alan's a pilot. Alan gets to keep her, I guess, for another 7 months. I mean, it wasn't that long for Karen Reed, right? I think it was like 4 months. Good morning, Vietnam. No, she couldn't stay with Amanda because of Amanda's stepdaughter. Her latest gigolo? No, Alan's not a gigolo. He's a young guy. He's that younger, skinny guy with the goatee that sits behind her. She must have valeted her broom today. Alan is her only friend that showed up every day, and I just don't get the attorney relationship. Let me see. I have the docket open. Hold on. I'm pretty sure it's him that she stays with. You didn't hear the judge saying go dogs today, did you? Dumb move, dude. Hope you don't work Saturday so I can watch the game. Let's send them home so they can get more embedded in their own thinking. That's smart. I'm looking for the bond where I saw that she moved out of Amanda's house. Stand by. It'd be one thing if I could read something and remember it 5 seconds later. I'm pretty sure that's Alan guy. Hold on. Mm-mm-mm. There was a motion for bond back September 22, but I don't see that anything was ever responded to with it. I might have to look at it later. Discover inventory, subpoena. See, they just have like notes and motions that don't have photos. I don't know where I found it, but I saw it somewhere. It was that Allen guy. And I just can't find it now. Of course I can't because I'm on camera. Can Melody have visitors? Yeah. Is it well? It couldn't be Rusty because he's a witness, so she couldn't be with him. His stepdaughter was a minor and she was a witness, and so they couldn't. And then she became a witness. I forget. I saw it. I just have to go back and find it. If it's a hung jury, well, it'll be up to the prosecuting office, and my guess is yes, they would. There was some sort of special rule that when Chad had his daughter that she couldn't be there and they had to leave, and there was like 2 hours before the visit, 2 hours after the visit. There was a motion for bond in 9/17, so that's 2 months after she was arrested. So she was in jail at least 2 months, and then there was a reduction, and then in November, so she spent from July to November, there was an order for bond, and I guess she couldn't make the bond. So in December of 19, there was a motion for a bond reduction. And then in January 2020, there was a motion for bond reduction. And then I'm still looking. And then in May, there was a motion for bond reduction, May 2020. And then July 15, there was an order for bond reduction. So she probably was in there at least, doing a year. And then there's a motion January to modify the bond. That's with the special conditions for Cameron because of his visitation, Chad Bruce's visitation. That's January 2021. Then February, there was something in here where she was allowed to go visit her mother who was dying. Oh, here it is. I think I found it. 325. She has a lot of modifications. Consent order. Oh, here it is. I found it. His name is Alan Wilson. That's who she's staying with. Alan Wilson. Found it. God, it takes forever. I don't like how their thingy's set up. And that was done in March 2021, April. Alan Wilson is his name. No relation. It is Dr. Strangelove. I thought it was. I'm glad you saw that she wasn't talking to her attorneys, Lori, because we have never seen her really talk to them. Lori says, I just can't believe how free she is compared to all other defendants I've watched, and she's totally by herself. The day I was there, she wasn't even talking with her attorneys. I know, that poor family. Never any objections. Yeah, there were a bunch of motions for bond reduction. It started out at 250 and then ended up at 175. That's what I think. Joe Indy. That's what I think. Nothing stopping them from arresting him. If Amanda will have her. If she'll have her. What does Melody do for money? Lives off of Gary's Social Security and retirement, probably. None of this stops her from getting that 401k money. It's just the life insurance money. So Amanda gave up her right to the Fourth Amendment, which means living there, conflict, blah, 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 wouldn't have been an issue. If Rusty had a friend there on closing day, I would have pegged them. I saw one I would have put my money on. Let her spend all her money on attorneys. I know. That's what I said. It's like Karen Reed. Alan Jackson. She's innocent. She's innocent. Alan Jackson's back in California. He's like, she may be innocent, but she can't pay me. So there is that. So much for loyalty, Alan Jackson. Thought that was so funny. Dawn's still around cleaning. What are you cleaning, Dawn? Who uses Ivory soap or Dove soap now to clean? That's not like Donna and Charlie spending away. So Melody is free to intimidate jurors, kill someone else, or just flake. Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing stopping her. Yeah, Melanie was kind of blaming Rusty on a phone call where you're the one who's talking. That will keep me coming back to you. That is true. It was said that the child's mother did not want Melody to be with the child. That's what the motion said. And the judge sided with the state and the mother. Making bed, doing dishes. Well, as long as you don't throw dishes across a patio, you're good. You never wrote that last note. Maybe you spoke it. Does Alan live in Atlanta? Man, you guys gotta hold on. Alan lives. Where does Alan live now? He lives in Roswell. Oh, he's not coming back. AJ's not returning. AJ's gone. AJ has money to make. I just always think that's funny, whether they're innocent or not. The first attorney's like, they're innocent. They're so innocent. They can't cut me a check, so they're not that innocent. They're not that innocent, dear. People are signing up to be in the Veterans Day parade. Yay! I'm sorry, but you think the Georgia courts could have worked it out so there'd be all clear courtrooms, they could read it out in the open that the jury is deadlocked. You would think. I agree with you, Bossy. Roswell is part of Atlanta. That's the address was Roswell, Georgia. Just like Alpharetta's not, everything's a suburb. Yes, Alan is the neighbor she had the Christmas party with, and Alan's friend, that Melody, his name was Dave Thomas, moved the grand piano into her house. Tim Jansen is honest about that. Defense attorneys make their living, and it's about the money. Well, thank you, SD. I got my head shaved. Let me see. Three potential undecideds. I like this. What are the chances of changing 3 minds from not guilty to guilty? I think we're looking at a retrial. How long before a retrial? She's out on bond. It probably takes longer. I can I can discuss it rationally, just not in this, not today. But AJ's gone. I hate to break it to you. Guilty or innocent, he's gone. She's got to be able to write a check. She has new attorneys. It's just a matter of facts. Hopefully new prosecutors. Dude, they only have a couple. So I looked at the courthouse, they only have like 5 state prosecutors. They don't have a lot. And this Megan, although she works there, isn't even listed. I'm sorry, Carol. Can you do law and crime trial Iowa versus McKinley? Hold on. McKinley Louisma is charged with murder and kidnapping. Is that the one? Would what be double jeopardy? If it's hung, it's not double jeopardy, Tina. In that court system, I'm fearful it will take a long time for a retrial. So they really didn't listen to those long conversations. Apparently not. Is this near Fulton County? It's north. It's Cherokee County. Let me see. How long has it been since her first trial? I just have a feeling like Donna's isn't going to be till next October. Rusty was not asked on the stand if he still loves Melody. He said he doesn't know. And we all know that's a lie. If it's no, it's no. Not I don't know. So it's yes. Court TV has a really boring trial on. So sorry. So sorry. There was nothing more exciting. It sounds so bad, right? Crosswalk murder, California versus Brandon Janis. Expecting 0 unanswered questions is not reasonable. This case is not hard. You wouldn't have double jeopardy in this case if they're hung. Double jeopardy only comes in with a not guilty, and she's not getting a not guilty. Oh, there has to be. I mean, that's every jury. Was she allowed to see Rusty while on bond? She was not. The courthouse, Canton, Georgia, Cherokee County. The property on Purcell Lane is barely in this county. She was not allowed to see her main man. I got it at Old Navy. I bought like 4 of them. I bought 4 blue and white, and I bought 4 white ones. They were on sale, and I had points. And they're so comfortable. Like, it's like wearing a bed sheet, to be honest. That's the feel. I was wondering in Fulton County if they were almost bankrupt due to YSL trial, and that's why the lack of courtrooms and courtroom personnel. When I looked up the courthouse, hold on. I looked up, they have this page. And let me see. Let me say organizational chart. Let me do it again. I honestly should have saved it. And it was the names of the, here it is. Found it. So this is the organizational chart. You have to click here. And this gives you the names of the people. So Susan Treadway is the lead district attorney. Then they have chief assistant, chief investigator, Lisa Williams, victim services. And then these are the assistant. Jeffrey Fogus is the male state prosecutor. And Megan's name isn't even on here. But these are deputy chiefs, so they must have people below it. Why is her buddy Alan on live with Melody, letting her live? Because people do what they do. Free country. I don't think she has a good enough relationship with her attorneys for that to happen. It would have to be a different way. I know it's not Amanda, but it would have to be a different way. Some other friend, some other non-witness that would, and that can't be Sherry Cooper. Some other person has to be helping her if she's getting it to him. I wonder if Patty has seen all the screw up in Norfolk County. I have not. I don't know which Norfolk County it is. You actually have deer coming up. Good for you. I bet it's beautiful. Thank you, Rosemary. Very sweet. I appreciate it. Do you feel like it's talking to a good friend? Hopefully it's a good friend who will not blow smoke up your ass. I appreciate that. Okay. Ooh. I have to send an email to a client. Sorry. You have deer all year? Why? But you live on a lake. Nice. Deer and turkey. My son would call that dinner. He was out duck hunting yesterday. He came home for 3 days. Hopefully I'll see him tonight. I don't know. He's one of those newlyweds, so I don't always see him. Joe says, when I lived in Ohio, I used to put feed out for the deer just to watch them and not shoot them. Well, that was nice of you. We have a lot of deer around here, but it's not like northern deer. Northern deer are bigger. Deer here is small compared to that. And going back to the closing arguments where that Megan had that little red pin, been a lot nicer if she'd have had that GIS, because you can't see. All it was treed. So you don't know the distance. What is that? 100% Patty on the courtroom steps. He talked about how he has no quit. Yeah, okay. Mr. Weaver just smiled at me walking by. Nothing yet. He's just too much. Do I have to iron these shirts? Debbie, you haven't known me that long, but you have to know I don't iron. That's probably one reason I'm more tall, man. Nope, I just dryer. Light. Because I'm afraid it will shrink. I've had other things I bought at Lowe's. At Old Navy, and it shrank. So I just put it on a light dry, and then I hang it. I just want all the water out of it, just to get the wrinkles out. But I usually hang it in my shower. I don't really dry too many of my clothes. I can't afford for them to shrink. I can't afford. I'm too up and down on my weight to be worrying about, will they fit? Paula, poor Paula. She's coming to join us. Paula, we have to break the news to you that the jury came out and said they're hung. I'm going to need a fresh Diet Coke on this. The jury came out and said they're hung, and that, the judge sent him back and said, I'll talk to you again at the end of the day. It was the most forceful he's been. Yes, Paul, I'm so sorry to break it to you. So sorry. I hate giving this news. The state of Ohio introduced rattlesnakes into Tar Hollow Park to control a rodent problem, but it was illegal to shoot the rattlesnakes if they came on your property. Sounds like a northern state. You're near the parking deck. Do you need anything, Beach Bum? I've asked you before. I'd love to buy you lunch or something. I was worried he wouldn't send them back. We don't know 100% no. It's just our wonderful, beautiful subscribers who are there and assuming 3. Wesley originally thought 2. So, but there could be 3. I think the jury is confused, and that's why they came out to clarify murder, heinous murder. It's not heinous murder. Malice murder and felony murder. I think it's the statute. I don't think you can, at least that I recall here in this state, I think you have to give them the charge. It's called different things in different places. Hey, Susan B. 3 undecideds, perhaps. What are we all thinking about Peanut the squirrel? Well, just me, Joe. I'm a libertarian. And if they want a squirrel in their house eating up their crap, then they should be allowed to have it. I just don't see the problem. I think so too. I should have had the rebuttal. I think that's part of it for sure, Debbie. But let me I mean, I think you could tell, like, this is, a lot of people would press this. My mother would have pressed it, but I don't. But it's pretty much wash and wear. You love the stripes? I do too. I love blue and white stripe. I wore horizontal stripes, and that Rosemary in here, who I love, Rosemary was like, Patty, I thought you were arrested. Oh, my hair looks good. Thank you. I washed it yesterday. Someone lost something in the drive. They're going out with metal detectors. Interesting. Oh, Susan B., you guys are so nice. My referee shirt. Some days. What happens when their rabid squirrel bites my child? Well, it wasn't rabid. That's the first thing. It's been a pet for like 6 years. They've had that pet for like 6 or 7 years. So it wasn't a short period of time. It's not, I don't believe it's a death penalty case. It should be, but I don't believe it is. I'm trying to see Beach Bum's comments because she's there. I've been watching 4 jurors now. I can really only see 3. They moved around on me. Patty, how many kids do I have? I have 3. And then I have a stepson. Chris has a son. So I have a daughter. We call her Ollie Mae because she doesn't want me to say her name. And she's 35. And then I have a middle, and he is 32. Hard to believe. And then I have a third, and he will be January. He will be 30. So hard to believe. Barrel varmints are dangerous. Have you ever seen the videos, Eric, of Peanut? Have you ever seen the videos? Absolutely adorable. And they had a raccoon. Raccoons scare the shit out of me, but they had a raccoon. They should have called him. How are our kids in the 30s? I have no idea. I have 4 grandchildren. I'm 57. Okay, cool. Your grandmother had 3 pet squirrels and built a huge cage. Oh, I thought you meant it was a death penalty case. You have kids in their 50s now, and baby is 46. I mean, I'm on my way, right? Oh, my complexion. Thank you. Do you know what I do? Do you want to know what I do for my 57-year-old skin? We don't know, YB. We don't know if they agree on any charges. Oh, you're so nice, Joe. Did you get my message? Did you hear me say about the pizza recipes? I'll post them later today. I'll do it. I can do it while we're waiting. My dog has a squirrel, and they eat daily by our backyard tree. Aw. The squirrel looks down, and her and the squirrel shake its tail, and they stare at each other. It's cute. You should take a video and send it. I had one eating peanuts in New York. Aw. I have absolutely no idea what happened, Julia. You had a pet elk named Clyde. I lived on sheep, dance on 4,000 acres. Wow. Love Clyde. He wandered off after 3 years. Yeah, Ivory soap. Like she had Dove soap or Ivory soap. Who even uses that? Not to clean. Melody gets in people's heads. What do I do for my skin? You can't guess. So I use to wash my face, Head and Shoulders, that I buy at Big Lots. Nothing big. And then I use baby lotion, the pink stuff that smells delicious. And that's it. All I use. I have been recently putting like a vitamin C thing that someone gave me. That's all. Nothing else. Baby lotion. Like in the big pump. Like, and Head and Shoulders. Simple, like $5. It's nothing. That baby lotion is lush though. Vaseline on skin. My mom is 75 and looks better than a 60-year-old woman. We live in a terrible dry climate. Yeah, you do. It would be hard for me. But sometimes if I feel like I have a dry spot, I put castor oil on it. Like sometimes down here. I don't let it touch because I don't want to taste it. But I'll put castor oil down there. You love when squirrels lay on your front deck on their tummies waiting for me to refill the nuts. Oh, that's adorable. I really do believe that. I think that's so ridiculous. You wash your face with Head and Shoulders. There's a ingredient. Hold on. I think it's zinc, maybe. Is it zinc? Is it this? It's the zinc pyrithione. It's this stuff. I'll put it in. This is the reason. Ingredient to Head. Zinc oxide was the white stuff you'd put on your nose. And no, I don't use, I use sunscreen if I'm going to be out in the sun. And my foundation I use has sunscreen, but I don't really use like a sunscreen. Hey, Susan Perry Grove. Nice to see you. Your Big Lots is closing. Mine isn't. I hope not. That's it. It's super cheap. I don't think you need to use a big deal. I do want my face to feel as soft as a baby's bottom. I love cotton and stripes. Vaseline was your first makeup you wore. Head and Shoulders kills bacteria. Mine's not we talked to them. I don't think they're closing everyone. I know they did declare bankers. They're closing up to 40 stores is what it said. At least 11 in Florida. My husband used to use Head and Shoulders, but there's ingredient not good for the thyroid. Look, I'm 58 years old. 57, almost 58. It's cost-benefit analysis. Hasn't affected my thyroid yet, and it's just mine. And I do get it checked because we had thyroid. Every female on my dad's side of the family has a thyroid issue. My sisters have thyroid. I'm the only one who doesn't have a thyroid issue. So I still don't have a thyroid issue. I was kind of hoping it would be a hyperthyroid and you'd naturally lose weight. Your Big Lot is closing. I love Big Lots. A lot of Wendy's are closing. They said they're underperforming and old. I put Vaseline on my eyelashes when I was 12 or 13 as an early form of makeup. I used to put Vaseline on my eyebrows when I started turning gray and they get those really coarse, hard hairs. Didn't do a thing. Didn't do a thing. So now I put a little castor oil on it and that helps. I mean, in my head, it helps, but. I just try to go simple and not expensive. I use Tarte foundation. I use more expensive foundation than I do anything else. My eye makeup comes from, are you ready? Either Big Lots or Dollar Tree. It's LA. LA Girl. I think it's LA Girl. My mascara is more expensive. I use a Clinique because my eyes get itchy if I don't. That's it. I use e.l.f. Eyebrow, but I also have my eyebrows microbladed. So I just fill them in with the e.l.f. and I use a gray. But my eye makeup comes from, it's a Dollar Tree pack, it's a nude, and then Big Lots. That's how cheap I am. You gave your kids cod liver oil. I use castor oil. I bought a bunch for my friend of mine with the belly pack. So she has issues internally. So she uses that. I don't know if it's helped her yet. You use Pantene shampoo and Air XX deodorant and Crest. Good for you. I mean, whatever works. I just don't believe in spending a lot of money on it. Never did. All to wash down the drain. Frankincense oil is great for wrinkles and tightening skin. Well, call me Jesus on that one. Frankincense. That was funny. I just thought of that, right? Call me Jesus. Frankincense and myrrh. Nice. It's rich, warm, and woody. Like my men. I'm just kidding. Antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, pain relieving, anti-cancer. Nice. Along with myrrh, has been described in traditional Chinese medicine for inflammation, pain relief, and swelling. Oh, for gingivitis too. Nice. Thank you, Taterbug. Thank you on that. Good for hot packs, castor oil. I keep it right next to my bed. Castor oil. It's nice. So my hands are just like, my hands are where my age is. I have a lot of age spots on my hands. I think that's where the age is shown. And I sit and stare at it like this. My God, it's big. So I put castor oil on the back of my hands, but it hasn't helped. Do you guys remember Esoterica? Do you remember Esoterica? I was trying to find something similar, but I can't for my skin spots. I take Boswellia. I gotta look that one up. Boswellia. That's one I've never heard of. Oh, that's the brand of the frankincense. I see. Thank you. Update, please. What's going on with the jury? I've been fighting tornado warnings all day. Sorry, Oklahoma. Brutal. Jury came out and said, I got to update YouTube. Jury came out and said they believe they are hung. Trial judge Cannon sent them back and said, get on with it. So that's where we're at. So I'm going to update the pin. Judge sent them back in and said he's busy all day. He'll check in with them at the end of the day. And I believe that was the strongest he's been. Who's in denial on that panel? Well, luckily for us, we have subscribers that have been in and out of that courtroom, and they say that possibly 3. How soon will the judge be giving the Allen charge? He already did it. Who wants, they don't have their phones. The phones were removed. Who wants to bet jury just playing on their phones? They don't have them. He took them. Melody likes weak men. Judge is out of the courtroom till the end of today. He said he'll check back in with them. He meaning the judge, yes. They haven't been deliberating for very long. But I've seen that watching old trials where they'll come out in like 4 hours. We're hung. And they're like, no. Go back in, work it out. I mean, that's when you get a compromise conviction, which I'm happy with a compromise conviction. Gray hair is a sign of wisdom. Thank you, Mary Lou. And it was wise of me to let my hair go gray. Thank you, Patty. You're the first one to ever acknowledge me in the chat. I've watched many trials over the years. Cameras not allowed in the courts. This is the first time, Susan, I've seen you. Is this the first time you've participated? A lot of what I watch, you guys probably watch more than I have a chance to watch. But a lot of, I hate the term YouTuber. I'm not a fan of it at all. But a lot of people on YouTube or YouTube channels don't interact with the chat at all. So if the jury is hung, that means Melody gets to stay out on bond, likely. My hair is gorgeous, Patty. I'm letting mine go gray. It's actually white. So my hair used to be red because I colored it. I've always been a blonde, which I think you can tell, like, this is my natural hair color. But I colored it red from like 18 to, I think, how old am I? 57, like 50, 51. And then I had that, when I started getting this white stripe, I was like, ooh, that's a cool stripe. And then the dye wouldn't take anymore on the red hair. It was just more gray than not. So that's why I let it grow out. Oh yeah, he has a funeral. He doesn't have a funeral today. He had one Friday. He has meetings and he's in a courtroom. You were on a jury years ago and he gave us the Allen charge. We finally came back with a verdict. At that time, I didn't know. So I have a question sooner, Gal, although you need to protect yourself because she's in Oklahoma and there's tornadoes springing up again. In that case, what made you all sit down and listen to each other? What was the difference sooner, Gal? You don't have cameras in the courtroom either, Canada. Don't forget to hit the like button. Please don't forget to hit the like button. I appreciate that. Patty, don't you think everyone, there's evidence against her, or is it just me? I think there's a ton of evidence against her. Taterbug says, my hair was jet black and whacked it off and bleached it out, and I'm letting it go gray. I love gray hair. My mom had beautiful gray hair, but my dad. So my hair is, I don't know if you could see it, but my hair is white. This is all white. My dad had white hair. So it makes me happy that I have white hair. You gave up on the dye too. It was resistant. You don't have any gray hair, Joe? That's amazing. But I have, this is all white. My oldest sister, who's about to turn 70, 70 next February, she hardly has any gray. Hardly. I got very lucky with my gray placement. No cameras in a courtroom in here. Wow. I miss my dyed red hair, dark auburn all the time, but I started going gray at 19, 46 now, hair to my waist, and gray grew in perfect streaks. My daughter has the most beautiful auburn hair. It's just so beautiful. Really beautiful. Like, I wish I'd had that hair. It wasn't me. And we'll see if she turns gray soon. I told my husband to take a picture of me yesterday because I'm guaranteed to look younger after I bought some Olay moisturizer. I want him to recognize you in a week. That's funny. That sounds like my husband. That's funny. It was 10 and 2. Hold on, I got a text. It was 10 and 2. We talked to each other and asked what they needed to see, stated our points, sit down and watch video testimony again at certain evidence, and that we wanted. At this point, we did another vote, and it was 12 of us to convict. Wow. Hey, tennis. No verdict so far. Hung jury, maybe, maybe not. If you want to join the channel, Susan from the UK, here's how you join with that link. That's amazing that you guys were able to calm down and come back and convict. COVID kind of brought out the gray for most of us. It's true. Couldn't get it done. I mean, I went to someone to get my head shaved after that, but that's about it. Because I lost so much hair with COVID. It just fell out. Amen, sister. Thank you, Tater. Seeing if it's so hard to follow the long crime chat so fast. Your 30-year-old daughter is still toe-headed. Nice. Solid silver here. Saw the cutest shirt. Said it's not gray. It's wisdom glitter. Cute. Do they know if it's a man or woman foreperson? I believe from what I heard when the judge was speaking to a juror that it was a male foreperson. Neely says, my thyroid always within the range, but one visit I had it practitioner instead of my doctor, and she noticed it was much different than the previous year. Now I'm on thyroid meds. Oh yeah, I thought it was my thyroid because I was losing hair. It wasn't. I thought it was my thyroid because I was gaining weight. It wasn't. I was like, let it be my thyroid. No, it's just you eat too much. No. Maybe around 3, they'll come back with a verdict. Hypothyroidism. I can remember when I was in nursing school that they were telling us Synthroid, that people would steal Synthroid and use it as a diet. I'm like, you guys are messing with an organ you don't want to mess with. Ask the holdouts if they'd be willing to house Melody for a couple months. If she goes with Rusty, then they could revoke her bond. It had to do with eating too much in COVID. I used to get the biomatching hormones in my hip. That was nice. I've been letting your hair grow since COVID, never got it cut. Hands age twice as the face. Thank you for that. Because when I look down and see that, I'm like, God, what is going on? Why don't we have esoterica anymore? Let me see. Northern candidate. Oh my God, look at that. Looks cold, but beautiful. Northern Canada. Absolutely beautiful. You got close to those deer. Your hair never grew back right after chemo. When I had wavy hair, and then when I had COVID, it came back bone straight, like bone. So that's why I had to get a perm. Patty, wear lace gloves like Diane Keaton. I already don't like anything to touch me, so that's never happening. Summer wigs are fun. Look for fade cream. I did. I couldn't find any. Let's see. YB sent me some pics. I'm looking. I got YBs. Oh, here they are. Cutest thing ever. Aww. That's a fat squirrel, Debbie Gibby. It's a fat squirrel. Try some niacinamide. Did I say that? Niacin. I know niacin's supposed to be really good for your skin. It's a form of B3 with zinc. Yeast inflammation can help calm redness due to conditions like acne, rosacea, and eczema. Interesting. Thank you. Shaved her entire head? Oh my God. I love my hair so much. I don't want to shave it or have to shave it. Weight gain caused by estrogen hormone. Well, I did go through a menopause because I had a hysterectomy years ago. But it also goes with eating. It's sometimes you just eat too much and you're sedentary. But thank you. After COVID, your hair is curly now. I can crunch and go. Wow. She didn't like fooling with hair. She said, this is like putting on a hat with hair. That's funny. Look at the book Good Energy by Casey Means. I will. Thank you. Debbie says, yes, Patty is the only one I feel interacts with 99.9% of her chatters daily. Other podcasters like to host people and want to entertain questions here and there, which is just their method. I mean, I'd have guests on if I could be in the same. To me, it is extremely hard to interview somebody that you're not with, that you don't know well. I think it's very, very challenging. There's a lot of interrupting in my head and actual, like people like, you can go back to my first videos. Patty, why do you even have a guest on if all you're going to do is interrupt? Well, why doesn't the guest listen to the cues that I gave them? It's their time not to talk. It's just really hard. Other streams wouldn't take your question. Oh, nice, Debbie. You're such a good wife. Good for you. The Bible says gray hair is a crown of glory. I'll take it. Can you imagine how hot it is here that we wear gloves too? I mean, even today it's warm and it's freaking November. That is true. Some only answer for super chats. I just really enjoy. It was a mobile home. A mobile home caught on fire at a gas station. I mean, it was just bad. Being Jewish and knowing Dan Markel was and lived there, is there a big Jewish population in Tallahassee? I don't know the percent of Jewish people that attend the temples here, but to me, it's big. I mean, they have several. I'm going to see how many Jewish temples we have. 3 or 4. One, 2, 3, 4. We have 4. In 2005, that's how far this goes back. There were 4,400. So it's a lot more than that. In 2022, the Jewish Center at FSU serviced 4,500 Jewish students. So a good bit. What was the population back then? 181,000. Melody just walked into the defense room. She was alone going in carrying a nice black quilted leather looking bag. I saw her carrying that before. It was a Marathon gas station, used to be a 7-Eleven. That's the burn. Patricia, and some creators will jump onto anything like landfill rats. I mean, if it were interesting, I would jump on it. I want you to know, all of you, Wesley, if you're not on here, that I am getting now toilet emails to my Wayfair toilet emails and content because we were talking about toilets. She deserves at the very least a broken humorous. Right. I'm one of 7, and all of my siblings had super thick dark hair and shiny hair, which is now a beautiful silver. I was a mousy blonde with thin, greasy hair, and my gray is patchy dark. Poor Patricia. I can't either, Becky. Thank you, Tennis Girl, for sharing that. Appreciate it. Harley D says, I'm trying to get all my Christmas stuff out of storage. I don't know. I'm not going to have kids this year for Christmas. And I'm just so hard for me without children to even remotely decorate for Christmas. So I don't know. I haven't decorated. I mean, I decorated the last time the kids came, and that was years ago, like 5 years, but I don't. I think Melody's feeling pretty confident. I keep thinking of her kids and all the what ifs. See if they, let me see. Let me check the Facebook. I have to look. We have one cat that I don't think she would bother it. I don't think she would bother it, but it takes a month for me to get everything up. My house is on my videos, my channel. You'll see what it takes so long. Like, I just can't even imagine. I'm going to go get a fresh drink. I'll be right I got it. Why does it keep muting? I didn't touch it. Like I didn't even touch it. Now do you hear it? Okay, good. I think my husband wants, I don't know, I'll talk to him about it, about decorating. And maybe once it's up, it would be fine. But when I was getting my nails done on Saturday, this girl with this, I mean, tell you, rock. Like she had a rock on her hand. I'm not kidding you. It was like, I don't have anything like that big. It was probably the size of a milk dud. Like it was big and high. I would be nervous about having it. But anyway, she was talking about all this shit she was putting up. I'm like, why are you doing that? Why are you putting all that shit up? It just, my God. I mean, like, she was talking about buying all of this stuff to put in her decorated black. Everything was black in her house, she said. I was like, God. That thing was huge. Her rock was huge. I know. That would be nice. I'm not a lip reader. Rather have a milk dud. Yeah, I was like, is this moissanite? Like, it was huge. And that's the best I could describe as like a milk dud. Sorry, Joe. It was my fault. Your 4 grandchildren never not let you decorate a tree. That's nice. Milk dud diamonds are known for their clarity. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's that big. Since all your children and grands live out of town, we have a fiber optic tree. It's about 4 foot and comes out of a box fully decorated. It's kind of nice. What's the point of having a huge wedding ring? I guess for people like me to sit there and go, that is a stunning ring. And that's what I did. She was sitting to my right. I was like, your ring is stunning. It was beautiful. But then I thought, is that moissanite? And then she had the 2 bands, like a skinny band with little diamonds and then another band. And Neely grew up in Louisville and only knew one Jewish family my whole life. I always felt sorry for her because she couldn't participate. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Louisville is a Catholic town. Like I think there's more Catholics in Louisville than where I'm from in Harrisburg. And it was very Catholic in Harrisburg. Several Catholic high schools. You asked for a puppy instead of a ring. Aww. Like, let me look up Hilaria Baldwin's ring. I don't know. Hers was round. It was beautiful, but what I could do with that money, I could think. Like, let's do moissanite. It wasn't quite that big. It wasn't quite that big, but it was big. It wasn't quite as big as Hilaria's. I was surprised when I moved here how many Latter-day Saints are here. Like, it's a lot. And then I figured Baptist because we're in the South, but I was really shocked how diverse the religion is here in Tallahassee. That part I like. We had a high ceiling in our house. So Christmas, I bought a 12-foot tree and decorated it in time for Thanksgiving, then took all the decorations on and then put out another tree. Oh, I have friends that put out 3 or 4 trees. Scott had a party. My business partner had a party at his house 2 years ago, which his house is stunning. And he had a large fig tree and decorated the fig tree. It was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Let's call Melody and see if she wants to talk about Christmas plans with the family. It looked like it would get in the way for me. Like she has to do office work. I would be fine with a fake ring. I have a nice ring. Well, I had a really nice, not as big as that, but I had a nice ring and someone stole it from my house. Handyman, I guess. And then my husband replaced my ring, which is a beautiful ring, and I wear it occasionally. But I would be fine with a moissanite or something like that. If Rusty was arrested, could he flip on Melody? Yes. The lip reader episode from Seinfeld. Don't look up the first ring Hilaria had. She made Alec get her a bigger one. Well, she had like 12 kids for him. No offense. Oh, Ham. I love Ham. Let Scott do the decorating and you do the enjoying. Scott has, he has his own house. He's not coming to my house to decorate. I try to keep him out of my house. The first time, oh my God. My garage, I only have a 1-car garage. It's a small house. And he came to my house to get or to drop off furniture or get furniture. And he walked in opened up the garage door. And this is before I got rid of all my kids' stuff. And he's like, oh my. Oh my. I'd need a big ring to sleep with Alec Baldwin. That's funny. That is funny. My daughter put up 7 trees in her house this year. I'm proud of myself for getting my Christmas tree up. Scott has a job. Scott Farris has a job now. My friend didn't want a diamond for her second wedding. She wanted a sailboat. They called the boat Jenny's Ring. Good for her. Is this my office? Yes, it is. This is my office. Let me see. I'll show you. That's our fake mantle. Yeah. It's a warehouse with an office. Which I don't like that angle. Yeah, that's what it is. And my chair is sinking like incredibly. That's better. That was very funny. That was funny, Linda. I got you. You got me on that one. Well, I work with a designer, and if I had neon lights saying Patty's Playhouse in here, he would not like it. So I told someone, I used to have artwork back here, but it's hanging in a house. And he decorates in here. I mean, I brought in some books recently. I go to Goodwill or whatever used bookstore I can find. And we use a lot of books in the decorating and we give books away. So if I buy a bunch of like cookbooks, we'll give them away. People love them. They love them to decorate, or they're just like looking at the pictures, or they actually cook. So we give cookbooks away quite a bit. But it's a nice office. He's very clever. I think it's comfortable. I need a little backdrop. My backdrop's that red. I mean, there was artwork here. It'll come back. Rusty is 3 sheets to the wind right now. Martha Jane will be lucky to get a tree from Rusty this year. Luckily, she has a niece and a nephew that help her. Do I have Wendy's book? I do. I bought it for like $4, and it's the FSU version. The binder's never been cracked. It's the FSU version. I think I opened one thing in there. Oh, my Ace Hardware coupon. That's it. This font, can you see it? Would drive me insane. Hiawassee Springs, Florida, Rosa. Dear Diary, blah, blah. We have a lot of books. We have a room of lamps. We probably have over 100 lamps, maybe more, and then books. Ace is the place. Rusty on Crown, XO. Roman numerals. Read a random verse of Wendy's. I know, it's so sad. Push the fireplace directly behind you. You are so funny. Well, you can't see it, but there's a long table that the fireplace sits in front of, so I can't move it. Because otherwise everything else would be awkward. If you had that red fireplace, that would be all I need for Christmas. I know a lot of people walk in here and they're like, can I buy that? And he's like, no. But it is cool. I don't know where he got it, but he got it. But who is ever here? I mean, people stop by. You discovered a dyslexic font. Let me see. Thicker lines. Oh, interesting. Oh, you were kidding. Oh, that's nice. Made a fake fireplace mantle. Rebecca wants the mantle. A lot of people have. It's nice. It's heavy too, but it's not anchored to the wall. When we do have artwork in here, I'll move it around when I clean on a Friday. That's my cleaning day. But Dawn says, can you imagine Melody's anger towards Martha Jane? Wish I was a fly on the wall for that conversation. I can't quit laughing. I don't know where he got it, but he got it. Man, it sounds like some of those jurors just completely discounted a lot of the witnesses and didn't believe them. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, how do you discount them? Look at all the families. Melody, allegedly conspiracy, whatever, ruined her own. Rusty's, the other fellow, Ted Wiley was his name. Gary's old lady friend. I love putting up a fire on my living room TV. I use Phobos Planet and choose the live fires. Good for you. That's a good idea. I can't imagine. Just wait. I'm watching the... I just don't know. Like, how could you discount all the witnesses as being not truthful? That's what has happened. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's one thing if you think that prosecution didn't wrap it up right or whatever. But all of those, and then you hear the first 4 defense witnesses, and you're like, that was nothing. That was nothing. Is Alan a new lover? I think Alan is gay. It's he and another man own the house. So I know. I can't get past that. You bring your boyfriend to your daughter's wedding. Louisville's Catholic and Baptist. Yeah. I mean, it's the South, technically. It's almost Midwest. I know. It's hard to believe. It's really hard to believe. Like Donna. That's what Donna's going to have. Florida, there's no any murder. There's no bond. I don't understand it. Mm. They said there's an update in the disappearance of that Iowa news anchor. I have to click on their horrid site to find out what it is. Let me see. What's her name? Poison Trout. Poison Trout? It says Jody Hoisentrout investigators travel to Minnesota. Ads. I mean, I know you got to support your website, but it's ridiculous. Says investigators from Mason City, Iowa recently trekked to a rural community outside the Twin Cities after receiving a tip on the 95 disappearance of a news anchor and Minnesota native Jody Hoisentrout. Carolyn wrote that Mason City Police Department detectives searched a construction site in Winstead, about 45 miles directly west of Minneapolis. They were assisted by law enforcement from Minnesota. The heavily police presence in Mason City type prompted one Winstead resident to contact the Find Jody page. This police department recently worked with Minnesota law enforcement officials to follow up on a lead in Winstead. They continue to receive, evaluate, and follow up on information. So nothing. Lowe, a veteran crime reporter who worked on WCCO for years, has been a dedicated supporter of the effort to learn what happened to Hoisentrout and bring her home. So not really anything. But I remember when that happened. It's a shame. Oh, yeah. I bet you she had a stalker or someone who watched her on TV. Likely. Bossy says, I totally get their hanging just because I thought the prosecutor's closing argument was lacking and the defense's. But I didn't even have to listen to either closing argument. In fact, I didn't. I was kind of watching and cleaning my office and doing other things. I don't know how you discount all the forensic specialists, the anthropologists, I just don't know how you discount everyone else. Can you find out what her bond conditions are? Yeah. Let me get it. Hold on. She got bond at 175 on January 4, 2021. I wish somebody would explain to me how that even happens, but here's the bond. Let me show you. Be it known that Farris Melody Walker, principal, and a quick bail bond surety are held firmly. Let me do like bound to His Excellency Brian Kemp, who's the governor of Georgia, and his successors in the penal sum written above for payment whereof we firmly bind ourselves, our heirs, executors, and administrator jointly and severally. Conditions: if the above bond principal shall personally be and appear before the state court on any other court in which the cause may be transferred or pending from day to day, from term to term, to then, and their answer to an indictment or accusation or any included related offense therein with which she may stand charged, and shall not depart thence without leaving the court, then the above obligation to be null and void, else to remain in full force. And talks about land. In this bond charges real estate surety affirms said real estate is the tract recorded by property deed, and it's blank. So I don't know what the deed is. Or because she didn't own the house in 19. So it must have been another parcel. A copy of the deed receipt is attached to. The property of the value is greater than twice the amount of the bond, exclusive of home. I wonder if someone put up their house, because she didn't own the Purcell Lane home and in 19, and the Tuscaloosa house wouldn't have counted, and that went into foreclosure. I just don't know who puts, I just can't imagine putting this lady up. Because it doesn't give a. I'm reading. Who gave her the property? It had to be Amanda's property. It had to be. because she didn't own any other property. And she went to go visit her mother in July 21. No image on the motion for bond reduction in 22. They don't post every image. I wonder what land this was. It has to be Amanda's. Does anyone know in Georgia if they have a bond on a house, if that's noted in the public record? Like a lien, so it can't be sold? Because in December 20, she didn't own that house. It sold in 19. I should call him and ask. Hey, dude, where'd you put up the bond for? I can't imagine it's private record. I can't imagine. Oh, here I found the other address. She is staying in Atlanta for the duration of her trial. Hold on, I need to figure out who owns it. I found it. It was on the second indictment. And it's in Atlanta. It's also owned by Allen. So they own 2 homes. That's where she's staying. Better skip on. It is a lien against the property. Booyah! I bet it is her. What day was this? 2020? What am I doing? I'm thinking wrong. Go back, Patty. The surety bond, it should be a quick. It should be, the lien should be under their name, right? A quick. Spell check. You guys were right about that. What day in 20? December. Who is helping her with this bond? 20. Pardon me while I investigate. Case. Oh, I could just put the case number in. Aren't they nice? Hold on. Case number. What's the case number? 20. CR0031. 20. Don't see the case number in here. Why is it not listed? Everyone else's with A quick is listed. Let me do 20. Zero zero 58. 0058. Damn. Let's see. Why does anyone think this is happening? Why is it? Could it be the 23? Let me look at that one. 23 CR 0715. 23. Nope. Even if it was released, it would be on here. I have that. I don't see it. Let me show you. So you don't think I'm... So I just did a control F. And there's 14 cases. And it's not here. Because as soon as you put it 0, then there's 4. It's not here. I mean, even if it ever was there, it should be there. And then if you put in Farris, and then put in Melody, see, there's a foreclosure deed. So she didn't own anything. And then when I put in Bruce, his places are not, there's nothing. Nothing. Let me look up Allen, Wilson Allen. Nothing. I'll find it. If they had equity in the house, some may have been returned to them, just don't know. Yeah, but you can't put a lien on a property you don't know. And see where it has like 8 quick and then has the person's name. I'm going to call him. I'm like, I'm not familiar with Georgia law. Can you explain something to me? I would like to know why I don't see a recorded lien. And she doesn't own the home anymore. So this is what date was this? Just 12/20. Hold on. Motion for bond reduction modification. Now, it could be in something that's not public. Like some of these images are not public. Let me tell you what it says here. When Melody Farris is at the residence in Roswell, which I told you about, no additional visitors at the residence in Roswell. So when she's there, they can't be any. And she has to be under defendant's house arrest provision, which currently includes an exception of 12-4 to allow defendant to leave the residence shall be continued. However, if Farris leaves the residence in Roswell, she must be accompanied by Wilson or Vaffel. Let me see if Vaffel's name was on here. Nope. Because this says, right? Doesn't it say it's in Cherokee County? It's got to be in a different, let's see, Code of Georgia. Yeah, deed book page in Cherokee County Superior Court Clerk's Office. Happens all the time. They're not released till they're released. Oh, this is what you wanted? Sorry. So she is on house arrest. So Beach Bum, you should see I gotta figure that out. 12 to 4 is when she's allowed out. Not so good. I need to find out what she's on bond with. It's not a cash bond according to this. And it says it's I wonder if no one checked on that. If it was actually done. They have a website, but there's really nothing there. Here's what it says in Cherokee County for property bond. It says anyone owning property in Cherokee can post a property bond. In order to use the property, the following documentation is needed: a certified warranty deed, quitclaim, executor, administrator deed, a current property tax receipt, enough clear and unencumbered equity to cover twice the bond, plus the $5,000 tax exemption, a current paid-to-date mortgage statement, and all parties named on the deed must be to present with government-issued photo ID. Each person will be required to sign an affidavit. The sheriff's office may have a different criteria for the property bond. However, the bond must meet the criteria for the office. No bond will be accepted if the seal of the envelope is opened or damaged. Bring the envelope to the county adult detention center along with the parties named. A lien will be against the property. Not if there's no lien against the property and they don't own the property. Like, that's what I don't understand. How does that happen? Think they take my call right now? Bye, Tater. The bond was lowered. Yes, it was 250. If you put in like control F, there's a bunch of modifications, and then on 1/4/21 it said bond 175. Do you see the one where it says 175? Let me show you. This is the docket. It's right here. It says 175 on January 4. But when you go in, that's when it's a 20. Oh man, I messed up. That's when you go in here. And it's some land here. And it's 2020, but the order isn't until January 4. She was re-indicted here. I don't see anything else. But if someone sees it, let me know. I just don't see it. All right, I'm calling them. Thanks for the. You're right. All they can say is no. Hey, Chelsea. My name's Patty. I have a question about a bond. It was for Cherokee. So you have Melody Walker Farris on bond, and it says in the bond form, back in 1220, that she was using property to bond, but she didn't own that property in 1220. So I was wondering how that was allowed, or did she use another property? I just can't find the lien. Okay, cool. Thanks. I love reading dockets and records for trials, so that's why I was asking. I'm a property appraiser and a broker, and I know the house was sold in 19, so I was just like, how did that work? No, it's Melody, Melody Walker. February 8th, 1960, I believe is her birthday. It says, the form says December 2020. And then the order was January 4, 2021. The order was written January 4, 2021. Oh, nice. Oh, I have a question. Okay, so in her specific case, it shows her principal mailing address as 2155 Purcell Lane. That's in Cherokee County, but she didn't own the property in 2020. It was foreclosed on in 19 and sold. So I was like, how could she bond a house that she didn't own, or was there another property? And even then, she put her principal address there and she didn't own it then. Right. Yeah, I was reading your instructions. Yeah. Right. So it says the surety bond was with real estate and it gave a tax district lot, but it may not have been. They may have put up cash and that's just on there. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I'm in Florida and we just do it differently. So that's why I was asking. So on your official records, like with mortgages and liens, like I said, because I'm a property appraiser. So those liens, like some of those have you, how should I say it? Like have a quick on there as a lien holder, which is where I was looking. But you're saying in this case, it likely wasn't. She either put cash up and they just wrote that because it was blank. On the bond document, it's blank the page and book, that part on the bond document is blank. Okay. 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 I wouldn't if I were me. It was my money or my bond. I wouldn't do it. Mm-mm. That's great. No, you're very helpful. I really appreciate it. So thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. You never know until you ask. But anyway, she's like, they probably wasn't a property bond, even though it says it on there. They put up cash. She said if there was nothing filled in this document here, right here, it was cash. So, and then it would have been handled by the jail probably. Can property be anywhere in Georgia? Yes. Doesn't have to be in the county. The whole bondsman man thing is so bloody romantic. Can you imagine? I would love it. That would be so much fun to go find people and do it. Yep, it's cash. 17,005, I think is what it is that they have to put up. Cash bond. The cash bond is entire bond, including fees, is paid in cash. Bond can be paid by anyone. But if they don't have all of it, then they bond. Using a professional bondman. The fee is 15%. They have to put 15% down here. Yeah, that's it. Unless the judge says I want cash bond. That is not enough for murder. This is what they call it, professional bondsman. She was very nice. She's like, wow, Patty, that's ballsy. I'm surprised Patty didn't call the judge. Oh, bondage is the key. Cute. Seems they wouldn't have bonded her out at all. I have a lot of questions that no one has answers to. I just don't get it, but who am I? I'm clearly not in charge. Yeah, it wasn't a cash bond. Wasn't a cash bond. Any other questions? Any other one? My hair's falling. Any other people I should be calling today? So if it's a hung jury, isn't that what happened with the Reed? Don't they have to re-indict? Don't they have to re-indict? You want me to call the judge? That's okay. I'm not that. Pond's cream for this old lady. I like the Pond's cream. They have to re-indict. Oh, that's nice. They better not let her out on bond. They better not. Send her back. I'll call them back. Cindy, oh, Patty, you're awesome. Now, please call the judge. Let him know the pizza will be delivered at 6. Pond's is a nice night cream. I think sending them home was a mistake. Just to hear their family. You know, I worry about that kid that worked at the fire department. Do you remember that in the beginning? There was a kid that came to them and worked at the fire department, and he was like, he was pressured. He felt like he'd be pressured at work. To my British mind, the bondsmen feel like a leftover from the Wild West days. Basically, you don't have any money, you'll find someone in town who does partner. Cell data is better now, more evidence. It's true. Patty, I had to stop, get ready for my chiropractor appointment. What did I miss? He has not released the jury. The jury came out a few hours ago, about 12:15, and said that they were hung, and he gave him an Allen charge and said he'll be back to them later this afternoon. Vote. Whoever you vote for, vote. I agree. Vote, vote, vote. I 100% agree. Oh, Burned Foreman. Yeah, I looked it up. Those big commercial, I mean, Burr Foreman. They're more in now this is a real, if you join me this morning when I was completely tearing apart this person's fake website, this is a real website. This is a real website. Leadership. See how everything's even. All their offices. $232 attorneys. His was real estate. How much do you think it was worth? I mean, well, with insurance and all, probably about 7 million total. 6 million. Debbie was born in Edinburgh, came to Canada at Pearson Airport at 6 months old. Can I ask Debbie Gibby why your family moved from gorgeous Scotland to Canada? Not that it's not pretty, but you know what I'm saying. I'm stopping at the Varsity. What do you have? I have nothing. I have that she didn't use a property bond because I called the bondsman. Judge said they can deliberate until they had a verdict. An orange frosty. I don't know the Varsity. I don't know what it is. The fast food company. Who knew? Didn't know. Varsity chili in a can. Hot dogs, burgers, side item, desserts. Interesting. Didn't know. Patty, my mom married this man, my dad, wedding pics, December 12th. I think he was from Scotland. They went there, and I was born that April, and he didn't want me. So your mom flew you here. Sorry about that, Debbie, but I guess you are better off. What kind of lawyer was Gary again? A commercial real estate attorney. Varsity is huge in Atlanta. I had to leave to show my husband how to put in a sawzall. Judge told the jury that there was no set time for deliberations to seat. He's holding them to the verdict. He said it at 2:00. He was like, there's no set time. He'll check in with them this afternoon. That's what he said. Gary made very good money. I'm sure he did. I mean, they owned a condo in Tuscaloosa because he went to Alabama. So he had a condo there. That went in foreclosure as well. My family moved to the States from Ireland in the 20s for a better life. My best friend is Irish, and she moved here. There was a lottery, and she won a slot in the lottery to move here. She's from Donegal, which I'm sure she'll correct my Donegal. Hot dog at the varsity. That sounds good. If you want to get nuked, vote for. You want to make. Judge told the jury there was no set time. I wish we had posses now. I wish we had public shame. I guess that's what Facebook's for. I think a lot of this crap would end if we had more public shame. Just saying. I mean, we literally have a shooting a day in this town, as small as this is. In other news, Mike Norvell says he's shocked at his team. How can he be shocked? Good God. Just a second, I have to take a call. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, bye-bye. So Melody's clothing may have been designer, but they were ugly. Oh, I was still on the phone. Thank you. I was on the phone. My husband didn't hang up. You know a corporate lawyer who's expecting a 7-figure end-of-year bonus. I was on the phone. I have mine. But her taste in clothing was trash. Pearls aside. Pearls aside, it was not very good. Very few shootings where you live, mostly drug related when they occur. Michelle knows. Let's see, how many shootings? Even when I'm sitting in that courtroom waiting for, a fucking Donna Adelson hearing. And the judge was like, okay, you pop positive for drugs. Okay. Well, let me put in the air. 21 dead from shootings here, 43 injured, 53 shootings. We have this Data Central Shootings in Tallahassee website. Who popped for drugs? There was someone ahead of Donna Adelson. So the judge was just doing the other business for the week, the sounding, as they call it, the trial sounding. And there were a couple people that had popped for drugs. It was so funny. So the guy's like, oh yeah, I had my teeth done, and the dentist had to pull some teeth, and Everett says, and the dentist gave you cocaine. That's how he said it. And then basically he goes, no, please don't do it again. But it's probably because the jail's full. No, she cannot. Because they're going to re-indict her right away. So no. And she's on house arrest, whether it's a hung or not. That has to be written out by the judge. That order has to be changed. Who she's going to have if she's hung alienated everyone, including Martha Jane, Sherry, Diaphragm Sherry, the walking guy, never doing that again. All children, because I can't imagine Amanda would be able to withstand it now. Is Melody missing her bottom teeth? I don't think so, but I haven't seen her up close. No, Rusty cannot fit. She's not allowed to have visitors. I'm muted again. She's not allowed to have visitors. I don't know. Yeah, he was rolling a cigarette, but that got fixed. There was something else about that. No, I'm not muted. Thank you. Diaphragm Sherry. She is Diaphragm Sherry. How else do you call her? Do I think she gets a retrial? Yeah. She'll get a retrial. Will she be able to afford a private attorney? I mean, I don't know how much was in his 401k. If she was listed as a beneficiary, she probably got that. Hold on. Let me look that up. I'm looking it up. Let's do it differently. 401k, surviving spouse accused of murder. If a member of it dies, the spouse is a primary beneficiary. If there's no other dedicated, there's no other surviving spouse. It's Maryland. I don't know. I don't see it, but my guess is, I mean, they could have frozen it. You know what I didn't look at and see if there were any civil cases with this heifer. I don't know why I didn't think about that. So here's the civil docket, Synovus Bank versus Melody Farris. The foreclosure document. August 9th. Tax assessors. They have a property value agreement form, and they said the property here was worth $1,360,000, and it sold for way less than that. So that was a value hearing. See. It says comes now an administrator for the estate of Gary Wayne Farris. He's the administrator of that estate, which is an open estate and probate. Hello? Oh, okay. Thank you, dear. Bye. Possible verdict. It'll take a few minutes. They may have to give everyone time to get here. Probably at least 30 to 45. Someone needs to go knock on my door. Bless your hearts. How does that even happen? That you have a hung jury and then it's like, how does that happen? Sorry, Debbie. I saw you call, but I thought it was an accident. So I didn't pay attention to it. Sorry. You have 30 minutes to contact me. I was reading real estate. Yes, I did see that movie. It was very good. Doris fell asleep. Check your chat. So embarrassing. Thank you guys very much, everyone, for calling me, Leslie and Debbie. Thank you so much. It was very nice of you to do. 3:45. Oh, that's the time? Defense and prosecution already in courthouse. I'm literally have the chills now. Like it's about me. I'm literally having the chills. Like, I gotta turn up the air in here. I don't even understand how you go from a hung jury at 12:30 to a verdict at 3. Court TV saying 3:20. Thank you. It's guilty. Do they instantly tase her? I don't understand. I don't understand that concept. I know. It's not a verdict. I think it's still hung. No sound right now. I can't either. It is a verdict, Debbie. You guys are listening to Court TV? I'm so glad I gave you guys my phone number. Lori, are you in the courtroom? What's max she could face? Life. She's guilty. They could instantly take her diaphragm away. Fair play. What is Boone? Oh, Sarah Boone. Prison time for malice murder is life in prison without parole, or the defendant's executed. The defendant with malice murder, the defendant must serve at least 30 years. Yep, there's a verdict coming. Want to put up a poll? Yeah, I can do that. Poll is up. I'm literally freezing and yet sweating like I have the flu. You believe acquittal? Q. Beach bum. Is she okay? Why don't more people use DuckDuckGo? Because it's so freaking slow. Can't stand it. Maybe Alan went to jury and said, y'all decide because I need this woman out of my house. Isn't it murder? Michelle, thank you for sending me that preliminary hearing. I really appreciate it. That was nice of you. Life without parole or with parole? I heard her lawyer talking earlier about the options. Listen to you. You stopped to eat the onion rings before the heart attack. Simon says, I say not guilty on charge 1 and 2 and 3. Charge 4 and 5 is debatable. I hope Gary is watching from above. I do appreciate it. Like, I appreciate Debbie and Leslie calling me. I appreciate it. I was like so interested when I found something new. You seek to partition the entire fee simple property. I got to read that later. I need to know what that means. I agree, Bossy. I don't know how someone does that. I just don't know how you go from being hung to that in like 5 minutes. I just don't know. You have an eye twitch. Someone gave in. If Melody was falsely charged, then charge 5 would not matter. If it was hung, still they would still be in jury room like judge instructed. Correct. It's either guilty or innocent. It's not hung, but I put it up there. I like how it's called a dynamite instruction. Compromising guilt with a lesser charge. That's what I think. I'm driving. Got to get your dogs out. Will you be safe? And thank you so, so much. Well, it wasn't 5 minutes, but it felt like 5 minutes. I mean, I know it wasn't 5 minutes, but it was only 2 hours and they've already been doing it. So I just had the question. I hope the cameraman is on Melody. Yeah, for Sarah Boone, it was disappointing, wasn't it? Because it was behind her. Mealy, that's good. It's like when siblings fight and you make them sit on the couch and hold hands until they can get along. They make up real fast. Have they reached a verdict? Sophie, that is what they are saying. Raven. Can you say hi? Oh, absolutely. Hi. Hi, Sharon. Thank you. Never know what to say. I've been asked that before, but hello, Sharon. Thank you for watching with me. Judy says she just took a shower with all of us. If they're not guilty and jurors change their vote to guilty, then my prayers were answered. Mary Lynn says 100% guilty. Isn't that sweet? I know my friend, we'll call her Lala. She was like, give me a shout out. And then I gave her a shout out and she wasn't watching. So Sharon, I hope you have a great day. And I hope she's guilty. I do. I do for the family. Otherwise, I have nothing. 15 hours, 24 minutes, and 14 seconds on deliberation. Ooh, look at you, the two. Murder or millionaire? And has Rusty booked the Super 8? I hope Melody's shitting her pants right now. No way, 12 not guilty. I don't think so either. Beach is going to miss the big moment after the coverage she gave it. I know, she's just lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Jury click has stopped for eating lunch, is my guess. No one has ever said, Judy, that they've taken a shower with me. No. Rusty is doing a runner right now. Did Beach go home? Yeah, she has to let her dogs out. Texted mom to let her know it's about to be read. She doesn't have a lot of patience waiting. Neither do I. I'm literally freezing and my hands are sweating. There is a verdict, KS. Simon Bagel. Now I want to eat. I'm hungry anyway. If they were hung, they wouldn't be out till the end of the day. I know it has to be not guilty, Q. It could be a not guilty verdict. We don't know. You're welcome, Q. Thanks for joining us. Oh my God, that freaking camera. I don't drink, but if it doesn't come soon, I'm going to start. Judge will call jury within the next 2 hours. No verdict, then mistrial. No, there is a verdict, Simon. According to Court TV, which they would have been notified. Guilty, probably the lesser charge. That's what I think. Thank you, Rosemary. for saying this. She says, thanks for breaking down the case and doing a deep dive on the evidence. You are a great YouTube sleuth. Thank you. Granny, we were told there was a verdict. What is the lesser charge? Well, one was malice murder, and then the other one was felony murder. I mean, they could do one without the other. Francis. Come on, Jerry, I need to do some more yard work. Scott is shaking in his boots. I have wine, but if I drink it this early, I'll be asleep in an hour. I'm a lightweight. Thanks for giving us all a place to gather, hoping to see handcuffs in the courtroom soon. I don't know how they do it in Georgia, but in Florida, they'll take them aside and do ink fingerprints. So we'll see. She does look nervous. I would be. Long crime shows people and melody in the courtroom. Let me look. Felony murder. Life in prison. With or without parole. Same thing. Have to serve so much time. She had the same look all day. Interesting. Well, the kids were nearby, so likely. I don't know how to do those things, but if I could, I would. Carla says, I wonder if she knows her own words hung her. And her, she is guilty. She doesn't look like she thinks they're coming back with an innocent, though. Or not guilty, not innocent. If a sudden rush of deputies start line in the room, we all know what's up. So remember, whoa. Remember with Sarah Boone, she was shackled and handcuffed per the sheriff. This chick isn't. Remember with Sarah Boone, she had her shackles on. She's not handcuffed. Clearly they do it differently there. We all know that now. Oh, because Sarah was in custody. True. Thank you for that. She is on bonds. They wouldn't have done it. This court is very laid back. Thank you guys for that reminder. Sarah wanted out. They wouldn't let her out. Lots of bailiffs. Oh, yeah, look. In Florida, she wouldn't be sentenced today. So I don't know if Georgia does the sentencing. I just don't know. You don't see Alan. Her ring's off. Let's see if she has her other ring on. Pearls are off. She only has her pearl earrings in. Her lawyers look nervous. Something she can take off quickly while processing, says Rich Auntie. No wedding rings today. She must be sick sitting there waiting, says Linda. You do like her haircut, Dana. Nice. Oh, there is a lot of people there. Well, the judge said that all the investigators, like all those people, wanted to come in, plus the alternates wanted to be there. Lori, are you in there now? They announced a verdict was reached, but they haven't announced the verdict. The lawyers just want their paycheck not to bounce. Oh, you do see Alan. Is this him right there? Is that Alan? Right there. She is not close to her attorneys right now, as usual, says Mr. C. Law enforcement looks happy. Says Rebecca Seashore says attorneys won't sit. I'm literally freezing and my hands are sweating. What is wrong with me? Melody looks more miserable. She's definitely contemplative, as they say in the UK. Contemplative. Her top, yeah. MCAS, it does. The Planet of the Apes mask. Donna D says, wonder if she's rethinking what she did get. Gave up her family, $1 million lifestyle, all for a man. Who is Alan? He's the one housing her while she's on bond. Melody is really tiny. Her flirty neighbor is there. There never seems to be any chat with her defense team, says Apollonia. Is Amanda there? Can anyone see Amanda? She's really sunk down in her chair, Donna D says. Rich Auntie says, I understand, Patty. I was pretty hyped for the Sarah Boone verdict. Well, I was smoking a cigar for the Sarah Boone verdict, but I can't smoke one in the office. The row behind her is all court staff. The second and third rows are public, and the last row on wall is for press. I'm a woman. So strange how she has zero camaraderie with her legal team. Are her kids in the courtroom? Melissa asks. Linda says, if she's found not guilty, do you think she will hug her attorneys? No. The judge better not get all goofy, says Leslie. Downpour on the East Coast again. Well, Cannon's casual courtroom, says Mr. C. Granny, has she run out of all of her money? I don't know. I don't know. I can't believe they let her out on bond. Payday for Melody. She will turn back into a bat. Yeah, there's none of that obligatory arm rub like they do with attorneys. There's no words of comfort for her, anything, says Apollonia. She is their client after all. Strange kind of defense support to me. Leslie says she would be green if she wasn't tan. She's lucky she's been out this long, says Focus People. Cute. She looks sedated. Her eyes look so heavy. I feel like her attorneys hate her, says Leslie. Rich Auntie probably wish she had just gotten a divorce. Well, you're 8% in the chat. I respectfully disagree. She's guilty as hell. She's looked crabby this entire time. Brianna says, the Wicked Witch of the South. Leslie says, I see Scott and Gary's brother. If there is a not guilty, I'm coming down there to pick it. Says Melissa. Becky says, one hard and cold woman looks like she could fall asleep. I'd be a friggin' nervous wreck. Beach bum, be careful. She just witnessed a wreck. She is evil to her family. Mr. C says, I don't think she will be smiling for her Georgia Department of Corrections picture. You gave your number and ran. Be careful. She's on house arrest, Debbie says. She took a Xanax, I'm sure. Melody, maybe she's thinking of feckin' Rusty. Feckin'. What do we all talk about? Feckin'. Melody is thinking why she trusted Rusty, and maybe she's thinking about why she didn't give up Rusty to get a better deal. Who got the life insurance? It's on hold. It's frozen. Goofy is judge's default setting, and I love it. Says Fido lost. Why did Fido? Uh-oh. Now she stands. Where's the sound?
Be seated.
All right, I understand we have a verdict. I know we have lots of folks that are interested in the outcome of this case here. I've also heard at least 6 Amber Alerts while I was in the back buzzing in here. So if that happens, I'll just ignore it, pretend I didn't hear it. I want everyone to just understand that the jury's been working diligently on this case for the last 4 weeks of trial and for the last several days of deliberation. I don't want any outbursts one way or the other. If you don't think you'll be able to restrain yourself one way or the other, then you need to step out. All right, anything else we need to take up before we bring the jurors in? All right, we have our 2 alternates. All right, go ahead and bring them. Well, we have 4, but only two are coming.
I'm closing my eyes. It's like when someone kicks a field goal. I can't watch.
All right, I understand y'all reached a verdict. Yes, Your Honor. And is it signed by you as foreman? Yes, Your Honor. All right, if you'll if you'll hand it to the bailiff, then I'll review it, and then I'll hand it back to you. All right. If you'll hand that back to the foreman. All right, sir, as foreman, I'm going to have you stand and publish your verdict. You can do that just by saying, "We, the jury," and then to each count, say, "We find the defendant guilty or not guilty" as to each count.
We, the jury, as to the count 5, we find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 4, find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 3, we find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 2, find the defendant guilty. And we, the jury, as to count 1, find the defendant guilty.
All right, we'll hand it back to the bailiff. Madam Bailiff, you can show it to counsel. All right, anything y'all want to take up?
No, oh, we would ask you to poll.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the defense has asked that you be polled. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. We're going to run through each one of you. If you still remember your original jury number, if you don't, we'll give you some prompting. But if you'll stand up, we will then, I'll ask you a series of questions, and then I'll move to the next juror. After you see me do it twice, you'll understand what we're doing. All right, so
That's Scott.
bailiff, if you'll, Mr.
Scott's
Clerk, if you'll
fiance.
call the
That's
juror.
John, Gary's brother. She's the head of the clerk of
All right,
court.
ma'am, is that your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, sir.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can be seated.
Number 7.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next.
Number 14.
All right, ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, what?
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes.
All right, you may be seated.
Number 28.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes. Number 40.
That's me. All right. Sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is that still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Number 41.
Ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes.
All right, next.
Number 48.
All right, ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can be seated.
Number 50.
All right, ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, sir.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, sir.
All right, next.
Number 60.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can be seated.
That's Alan. This is Alan right here.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can be seated.
Number 71.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, sir.
And is that still your verdict?
Yes, sir. Number 79.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes,
And is it still your verdict?
it is.
All right. You may
I'll
be
show
seated.
it again when they
That's all
show it
that
again.
is. All right, anything else? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that ends your service in this case. I want to thank you for your service. You are now free to go about your day and your lives and look up anything you want to about the case, talk to anyone about the case, or not, as you choose. That is completely up to you and how you want to handle that. There are some
This is
media
Alan
folks
right
that
here.
reached
This
out
is
and want to
Alan
talk to you.
with a purple
The
mouse
way we're
stick
going to do
right
that is I have some packets of information from them that I'm going to give you in just a moment. Before y'all leave the area, you are free to stay and talk to anyone you want to. You are also free to leave and not talk to anyone. There are many folks that would like to have an opportunity to talk to you. Again, that is completely up to you. And whether you want to talk to the lawyers, any of the family members, or the media is completely up to you. And they will make themselves available. I'm sure the media folks will be out the front door. If you want to talk to them, I'm going to direct them not to bother you if you want to go out the back door and go to your car and leave the premises. All right, so with that, y'all can be excused to the jury room. Yeah, and if the alternates, y'all can step out. I'm going to give y'all that same information. So if y'all step out with the bailiff, y'all can come through. They're going to want you to walk around. All right, y'all want to schedule sentencing?
Judge, let's go ahead and schedule it for sooner rather than later.
All right.
Due to the
Well, we can shoot for the first week of December, second week of December. I'll talk with Tracy. I have jury trials scheduled the week before Thanksgiving. We might can do, I know I have a conference the first full week of December, so second week. So we will reach out to y'all and have a scheduling conference on when the best time to do sentencing would be. We'll try to get that scheduled for you. All right. But ma'am, you will be remanded into custody after you've been convicted. Your bond is deemed insufficient at this time. You'll be taken into custody to await sentencing. All right. All right. Y'all can take her in the back. If y'all need a chance to talk to her, y'all keep her here for a little bit so that the attorneys can talk to her if they need to. All right, anything else? All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you.
And just like that, I didn't see Amanda in the courtroom. No, I didn't see Amanda in the courtroom. She wants to cry, but doesn't want to show it. We made it. Sade, no interviews. Excuse me a second. She can be on the Martha Stewart of her prison. Well, thank you all. So this was my first like full trial that I've ever done on YouTube or anywhere else. And thank you for helping me through it so much. I do have the best subscribers, like the best. They'll fingerprint her, put her back in the jail. Yeah, there were no objections, so they don't have much to appeal on, do they? Because her defense didn't object to anything. So someone said that Raven, I think, said that the defense attorneys know, they just can't tell her. Is that true? She's 64. She was 58 when he was murdered and 59 when she was arrested. He did not say go dogs, but I wouldn't have put it past him. I can't believe they found her guilty on all 5. I thought it wouldn't have been all 5. I would have loved to have been in that courtroom for the last 2 hours, or in that deliberation room. Oh, well, thank you, Gigi. Patty, it was so much fun. Thank you, Lori. Thank you for going to the courthouse. I mean, it was fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you, Jackie. Please replay it as soon as possible. I didn't get to see. You mean the conviction? Yeah, I could play that then.
All right. You'll hand that back to the foreman. All right, sir, as foreman, I'm going to have you stand and publish your verdict. You can do that just by saying, "We, the jury," and then to each count, say, "We find the defendant guilty or not guilty" as to each count.
So I'm replaying the guilty
We, the
verdict.
jury, as to the count 5, we find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 4, find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 3, we find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 2, find the defendant guilty. And we, the jury, as to count 1, find the defendant guilty.
All right, we'll hand it back to the bailiff. Madam Bailiff, you can show it to counsel. All right, anything y'all want to take up?
No, or we would ask you to fold it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the defense has asked that you be polled. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. We're going to run through each one of you. If you still remember your original jury number, if you don't, we'll give you some prompting. But if you'll stand up, we will then ask you a series of questions, and then I'll move to the next juror. After you see me do it again twice, you'll understand what we're doing. All right?
So I have a question. I was thrown. Why is the juror reading the guilty verdict instead of the bailiff or the clerk of the court? Does anyone know that?
Is that your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, sir.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can be seated.
Number 7.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next.
Number 14.
Yeah, the foreman
All
reads
right,
it,
ma'am,
not
was that your
the.
verdict in the jury room?
Yes, it was.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes,
And is it still your verdict?
yes.
All right, you may be seated.
Number 28.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 40.
That's me.
This is my favorite
Sir,
spot.
was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is that still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Number 41.
Ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes,
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
yes,
And is it still your verdict?
yes.
All right, next.
Number 48.
All right, ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can be seated.
Number 50.
All right, ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, sir.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, sir.
All right, next.
Number 60.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can be seated.
Number 65.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can be seated.
Number 71.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, sir.
And is that still your verdict?
Yes, sir. Number 79.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes,
And is it still your verdict?
it is.
All right, you may be seated. That's all of our jurors. All right, anything else?
That was fascinating because here in Florida, the clerk of the court reads it and then they answer like they did with Sarah Boone. But I'm absolutely freezing right now. There are 5 charges. Let me tell you what they are again. Malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, concealing the death of another, false statements, writings, concealment of fact. I can't believe they did all 5. Shelley says there was probably just one holdout. In the last hours, they were swayed, in my opinion. Someone is going to have to send her commissary money. Who, Rusty? Prison will age her quickly, man. She's already aged. In some cases, a judge will read the verdict. Rusty is next. Yeah, I bet Rusty doesn't call her tonight. She's gone for life, barring a good appeal. Happening, very unlikely. Yeah, like Debbie Martin pointed out, there were no objections. You have to object for the record. Rusty is in hiding, shaking his boots. Oh, he's definitely in Alabama or Tennessee, not in Georgia. You think any chance the family will reconcile? No. Emily might, but not the boys. No. She did nothing but run over them during her testimony. No abuse of a corpse. It's just the concealment. Concealing a death of another. It should be abuse of a corpse. Georgia is pretty generous on appeals. You think they said their last goodbyes? I would love to know what the reasons were for holding out too. I bet Rusty doesn't tell her all forward, hand on waist. I mean, it could have been as simple as the foreman going, it's a hung. They're going to retry her and they're probably going to find her guilty because that's usually the way it happens. And so when maybe they coached them through it and just talked to them about that and said, okay, might as well do it now than later. Is there a press conference? I mean, there should be. Mm-mm. Nothing yet. What's the local channel? WSP? Nothing yet. Mm-mm. I'll keep looking for it, but nothing yet. If you see it, let me know. Thank you to the mods. Thank you so much for people. I mean, that is just amazing how people just volunteer their time to help. He did remander. Hold on, I'll go back to it. You want to see her get cuffed again? Cool beans. It's buffering.
Yeah, and if the alternates, y'all can step out. I'm gonna give y'all that same information. So if y'all step out with the bailiff, y'all can come through. They're gonna want you to walk around. All right, y'all want to schedule sentencing?
Judge, let's go ahead and schedule it for sooner rather than later.
All right.
Due to what? Due to what?
We can shoot for the first week of December, second week of December. I'll talk with Tracy. I have jury trials scheduled the week before Thanksgiving. We might can do, I know I have a conference the first full week of December, so second week. So we will
5
reach
o'clock
out to y'all,
conference.
have a
Thank
scheduling
you,
conference
Phil.
on when best time to do sentencing would be. We'll try to get that scheduled for you. All right. But ma'am, you will be remanded into custody after you've been convicted. Your bond is deemed insufficient at this time. You'll be taken into custody to await sentencing. All right. All right. Y'all can take her in the back. If y'all need a chance to talk to her, y'all keep her here for a little bit so that the attorneys can talk to her if they need to.
There's Alan. This is Alan. That's Alan.
All right. Anything else? All right. We'll be in recess. Thank you.
They found her guilty, Carolyn. They found her guilty on all 5. I can't believe it. Rusty has already changed his phone number. If there was arguing in the jury room, Joe says, my money is at least one juror will talk. If I had to say one thing, he's in the burn pile. He's in the burn pile. Beach Bum and Wesley, would you please do an interview with Patty on your courtroom experience? Or Lori Smith, that would be awesome. They should have added 20 years for bringing Rusty to the wedding. I'm sorry. That is just shit. I mean, you don't have to love anyone, but to do that, and you're not even paying for it. He was paying for it. Thank you, Q, for this information. It's a hell of a position for those 4 kids to be in. Leslie says she's done with crime and trials for a bit. It wore me mentally with Donna. Probably true. They don't do fingerprints in the courtroom. So much was different in Georgia. Very different. Thank you, Beach Bum. Thank you guys so much for actually going into the courtroom and keeping us all in check. It's just absolutely amazing. You feel you're going crazy. Why, Harley? Whew. Thanks, kisses. She was staring down that cameraman. Now they can have a funeral for Gary. Absolutely. Be nice. The shit sandwich for the entire family. No one is cheering. It's really a horrible position. Melody hated he gave the kids money. Now what she wanted, they end up getting. Was it worth it, Melody? Says Debbie. Patty, she is really guilty. Yes, she is. Sorry, Harley. I feel for the kids and the grandkids, except Amanda. I don't feel anything for her. Rusty's working on his profile. Rusty's trying to sell a damn John Deere tractor. Good luck with that, dude. Wonder when the Dateline will air, how quickly they do a wrap up. I know with the Adelsons, it took they had a lot of stuff already. They already had all that B-roll stuff because of the other trials. So not long. Well, now all we have to do is put up with her looking at her one more time during sentencing. Would like to be at a bar with Kristen Scott and Emily. Court TV think tank. Do they stream that? Here's a burned alive murder trial upcoming. Did you see that? Diddy wants a gag order. Nope, nothing yet. Her phone call to Rusty about the body being on the burn pit before he was reported missing is what got me. And the phone. And the phone moving around. Her attorney probably whispered and said, do not get on a jail phone call. You feel a void now, Rosemary. I'm so sorry. Chris and Scott and Emily are cheering. I'm sure Emily is just freaking out. Poor girl. Amanda is truly alone now. The phone call, he's in the burn pile. Lifetime Movies will be calling the kids, yeah. No trial right now. Amanda bet on the wrong horse. Yeah, I thought she was guilty, but didn't mean they'd find her guilty. All the inheritance goes to the children. Why does that happen? Someone calls and it shows one number. She will be on a lifetime snapped. Beach Bum says, y'all are very welcome. I recommend everyone do at least one day to see your courts at work. Are we getting a news conference? I heard 5 o'clock. They want to come check my fire extinguishers. MCAS just looked up the house on Zillow. I know. Who will play Martha Jane? Yeah, he does need to stay out of drinking. Amanda is no longer power of attorney, probably. I mean, technically she is for her mother. What was our chat poll numbers? Let me look. 78 guilty, not guilty, 7%, hung 14%. Using a credit card to add minutes to the burner phone. That's a good one, Sunday. Using his credit card. Matt Johnson on Court TV said the foreperson was pacing this afternoon at the courthouse. Thankful for this young man. Lifetime Movie needs to contact me before they make a movie. Funny, that's cute. Wonder what Vinny will say. Well, everyone agrees after the fact. Even if it wasn't always popular, it's okay. $580 in the chat. Yeah, 674. I have 589 and 85 on Twitter. So welcome, Twitter. Welcome, Twitter. She'll find another Rusty. It'll be Rashida. It'll be Rashida, not Rusty. My palms were sweating. Mine were too. Palms were sweating and I was freezing. 3,000 civil suits against him now. Oh my God. If I'm ever in jail, I will shout y'all out in my phone calls. That's hilarious. Amanda has a wonderful husband and a close family. Maybe Rusty will tell Martha Jane where his gun is buried. She lied for hours. She talked more than Charlie Adelson. I bet Gary's brother John tries to get the family to heal together. They will not agree on the past, but need to focus on the future. There's no rule that says siblings have to talk to each other for the rest of their lives. She will have her appeal, says Kitty. In the burn pile, and Martha Jane and a reaction about the memorial service sealed the case for her. She wanted to pay for her funeral. Let's see if Amanda sends her commissary money from her inheritance. Amanda really has to search her soul to realize that her mother did this. Melody rode hard and put away wet, Farris. I never interacted with chat for the longest time, buddy. Now I'm kind of addicted to it, and I feel guilty when I can't pipe in. Well, thanks, Carolyn. Wives with knives. 5 p.m. for that press conference. The law firm, I'm sure, will take care of everything. They loved Gary there. I was going to look up who the executor was with. Hold on. Jeffrey Rusbridge. Oh, that the attorney was handling the state was not part of the law firm, Burr Foreman. So this document I was reading when the verdict came in, basically they were letting the executor of the state had to make sure that Melody was removed. So it's called a partition. So it says this require the defendant to appear and answer the petition, judgment partitioning the property for sale, removing her, and then for judgment against defendant for respective shares of the cost of the partition, they wanted her to pay for it, and then any judgment against defendant secured by a lien on the prospective interest. Interesting. I like it. Plaintiff's obligation as administrator require him to seek the sale of the property. So according to this document, they didn't have a lien on the property. There was no lien. But I think there was a lien, an equitable lien. It shall be secured by an equitable lien against the sale. Okay. Sorry, my bad. I had to read it. I read it wrong. So they wanted to force the sale of the property. I don't have to worry about bond anymore. This is so hilarious. Then they amended it for personal property. So here's where all the personal property went. Hold on. all the person or property are originally located at the property on Purcell Lane. Plaintiff and the estate and defendant Farris are co-owners of the property. Plaintiff's obligation as administrator require him to seek the sale. Plaintiff seeks partition of the entire fee simple interest in the property. Partition of personal property may be obtained in the same, so they wanted to sell everything off. Sell it all. So they sold all the furniture and everything that was in the house. I'll be dang. Well, that was fun. Boy, did I learn a lot. I learned a lot this time. My little brain. At her mature age, she's going for life. She was going for life. Court TV said Gary's brother, John, will be speaking for the family today. Imagine all the new girlfriends she'll be making today. Oh, I was reading a document from the estate when the property was, they were forcing the sale for the estate. Removing her from the heirs of the estate. Who was Alan? He was a friend. That was just a friend. I don't think Amanda can deal with the reality of life in general, let alone the unaliving of her brother. Brookie wants to hear from the jury, if they'll talk. Melody will not be happy with her overnight accommodations. Oh, he won't give her a life sentence. She'll have life. And even if they did, even if it was life with parole, you got to serve 30 years and she'll be dead. That's 94. I do not think that he will. I mean, you have statutes. He can't give her a life sentence. It's a minimum of 30 years. What happens to the bond money? It's gone. It's gone. Gone to the bondsman. Gone. What prison? I don't know. There's a couple. I have no idea. She was the wife of a prominent attorney that she murdered. I'm glad the jury didn't have to decide the sentencing like they did for Robert Tellis. Only gave 20 years for the first degree. That's insane. Rusty's having a double crown royal. Donna D, become a subscriber. Thank you, YB. I can't believe she was out on bond either. Donna D, I'm going to miss you every single day. Well, thank you, Ashley Kane. I thank you so much. Thank you, Harley62. So sweet of you. And Rebecca is a new member. Thank you. Thank you guys very much. You need to get Rusty now. Fascinating. It was absolute baptism by fire on YouTube. How to handle YouTube, how to mute, how to unmute, how to run all of it. So much. Pulling documents up on the fly, trying to fill time while we're waiting for a verdict. Like, what do you do? How do you entertain 600 people? So thank you guys so much for your patience and not making fun of me. Not making fun of me. Oh, it's crazy. She is fortunate they didn't go for the death penalty because I could have easily convicted her on that. House was empty on Zillow and it was listed for $975. Yep. LS, aka Chester's mom, they were found guilty. She was found guilty on all 5 counts, which I still don't. So they don't get that 175? No, the bondsman gets it. The bondsman gets the money. I bought a percolator because of this conversation. Oh, thank you. Well, thank you, Beach. So did you. Thank you. Georgia has 4 state women's prisons. Or 4 women's state prisons. Yeah, she didn't care about losing Aries money. Or anyone else's that helped her bond out. I wonder if inmates will scrub off her XO. No, she gets a tattoo while married to someone else. Crown Royal with Roman numerals. Martha Jane, I'm sure will not, nor will Rusty. Yeah, they only had to pay 15% of that bond, but it's still gone. You're welcome, LS. I'm sorry you missed it. Oh, well, thank you, Penny. That I'm an awesome investigator. I don't care how much I dislike someone, I'd never risk my freedom over it. Especially when there's money for a divorce. I mean, it's not like they were poor and trying to get a divorce. Renee, it's so funny. Just think, Rusty has an affair with a married woman while he's a John Deere tractor salesman and is exposed on national TV for a murder trial. Let me see which where he works for John Deere. Oh, Tri-Green is the name of the company. Tri-Green Equipment. He should be having a salesperson position coming up. You know what I'm saying? Percolator coffee makers are the bomb, but I make do with a drip coffee maker. Without a beep, too, Joe. We'll see how often Rusty visits. He better not ever visit if he's smart. Alana says, that was also funny when you were chatting about percolators. I had to look one up in Amazon, Australia. Exactly. A divorce is less taxing than a life sentence, especially when you have money for a divorce. I mean, even if she was at fault, he likely would have had to pay for her attorney. 175, Orly, 175,000 was her bond. Deb C says, that was nice. Thanks for covering. You should look up Utah and Gledhill later. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, I think it's a while till that one airs, though. Thank you, Melody. Thank you, guys. I'll do better next time, though. I mean, I already know where I messed up, so I'll do better. My dogs are happy they got hot dogs. Yay! I thought so too, mofo ho. I just like saying that. Can she take Sherry's diaphragm in jail? No. Kathy Bates is Martha Jane. Let's send thank you. Let's send a thank you note to Rusty. Rusty is no longer employed by. Can you imagine him trying to sell a John Deere tractor now. Bye, Dawn. Be safe. Thank you for joining us. Who was Alan to Melody? He's just a friend. They're not related. He was just a friend. Beach Bum says, yeah, but you're great at filling time. Research and info on the fly, even if it's not professional. She would have gotten plenty with a divorce. She was dumb enough to think she'd get away with it. We were told there was a press conference at 5 o'clock, so hopefully they'll air it. How do you even smoke a cigar with my old-fashioned mixed drink? What's a good cigar if I had one? Do you smoke cigars, Joe? So this is what I've been smoking. Just because it's super light. It's a Perdomo cigar. It's called a 10th anniversary champagne. You can see it this way. You don't see my hands. 10th anniversary. It's super light, doesn't make me sick. So that's what I need. Something light, long lasting, and doesn't make me puke. Rusty will never be charged. He should be. Patricia Beach, thank you for bringing a unique perspective. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, we had 3 subscribers that went to the courthouse. So that was fabulous. His sales pitch is you can move dead bodies if you need to. I don't understand. Melissa. She had 4 kids with him. How do you end up hating someone so much that you can murder them? Don't know. I made this trial more tolerable. Thank you, Orly. Catch you all in the next one. Bye, Deb C. I will let you know when the mugshot appears. I believe Gary's words that Melody was poisoning him. I also think Rusty knew it. I keep Patty, the Playhouse crew, close, like Melody keeps her diaphragm. There's a t-shirt, bling. Why is bond money forfeited? Just is. You just don't get it back. It's just the rules. They make the money. I need her Kubota to move traffic. Oh, I bet you do, dear. She was very blessed and had no idea. Her love of money was greater than all. They did, hey, Mona. They convicted her. Convicted her. Unbelievable, right? It really is unbelievable. I'm going to have to go to that WSB, I think. Wait for it, right? WSB. They'll have it. I hope they have it live. What's the other local station? Fox 5 Atlanta, too. Might be on that.
DC, we're expecting a big
Hold on.
crowd out there.
I'll be back.
Basically in the quad of their campus. We'll be there with you live, and there's going to be, another long list
Sorry, guys. I was on the phone with one of my agents. Sorry. I'm on the phone. Yeah, I was on a call. Thank you so much, though. He's trying to find his neighboring tenant, and he can't find her, so I'm going to look for her. I'll find her. There's a problem at the townhome, and they need to find the neighboring tenant. I had to mute it. I had to go take a call. I had to broker. I had to be a broker for a minute. You are subscribed. Thank you, Donna. Talking about percolators helped. That's funny. Court TV in 5 minutes, Patty. I mean, I don't have Court TV. I mean, I have the YouTube Court TV. But Billy Paul, it's on live. That look on her face is priceless. Let me show you what they have. Priceless right there.
Just by saying,
Ooh, I
we
love
the
it.
jury, and then to each count, say, we find the defendant guilty or not guilty as to each count.
We, the jury, as the account of count 5, we find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 4, find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 3, we find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 2, find the defendant guilty. And we, the jury, as to count 1, find the defendant guilty.
All right, we'll hand it back to the bailiff. Madam Bailiff, will you show it to counsel? All right, anything y'all want to take up?
No. Oh, we would ask you to poll.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the defense has asked that you be polled. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. We're going to run through.
You don't hear it?
If you still remember your original jury number, if you don't, we'll give you some prompting. But if you'll stand up, we will then I'll ask you a series of questions, and then I'll move to the next juror. After you see me do it twice, you'll understand what we're doing. All right? So, Mr. Bailiff, Mr. Clerk, if you'll call the juror.
Number 3.
All right, ma'am. Is that your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, sir.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can be seated.
Number 7.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next.
Number 14.
All right, ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, what?
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes.
All right, you may be seated.
Number 28.
All right.
For Vinny Live! All right, here we go. Got a little live video for you right now. In the aftermath, just moments ago, Melody Farris convicted of all charges across the board. And that means one thing and one thing only in the great state of Georgia where I live. Game over. it's game over. Unless she wins some appeal, it's done. It's over. She'll never be free again. That's the story. That's the big headline today, folks. Yeah, it was a guilty verdict. And let me tell you, the delivery of this verdict could not have been more dramatic. It could not have been more dramatic. And the reason I say that is the way it went down. I don't know if you were watching, but the judge basically said, yeah, four-person, just read the verdict, say what the charge is. And the four-person chose to start from the bottom charge up and started on count 5. So as each guilty was being read, maybe, you think, well, they found me guilty at the bottom, but maybe it's a compromise, maybe for doing something to the corpse, and then they got up to number 2 and it was over, and then number 1 and it was really, really over. So, wow, what a day, what a moment. But this is what you have to understand. I mean, in every single case, understand that the overwhelming majority of people, like way overwhelming majority of people who are charged in red rum cases are guilty. Okay? There might be some arguments, and some of them, is it, first degree, second degree, MS, you can have those arguments, but they're overwhelmingly guilty. Okay? It's not Law and Order where you flip a coin, maybe they arrested the right person, maybe they didn't. No. Overwhelming majority, they have. And then those who don't plead guilty, which is, again, the overwhelming majority of them, those that decide to go to trial, that don't take some sort of a deal or admit their guilt, they are overwhelmingly found guilty by juries, which is why many times defense attorneys say a hung jury is a victory for them. Anything short of a conviction is a victory. So in this case, this is what usually happens. So I've gotten to the point after 2+ decades of high-profile trials, coast to coast, state to state, jurisdiction to jurisdiction, that I am never, ever, ever surprised, shocked, or floored by a guilty verdict, because that's usually what happens. Okay? To me, there's always a little extra shock when they say not guilty, regardless of the scenario going in, the strength or weakness of a case. To me, not guilty is always more shocking, because then you're saying that all these investigators, all these lawyers, all the resources of the prosecutor's office got it wrong. Got it wrong. So that's where I kind of land on all of this. By the way, we're streaming live on my Facebook page, Twitch, and X, and my YouTube channel and the Court TV YouTube channel. So welcome to all the folks from Court TV who are watching right now in the aftermath of all of this as well. I got to keep my eye on my phone, just because with the verdict happening and getting ready for the big show tonight, got to make sure I stay on top of all developments. All right. So anyhow, yes, this case, there were great arguments, and there was another suspect, and the defense actually pointed the finger at someone inside the courtroom. This is Perry Mason stuff. This doesn't normally happen. It is rare that a defense attorney will actually point the finger and say, that person sitting right there, you see him, ladies and gentlemen, that's the person who did this. That's what they did with her son, the son of the victim, Scott Farris. Now, it transformed this trial, when you do that, into much more of a whodunit type of situation, and you can weigh the evidence against either. Excuse me. The jury has to look at that, and the thing is, when you point the finger at someone, you don't have to prove it against them beyond a reasonable doubt. You just have to raise the specter of them being a reasonable alternative to what the prosecution is saying. And if you have, some circumstances surrounding that, like you did in this case, that make him look a little suspicious, But there were things that made her look really bad. Let's be honest. I mean, the phone calls, the demeanor, the lack of anything from her did not help her. Like this, you married this guy for 38 years. You got 4 children together. Like, could you be a little upset that that someone took him out? I don't know. I mean, she showed some emotion when the kids testified and all. I get it, but it wasn't there. It can't be used against her, but she didn't tell a story. She didn't tell this jury a story on the stand. So they had nothing to weigh there. What they had was everyone close to her believed she did it, and it came out. Now, there could be a problem potentially on appeal if that stuff comes out. I'm just getting a note here. But at the end of the day, like everyone close to her, it is rare. It is absolutely rare that the children of the defendant in a spousal case like this will believe that their own parent is guilty, whether it's a mother or a father. I've seen it both situations. It's rare. It is rare. Here, like from Jump Street, like right out of the box, Scott was pointing the finger at her. Now, obviously, the defense tried to turn that around, saying that's like deflection. Deflection. Here was the biggest problem I had.
We still have 2 more minutes till
Scott Farris being responsible for doing this. Is that if he was doing it for money, he would have to ensure that she gets convicted. So his plot would be, I take out dad and then I frame mom. And the investigators, the prosecutor, and the jury all believe it. That would have to be his plan to get the money. Otherwise, it goes to her. So, and maybe, right out of the box, he's suspecting his mother and pointing out his mother to investigators. So yeah, you can make that argument, but that's not a sure thing. That's not a sure thing. You see, that would be like, I comparing this to the Menendez brothers for whatever reason. Menendez brothers, the problem I have with them is taking out both parents, because why would you do that? Well, then you get all the money. This guy didn't take out both. So he's not guaranteed the money. He only gets the money if things turn out the way they did. Now you can say, oh, look how they turned out. But you go back. I mean, we're going back to 2018. It's taken 6 years to get to this point. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's a viable plan. And if that was his motivation, was the money. Like there could have been an argument. His father could have called him out. I get all of that. But then let's get back to everyone. Like the children, all 3 of the 4 believe she did it. The 4th was like, well, I don't want to believe that. I want to presume her innocent until it's proven to me otherwise. All right. So she took the stance of, no, I'm not going to presume that my mother did it, but my brothers and my sister do, but I don't, which is understandable. And that's how most children react. The adult children will react in these cases. And there are some, even with DNA evidence, will not believe, like DNA blood evidence, will not believe that their parent is responsible for the demise of their other parent. They just won't. It's a hard pill to swallow, but 3 of them here did. To me, it speaks volumes. You know who else did? Her boyfriend, Rusty. Like Rusty, when push came to shove, said, yeah, I think she's capable. Like everyone around her believes she's capable of this. The people closest to her, which in my eyes makes it easier for a jury. Like, well, if her kids think she did it and her lover thinks that she could have done it, then if the evidence is there, I should really have no problem in convicting her. And those were some of the things I was looking at here. But I was really troubled by the phone call from the early morning hours of July 4th. The phone call was made, so there's records of the phone call. The question is what was discussed in that phone call. Rusty originally implicates her talking about the burn pile before anyone knows anything about the burn pile. And if the jury believes that, then it's over. It's over. She knows. She knows he's in the burn pile. That is consciousness. That is like an admission. It's not a complete confession, but it's close enough. That she is saying that he's in the burn pile early morning hours of July 4th. He's
I'm
not found till
trying.
July 5th.
Where do I find the press?
Now,
release,
again,
girl?
you can argue that, hey, Scott did it. She knew it and she was covering for him. But then she said that she would.
Where can I find the press conference? I was hoping he'd play it. Does anybody know where it is? I'm trying. I mean, I have WSB up. I had Fox 5 up. They fired one on-air lawyer for going off on air. I'm on Court TV. Who's saying it? Michelle. Trying to get your link up. See if I can do it. Court TV said 5. Thank you, Michelle.
Her a minute, because you've sat next to defendants, all three of you have, when they've been found guilty. She was taking her jewelry off, and then finally she had her hands over her face, and I felt like she was in shock. She was in shock, and then it hit her.
Your Honor, I've been on the wrong side of juries in murder cases, and you sit there, and even the attorneys themselves are frequently in shock by this, because you've been working on this for 2 years. This becomes all consuming. You talk about it at the dinner table to your significant other about what's going on as the case is progressing. It becomes very personal. And in fact, that's what we do. And so what happens is we start to take on all that is our clients. And I've had clients turn to me in the midst of all of it when it's done and say, what just happened? Not understanding where we are, to realize the emotion that comes at somebody where they just go blank. And then to have a deputy come up behind them and grab their elbow and pull them to their feet and start to handcuff them as they look at you in wonder, in confusion. This is a brutal process. And for people who've never been inside of a courtroom when we're talking about this, and you hear people wailing behind you, and these are the family members and those who have lost so much. You see jurors wailing in the box. You see judges trying to keep it together as professionals, but we're all human beings. We all have to deal with what this means, what it feels like. And that is the reality of this system. So for those who think that this is just an everyday thing, that this is just what we do, they misunderstand just how intense this process truly, truly is.
Yeah, and it was intense, obviously, for everyone, Michael Jaffer, because as you heard from our own Matt Johnson, Scott, the son who they were pointing the finger at, broke down in the gallery. This is a crime that broke this family apart. And if you buy the defense's story, this should make those kids happy, right? Because they wanted her to be convicted so they could get more out of the father's death. Again, the jury decided that that wasn't the story, but I would love to get your reaction.
This is earth-shattering, dramatic moves. I won't be able to top what Jack did in terms of the emotional aspect of this thing, right? I remember the first trial I ever lost. It was a misdemeanor case. It was larceny, right? It was a bench trial. It wasn't even a jury trial. The first case I lost was a bench trial for larceny with the maximum sentence being 90 days, right? I still remember. It was in 2007, right? I still remember it. And it was emotional, and that was nothing, right? He's right. These are just absolute. I remember when I was a young attorney, we were working on a big case and we won it, right? I went out to celebrate. And he went home. He said, I want to tell you something. You're going to be depressed for a couple of weeks. And I told him, well, why? We just won the case. He said, here's why. We've been working on this case for a year. We just won the case. The case is over. You had a sense of purpose in your life, and it was this case. For a year, you had other things you were working on, but you immersed yourself into this case, you and the team. Your sense of purpose is gone for at least a good couple of weeks until we get into a bigger case, into another case. And he was right. It was I was loafing around. It was difficult, right? And then what Matt Johnson just said, and that guy's tenacious, by the way. He's given me lots of insight about this case that I didn't have. He said, I just learned right now that one of the jury foreperson was pacing. It's going to live with that person for the rest of his life, right? He was pacing because they had to wait. And the fact that this jury was hung earlier today, to me, it boggles my mind in terms of the human tragedy of it. And she was pointing a finger at her son who looks just like her. Right. And there's going to be checks administered to the son because a probate attorney is going to bring him in and say, now that your mom has been found guilty, these parts of the estate go from her to you. And you were responsible for her getting convicted, and you are responsible for destroying. I'm not saying he did anything wrong. I'm just saying he's responsible for the destruction of their family. I'm not saying he's wrong for that. It's a fact. It's a fact that had it not been for him testifying against his mom, I don't know if she would have been convicted. But the point is the human tragedy element of this. And then Michael also reminding me that she was taking off her earrings after it kind of sunk in. That made me sad. It really made me sad. There's two universes. There's a universe where she did this and the universe where she didn't do it. We technically don't know which universe we live in. Neither does the jury. Nobody knows, right? She knows and Scott knows, right? But in either universe, it's a tragedy. And if we live in the universe where she did not do this, that's an even bigger tragedy.
In my mind, Judge, turns to Amanda, who took the stand, was extremely emotional, and she stood by her mom, was the only one, and, it split the family. She didn't even speak to the other kids. And, she was betrayed on the stand when they told her about a lie she had told. Wonder how she feels now. She said she just wanted the system to play out and that justice be served.
Yeah.
Well, justice is her mom going to jail.
I can't imagine. And I was really surprised about Scott being breaking down and wailing, because I too felt like if you believed how he was on the stand and what they were saying, that he'd be okay with his mother being convicted because she did it, yet he fell apart.
This is years of emotion, though.
Yeah, you never know.
Years,
and
exactly.
it's your family.
Exactly.
It's your family at the end of the
holding
day.
That in, I'm sure.
Ooh.
I didn't do that. It cut off. I don't know where it went. Hmm. Don't know where it went. Oh, it's short. They had to cut to commercial. Oh, okay. Thank you. The press conference is now at 5:30, someone said. Dude, I'm getting tired. Dude, I'm getting tired. I'm looking for that link again, but I have on WSB. I guess they said it's going to be a bit. Yes, Corky, she was found guilty. It's just, I just saw and heard Attorney Iola just announced on Court TV the press conference is at 5:30. Daylight savings time is not good for you. I like Nancy Grace. Patty, maybe update the pin message or stream a title. Okay. I still can't believe she was found guilty in all 5 charges. I can't. I can't. It's like I don't know why my brain isn't. I still don't know how you go from hung to that. I just don't understand. Like I'm not one who's willing to give up their position so easily. Even the mercenary, she removes her pearls so they won't get lost or stolen. How many biological kids each of the siblings have? There's 4 siblings. So they have 4. Oh, how many I don't understand what how many grandchildren? Is that the question, Melissa? I don't remember. She does not have marriage problems. She does not have marriage problems. You could see it when she walked away from the witness box. You could see what Amanda's challenges are right now. Megyn Kelly is so thin. She does it thin. I think the judge finally let them know this is serious, get busy, and make a decision. Well, he should have done that on Friday and we would have been out. You know what I'm saying? What do I mean about Amanda? I just think she has a lot. I mean, I just think she had, she has a young child. She just had some things going on, and watching your mother and that whole thing, you could tell when she walked away from the witness stand what was going on with her. You could see it. He did drop the ball on control. I still can't believe they found guilty of. I can't. I know that's weird, but I'm so shocked. Michelle, if you're still on here, could you send me that YouTube link again to the premiere of What's Her Face? Murder says the fact the jury were willing to be hung with only a few hours left of a day twice is very telling. May as well see the day out. They do not have poppet beads in the commissary. Why wasn't Rusty there? Well, I think we all know why. Rusty needed to keep his ass in Tennessee. You know what I'm saying? What Rusty needed to do. Was probably one juror that was hung, but maybe they reviewed the fact that Melody could help lift a piano, right? You're welcome, Christine. Shrummies. I don't think so either. Even men have to kiss a few frogs. What is the amount of the time range for each charge? I only looked up 2. Michelle French, if you could send me that link to the YouTube again, join now. I can't find it on here anymore. I'll send it through Messenger. Thank you. Oh, it was you. Thank you. Hi, my life with Skylar. How are you? Defense team's going to be on Vinny's show tonight at 8. That's a coup. Super 8 motels. At her age, at 64, whatever it is. So it was felony murder is life. Malice murder is 30 to life. So if he gave her life without parole, with parole, she has to still serve 30 years. You're welcome. She's done. Everything is Instagram, Christine. So yeah, I think so. I would just be, I mean. Something tells me Rusty's salesperson career took a dive. I know. I compound semaglutide sublingual. You don't have to take it as a shot, Corky. So many people are on it. I'm just not into puking my life out. I would have played those jail calls in the jury room. Me too. Over and over and over again. You're finally able to enjoy your chocolate bar. Bless your heart. I agree, Corky. Very clever, Rosemary. It looks like Rusty will only be riding one tractor now with one ass. The oral semaglutide is not as effective. I didn't even know it was available. Charlie and Melody chatting, like on and on, I know. That was funny. That was a funny one, Rosemary. I would too, just because. I would too. To go to Jamaica with Rusty and still be married to Gary. Yeah, Rusty sold John Deere. This company's called Tri-Green. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Thompson Machinery. Hold on. Is this it? Girl. Oh, this isn't John Deere though. There's a Rusty Barton that works in but this is Thompson Cat, so that's not it. Everybody can put their Facebook back up. In my opinion, when it comes to murder, a jury should be voting on a charge for the first week of deliberations. Hung shouldn't be considered until second week. Oh, it was the YouTube that someone sent me earlier with join for the YouTube live. I thought it was you, Michelle. I can't pull it up now. Somebody sent me a YouTube live court TV. Yeah, it was a hedonistic resort. Imagine. Oh. Stop it, Patty. Imagine you're a young couple and you go to hedonism resort and you show up. That's what you see. Oh my God, it seems like hilarious. James Brolin should play Rusty. Yeah, he sold John Deere. There's more than one Rusty Barton. Oh, that's funny murder. You hearing the grill is beautiful this time. Is it a nudist place? Yeah, it is. I did go to my history. I still can't find it. And they must have taken it, when it flipped, it must have taken it off air because I literally was on my history. Mm-mm. I don't see it. It must be off because there's just nothing. Rakita was fond of that resort too. That's funny. There's a press conference at 5 if I can find a link to it. Shut the hell up. $2,000 for tablets that may or may not work. Wow. Wow. Hito got the kind of parties they put their car keys in a bowl, if you know what I mean. The verdict was a couple hours ago. I was looking for a press conference. 5:30 for the press conference. Car keys in a bowl. Lord have mercy. But seriously, you're like all cute. You're going with your man. You're going to swing. You're all like, "Ooh, let's go to the beach." And that's what you see. Did I even eat today? I did not eat today. Have not eaten. But thank you for asking. I know. Scott's got to go back and live a life. Very sad. I would think that you would have to leave the country. Like, I would just have to leave and go away for a while because you know people are still going to look at you. You know, they're still going to look at you like you got three heads. This is the link I'm looking for. That's what I had up. Okay, I wasn't crazy. That's what I had up. So it did end. Here we go. Yeah, it didn't. It wasn't my fault. Praise the Lord. It's the still same link. Thought I screwed up. She didn't even look back at her kid. She didn't even look back. Like that's the last time she's going to see her child on this side of a wall, and she didn't even look back at him. Oh, she sent me the preliminary hearing again. I wasn't clear, but I got it. I got the right link. They switched out of that interview. Wasn't on. She never looked back at him. She never was like, that's my child. You thought I would have to move out of the South. I'd be like, I'm going to take my $1 million and I'm going to go away. Ooh. Scott's been on his own since this started. Yeah, no one can fix that. Hey, Lily, how are you? I know, Sherry. I've already have I have WSB queued up. So whatever's on, it'll be on. My insurance doesn't cover the shots, but I wouldn't take it. I'm not puking. Christine Baranski is Melody. Good call. She's a little tall, but oh, that's good. That's a good one. Christine Baranski. Put up Melody's mugshot, the original one? Here's her mugshot. It's just mascara. Well, let me see it now. There we go. She was crying. Imagine seeing that on an island naked. That's the day Rusty dropped her off. Oh, there's a new one? Now? There's already one out? Cherokee County Jail isn't busy right now. Let me look it up. I don't have it. I don't have the inmate roster that she's in there. I'm waiting on it. Yeah, I just checked the inmate roster at Cherokee County and it doesn't show.
Brooklyn Janet, Vinny, I disagree.
That's all I can find. I don't know.
All right, Ant, no. Jury.
Visitor count went down at Hito. It's funny. The only one I see live for Court TV is Vinny. So if you guys have something else, send me the link. We don't know the name of the poor person. He was just, but it was a male. Where are you seeing the new mugshot? I don't see it. Where do you see it? Do not see it on television. Oh, I don't have access to that and be on YouTube at the same time. If they don't stream it, I can't see it. Oh my God. Send it to me. I'll post it. That was fast. She looks even older than the she is. She looks older than 64. They need some new lighting. When you're 20 and get matching tattoos, you're infatuated. When you're 50, it's love. Leslie was quick on the draw. Thank you. She's guilty, SD. Oh, Court TV is still waiting for the press conference. Thank you. Here we go. Well, she's a bitch. So that's all I'm saying. Like, she's a bitch. Sorry. Hey, Lala. I'm on YouTube. She was found guilty. Yes, because we're waiting for the press conference. I'll call you back in a minute.
Okay, tune in.
All right, bye. She is cold. Look at her. She looks like a bad gardener. That's funny. That photo is just incredible. Like, that's it. That's it. Here comes the press conference. I don't know if I'll be able to get it, but
through the years.
I don't think so. I can't imagine that WSB is going to stop for it.
At this hour, the man who police say
Have their conclusion.
He's not showing it. I don't have Court TV. I only have YouTube. Oh, let me check Facebook and see if they're posting it. Or let me check Twitter. No. Yeah, if they don't stream it, I can't see it. And share it with you. Nope, they are not streaming it. It'll be on later, though. John Farris and his wife and 2 Farris sons. Well, that's good. They're showing it on YouTube, Patty, but I don't know where it is. Like, I don't
And
know.
then try to figure out to your conclusion and figure out a way how to get.
I honestly cannot find it. So, oh, here it is. Court TV. Give it up, Patty. Give it up. Michelle's coming in for the win. Oh, here we are.
Judge David L. Cannon will schedule sentencing for a later date. Let us never forget the reason that we are all here today. In July 2018, a horrific murder occurred in our community. A man was shot and left on a burn pile, his body desecrated. The shocking facts and images of this case will forever remain with first responders, law enforcement officers, prosecutors, jurors, and all who have followed this case. Gary did not deserve to die in this manner. He was a loving brother, father, and grandfather, a respected attorney, and a beloved member of our community. He is deeply missed. We thank the jury for their service, for their careful deliberation, and the verdict that they have reached. May this verdict bring some comfort for those who knew and loved Gary Farris. John Farris will now read a statement on behalf of the family. Immediately following, the prosecution team and lead investigator will answer a few questions.
Thank you, Ms. Treadaway, and good evening. As Ms. Treadaway said, I'm John Farris, and Gary was my brother, and his kids have asked me to make a statement for the family, and I'm honored to do so. Over 6 years ago, our family's lives were changed forever when we learned that Gary had been shot and left on a fire pit to be burned. While we have been anticipating this verdict for a long time and are pleased with the jury's decision, we struggle with mixed emotions. Melody has been a part of our lives for over 40 years. Gary's children have not only lost a loving father, but now they have lost their mother. However, with the work of this prosecution team and this jury, we can say that justice has been served today. With this verdict, we hope to have some closure to a terrible chapter in our lives. We also hope to honor Gary as we move forward and pick up the pieces of our fractured family. We are so grateful to the investigators and the prosecution team for the tireless hours that they have invested in the pursuit of justice for Gary. Megan, Jeffrey, and Detectives Hayes, Pope, and Kuykendall, and everybody else that was involved, we are forever indebted to you. The citizens of Cherokee County are indeed lucky to have these people in their service. We appreciate the jury members for devoting a month of their lives to help close this case. We also have an extensive network of family and friends that have provided their support and prayers throughout this ordeal. And we want to thank each of you for being there for us. Your support has been invaluable to us. The grief we feel for our beloved father, brother, and friend is insurmountable. But due to today's verdict, we can proceed in our efforts to celebrate Gary and all that he meant to us. Thank you.
All right, still a lot more to come. We do have to take a break. We'll hit the pause button. We'll make sure you hear it all. Again, that was John Farris, the brother of the victim, Gary Farris, speaking on
And so I was doing that with me, not it. Where's the other one? This one. Oh, it's the commercial. Can you not rewind on these things? No, I don't watch TV anymore. Guess not. Thank you. We played it, just not the one with the cut to the burn pile. Should have screenshot it. I should have screenshot. I'm sure it'll be on like 15,000 more times though. Bye, Beach Bum. Thank you again. Bye, Cass. Take care, everybody. Thank you, Michelle. I was able to show it. Thank you. Thanks for the links. I appreciate it. And the text message and everyone helping. I really do. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. I am going to go do some work. So thank you. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.